Chapter 1 Holy Soul Village. Brother Sheng, wake up quickly, it's already noon, why are you still sleeping? Su Sheng, who was sleeping soundly on the bed with his eyes closed, heard a childish voice next to him. He rubbed his eyes impatiently and sat up. Then he stared at the plain-looking boy next to him irritably, and said angrily, "Xiao San, didn't I tell you not to bother me before the afternoon?" The corners of the boy's mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes helplessly. "Brother Sheng, I don't know who asked me to wake you up early yesterday. This little boy is the son of Destiny of DOULUO continent, Tang San." Su Sheng's mind shuddered, and he suddenly remembered that he had asked Tang San to wake him up early yesterday. He scratched his messy hair with some embarrassment, and laughed. "Xiao San, I'm sorry." Tang San sighed, waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's okay, since you're awake, I'll go to the mountain to chop some firewood first." This brother Sheng has a good personality, but if you stay by his side, you will always feel a chill in your body, and the temperature is so cold. After saying that, he turned and left the room. Su Sheng stretched lazily, and then looked at the window with deep eyes. His name is Su Sheng. After he fell asleep accidentally a few years ago, he woke up and traveled to the DOULUO continent, which happened to be the Holy Soul village in the Fasno province. Although he has no father or mother, he has a good skin that even women envy, a pair of soft eyes like water, and delicate facial features that look extremely deep. As a time traveler, after waiting for a few years without any system stuff, he secretly made up his mind to be a lazy fish. After getting up, Su Sheng tidied his appearance. When he saw the handsome young man in the mirror, he nodded with great satisfaction. Wuhan and soul power are not necessary, but handsomeness is a must. Then he held his chin and thought, "Hey, according to the original work, tomorrow seems to be the day of Wuhan awakening, which is also the day when Lao Tao comes. As the saying goes, the protagonist changes, but Su Yun Tao is ironclad. This is not nonsense. Almost in the original fan fiction, most of the protagonists have seen this spirited guy. Of course, from another perspective, he can also be said to be the real undercover lurking in the Wuhan Hall. I don't know how many terrifying enemies he has set up for the Wuhan Hall in secret." Just as he was daydreaming, there was a hurried knock on the door outside. Tat tat tat. Su Sheng came back to his senses, looked outside the door, and said with a puzzled tone, "Come in." With a click, the door was slowly pushed open, and an old man with a hunched back, a cane in his left hand, and a kind face walked in from outside. The old man was the village chief of the Holy Soul village, Jack. He walked to Su Sheng kindly, smiling and said, "Xiao Sheng, why did you get up so early today?" Su Sheng spread his hands helplessly, "I couldn't sleep." Then he asked knowingly, "But village chief Jack, why did you come to me so early? If I guessed correctly, this village chief Jack should be here to tell me that I will have a martial soul awakening tomorrow." Sure enough, Jack's face gradually became serious. "Xiao Sheng, tomorrow is the day of martial soul awakening. I will pick you up before that, don't miss it." Su Sheng rolled his eyes and tried to say, "Village chief Jack, can I not go?" Jack said firmly and loudly, "No. Although the entire continent is qualified to become a soul, there are very few people who can become a soul master. But you have to try it to know." Su Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly. "Okay, I will wait for you at home tomorrow, village chief Jack." Seeing Su Sheng's disapproval, Jack said solemnly, "I tell you, Xiao Sheng, the awakening of the martial soul is very important. Even if you awaken a sickle, a hoe, etc., as long as you have a trace of soul power, you can become a soul master. If you become a soul master, you will be above 10,000 people. Our Holy Soul village can also benefit from it and flourish." After Jack said so, what else can Su Sheng say? He just wants to quietly hug a thigh and live a comfortable life. Why is it so difficult? Also, why awaken a sickle and a hoe? Is it really convenient to work in the fields as cannon fodder? Su Sheng waved his hand impatiently and urged, "Okay, I know, Village Chief Jack, you should also notify other people, right? Go quickly." "Hey! You little bastard! Remember what I said?" Jack glared at him, gave him a warning, and then limped away. Su Sheng secretly complained, "Then you are still a blind little bear." Throwing Jack out of his mind, he quickly patted his spotless pants, his eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Okay, now it's time to hug the thighs." After arriving at the forest where Tang San was chopping wood, Su Sheng looked at Tang San, who was waving a sickle in the distance and sweating all over. He walked over slowly, opened the kettle in his hand and whispered, "Xiao San, don't chop yet, come and drink some water before continuing." Tang San looked at Su Sheng, who was offering his courtesy beside him, and was stunned for a moment, then took the kettle, raised his head and drank a sip, and handed it back. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Tang San smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Sheng." He always felt that Su Sheng was a little strange today. Normally, let alone bringing him water, he would run away too quickly even if he was asked to help chop wood. Today, he was so kind as to bring him water? Unscientific. Absolutely unscientific. Tang San's feelings over the years made him feel that Su Sheng was extremely abnormal at the moment. Chapter 2 Clues. Su Sheng waved his hand, "Hey, we are so close, why thank you, but Xiao San, today old guy Jack said that tomorrow is the day of martial soul awakening." Tang San's eyes flashed with a strong light. He looked down at his arm and murmured, "Martial soul awakening? I don't know what my martial soul is." His Xian Gong has reached a bottleneck. No matter how he practices, there is no improvement. And this martial soul awakening is the only key that Tang San thinks may break this bottleneck. Su Sheng coughed a few times, "Ahem, Xiao San, what if your martial soul is blue silver grass?" Tang San complained, "Brother Sheng, are you cursing me? Blue silver grass is a standard useless martial spirit." If Su Sheng said that, what else could he do but curse himself? Su Sheng smiled and didn't explain. It was impossible to tell him the truth, right? "Well, Xiao San, let me help you chop wood, so you can go to Uncle Hao to cook dinner early." It seems that although Tang San has a unique view on blue silver grass, it is undeniable that even he is not optimistic about such useless martial spirits as blue silver grass. Tang San thought about it and nodded and said, "Okay, then Brother Sheng will also come to dinner later. Dad should be very happy." Su Sheng sneered at Tang San's statement, "Happy ass. Tang Hao will turn cold when he sees me. But in order to be able to hold the thigh completely, it's not too much to go around more, right?" He said with joy on his face, "Thank you, Xiao San, it just so happens that I don't have anything to eat for dinner." Then, with Su Sheng joining in, the two quickly finished chopping the wood, tied it into a circle and carried it down the mountain. After arriving at the blacksmith shop, Su Sheng sat down on a chair, patted his chest and panted, "Xiao San, your physical fitness is really amazing, I haven't seen you breathe for a while." Hearing this, Tang San, who was preparing to make dinner, suddenly turned around and smiled at Su Sheng, "Brother Sheng, that's because you are too lazy. You sleep until the afternoon every day and don't exercise. How can your body be healthy?" His physical fitness can be so strong, thanks to the Xian Gong running in his body, coupled with daily morning exercise. However, even his father didn't know about the Xian Gong and hidden weapons, so how could he tell Su Sheng? Su Sheng, who was sitting leisurely on the chair, did not expose it and casually skipped the topic, "You are right." He looked at the blacksmith shop full of the atmosphere of the campfire with a scrutinizing look. With a loud bang, the door of the blacksmith shop was kicked open. Su Sheng, who was sitting on the chair, was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Tang San immediately put down the things in his hands and walked over. When he walked to the door, he looked at the tall figure with a scraggly beard in front of him, "Father, you are back. Dinner is not ready yet, please wait a while." Tang Hao replied coldly, "Yet." Then he walked into the blacksmith shop, and his eyes became even colder when he saw Su Sheng sitting on the chair. Being stared at by this gaze, Su Sheng felt as if he was being stared at by a terrifying beast at the top of the food chain. The strong pressure made him gradually feel a little suffocated. Su Sheng just wanted to speak, but found that he couldn't utter a word of person no matter what. He was swallowed in his throat, and his face gradually became ugly. Seeing this scene, Tang San walked over and apologized, "Dad. I asked Brother Sheng to come. If you want to blame someone, blame me." Tang Hao snorted coldly and released the pressure on Su Sheng. Su Sheng felt like he had saved his life, and complained in his heart, "Haha, damn, this Tang Hao is so scary, it seems that he can kill me with just one look. I should have known not to come. If he showed those 9 terrifying spirit rings, I would be scared to death." After that, Tang Hao was too lazy to pay attention to Su Sheng. He turned around and glanced at Tang San indifferently, and urged impatiently, "Hurry up and cook. Call me when it's done." Seeing that Tang Hao was obviously unhappy, Tang San didn't dare to say anything more. "Yes, Dad." After Tang Hao entered the room, Tang San walked to Su Sheng and apologized, "I'm sorry, Brother Sheng, you also know Dad's temper." Su Sheng shuddered all over and waved his hands quickly, "It's okay, Uncle Hao is old and strong." Although Tang Hao was in the room, Su Sheng was sure that if he said anything bad, he would probably hear it in Tang Hao's ears in the next second. During dinner, Tang San bit his lip, raised his eyes and looked at Tang Hao with some hope, saying, "Dad, Village Chief Jack said that tomorrow is the day of martial soul awakening." Tang Hao's pupils turned cold, and his body suddenly burst out with a fierce momentum, and the whole table began to shake wildly. But the next moment, he seemed to remember something, and his whole aura waned as if he had aged by dozens of years. Tang Hao said calmly, "If you want to go, go." Tang San's face suddenly brightened, and he said gratefully, "Thank you, Dad." Looking at the affectionate conversation between the father and son, Su Sheng, as an outsider, shivered and buried his head in his food. He prayed in his heart, "You two continue to talk, just ignore me. Ignore me." Tang San drank a mouthful of porridge and casually mentioned Su Sheng, "Besides me, Brother Sheng is going too." Su Sheng, who was drinking porridge in big mouthfuls, almost choked and cursed in his heart, "Damn it! Xiao San, can you please not mention me when you talk?" But he secretly looked at Tang Hao and saw that he didn't mean to speak, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, Tang Hao suddenly asked, "Boy, do you also want to awaken your spirit?" Su Sheng smiled awkwardly but politely, "Yes, Uncle Hao. I advise you to give up. In your body never mind, I'm going to sleep, don't bother me." Tang Hao said in a cold tone, stood up suddenly, slapped the spoon on the table, turned around and walked towards his room. Only Tang San and Su Sheng were left looking at each other. Tang San shook his head and continued to drink porridge, while Su Sheng narrowed his eyes secretly, "In my body? Could it be that Uncle Hao knows something?" Chapter 3 Xiaodazi arrives. After returning from the blacksmith shop, sleepy Su Sheng lay directly on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. A ray of sunlight shone down, and at this moment, at the door of Su Sheng, Jack, with a hunched back, was standing, followed by Tang San and 5 or 6 children of different genders, who seemed to be about the same age as Tang San. Jack looked at Tang San, patted his shoulder helplessly and told him, "Xiao San, go in and call Su Sheng out, this guy must still be sleeping in." It seems that he didn't take what he said yesterday seriously at all, and it went in one ear and out the other. Tang San nodded, "Yes, Grandpa Jack." The boys and girls behind him all covered their mouths and held back their laughter. He even forgot about the awakening of his martial soul. This guy must have lost confidence in becoming a soul master. They are not like them, who are full of enthusiasm for becoming a noble soul master. With this kind of attitude, how can he become a respected soul master? Tang San walked to the door and sighed, then pushed the door open and walked in lightly. After walking in, what caught his eye was Su Sheng sleeping peacefully on the bed. He quickly shook Su Sheng's hand. "Brother Sheng? Why are you still sleeping? The martial soul awakening ceremony is about to begin." However, Brother Sheng is a bit lazy, but his face is really handsome, and he can't compare to him at all. Su Sheng gradually woke up from his dream, shook his dizzy head and slowly stood up, looking at the familiar figure next to him and asked in confusion, "Xiao San." The next moment he immediately covered his forehead and said secretly, "Wait. Damn, I seem to have forgotten that the martial soul awakens today. I'm afraid that old man Jack is going to talk again." Tang San pointed to the door and smiled bitterly, "Brother Sheng, let's go out quickly, everyone is waiting for you outside." Some people are already a little impatient. Su Sheng was a little unhappy when he heard this. Impatient? Well, Xiao San, go out and tell them to wait for me. I really don't know what the hurry is. Except for you, everyone is a waste without soul power, worrying about nothing. Can the martial soul awakening be compared to tidying up your handsome appearance? That's impossible. Tang San, who was very observant, narrowed his eyes slightly, and thought silently in his heart, "Except me? What does Brother Sheng mean by this?" His face was calm and he said, "Well, okay, Brother Sheng, hurry up, otherwise Grandpa Jack will be angry." After finishing, Su Sheng opened the door and walked out. Su Sheng was dressed in spotless white clothes, especially the facial features made by God, and his thin lips were slightly pursed, making his whole body exude a cold atmosphere. It can be said that the stranger is like jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. Perhaps the only shortcoming is that his face is still a bit immature. Oh my! Is this guy from our village? How come I have never seen him? So handsome. The little brother is so handsome, it is understandable that he gets up late. A little girl stared at Su Sheng with shining eyes. The boy next to her held his hands unconvinced. "Humph, how can he be as handsome as me?" Another little boy retorted disdainfully, "You? Come on. His facial features are carved by God himself, yours are made of waste mud." Tang San couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sure enough, every time Brother Sheng appears, he will cause such a commotion. But don't blame him, with his looks, he can definitely be a pretty boy. Jack was a little dazed, covering his mouth and coughing softly. "Ahem, Xiao Sheng, since you are here, come here quickly, don't keep the masters of the spirit hall waiting for too long." Sometimes he even doubted whether Su Sheng was a descendant of a big family, because people born in their small village all looked ordinary. Except Su Sheng. Su Sheng nodded, slowly walked into the team, enjoying the favor of the little girls around him, as well as some unhappy looks, and said lightly, "Well, let's go." Then, Tang San and his party followed Jack towards the center of the village. Finally, a huge rock appeared in front of them, with a palm print in the center of the rock. Jack immediately became interested, stretched out his finger and said affectionately, "Children, look, that palm print was blasted out by the soul saint from our holy soul village. It symbolizes the pride of our village." The other kids looked at old Jack in admiration, listening with great interest. Only Su Sheng rolled his eyes after listening, gently patted Tang San on the shoulder, and whispered, "Old Jack is bragging again. Xiao San, do you think this place can really produce a soul saint?" Tang San shook his head, "I don't know, but what Grandpa Jack said should be true." Su Sheng complained, "Tisk, how much can you believe what old Jack said?" But the next moment, Tang San's ears trembled slightly, and he noticed the sound of breaking wind in the distance, and looked in the direction of the wind, and then shouted in his heart, "Purple demon eye!" As the words in his heart fell, Tang San's eyes gradually turned purple, emitting a faint dark light. Su Sheng also noticed that Tang San's eyes suddenly glowed with purple light, and then flashed away. Then he looked in the direction the latter was looking at, and raised his mouth slightly. It seems that Xiaodazi is here. He doesn't have those fancy skills of Tang San now, he is just an ordinary person. Afterwards, a man wearing the unique light blue clothes of the spirit hall came over with a calm face. Old Jack saw the person coming, walked over slowly and bowed. "Lord Su Yun Tao." Su Yun Tao said very calmly, "Are all the people gathered?" He went to several villages to awaken his spirit, but there was no exception. There was not a child with soul power. Naturally, he was not very interested in this holy soul village. Old Jack said respectfully, "Master Battle Soul, all the children in this village who need to be awakened are here." Su Yun Tao then glanced at Tang San and others casually, and shook his head secretly, but when he saw Su Sheng, who had a completely different temperament from others, his eyes sparkled. He whispered to Tang San and others, "Children, my name is Su Yun Tao, a level 26 battle soul master. This time I will awaken your martial souls for you." Su Sheng looked at Su Yun Tao's appearance, and said with a tone of admiration, "Little Tao has a good temperament, but it's a pity that he is no different from a tool man." Tang San looked at Su Yun Tao with some curiosity, and secretly said, "Is this a soul master? It doesn't look like there is anything special about him." Su Yun Tao waved and said, "Now, all of you follow me." Chapter 4 Martial Soul Awakening. Afterwards, Tang San and the others followed Su Yun Tao into a luxuriously decorated house. "Wow, these things look so valuable. As expected of the Spirit Hall, I have never seen such exquisite things." Su Sheng also looked around. Although these things were very exquisite, they were already covered with grey dust, and it seemed that they had not been used for a long time. Tang San looked at Su Sheng curiously and asked, "Brother Sheng, why don't you look nervous at all?" Although he had lived 2 lives, it was also his first time to come into contact with the spirit awakening. He didn't show it on his face, but he was still a little excited in his heart. But Su Sheng was different. He was just a child at his age, but his mind was even more mature than himself. Su Sheng shrugged and said calmly, "What's there to be nervous about? What's coming will come. If there's no soul power, you're still here." Tang San rolled his eyes and didn't know what to say to this answer. At this time, Su Yun Tao had already walked to a step. He clapped his hands and whispered, "Okay, children, come and stand in a row in front of me, and prepare for the awakening of the martial spirit." After hearing this, everyone stood in a row in front of Su Yun Tao in an orderly manner, straightening their backs. Su Yun Tao then took out 6 black stones from his sleeves and threw them gently into the sky. After being thrown into the sky, these 6 stones emitted a light yellow light and quickly began to rotate in a circle. Su Yun Tao thought about it and reminded again with concern, "Children, don't be afraid no matter what you see later. The child on the far left, you go first." When the boy standing on the far left heard that he was going first, he quickly walked forward and said excitedly, "Yes." Su Yun Tao shouted coldly, "Lone Wolf. Possession." 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, rose from under his feet. Then, a huge wolf appeared behind Su Yun Tao. Its dense hair covered its lower body. It stared with white eyes and bared its bloody fangs. It exuded a bloodthirsty aura and looked down at the front child. The boy at the front took a few steps back in fear. "Ah! What is this? Is this a martial soul? So powerful! Oh my god, am I going to have a martial soul as powerful as this?" Tang San looked at the man and the soul, and instantly understood the relationship between the two. He thought to himself, "Is this the martial soul? It seems that Su Yun Tao should be able to obtain some of the abilities of that martial soul." Su Sheng folded his arms and shook his head. "This lone wolf is just a low-level beast martial soul among many beast martial souls, right? And with Xiaodazi's 2-level soul power, he can only become a great soul master in his lifetime. Su Yuntao looked at the pale boy who was closest to him and comforted him, "Don't be afraid, kid, this is my martial soul, Lone Wolf, I won't hurt you." The former nodded and stood back in the 6 rapidly rotating stones. He slowly closed his eyes, and then a sickle slowly emerged from his hand. Su Yuntao sighed and said, "Sickle? It can barely be considered as an attack power. Now let's test whether you have soul power." He handed over a crystal ball and guided, "Put your right hand on this crystal ball now." The boy slowly placed his right hand on the crystal ball as instructed, but the crystal ball did not have a trace of light. Su Yuntao shook his head and said, "Without soul power, I'm sorry, you can't become a soul master. Go back first." The boy looked at his palm in a daze, his eyes gradually became red, and he retreated sadly. Su Yuntao next, Su Li. A pretty girl walked forward, then closed her eyes, and a hoe gradually appeared. Then she stretched out her right hand and placed it on the crystal ball. Still no light. "I'm sorry, you can't become a soul master." Su Yuntao next, Li Guang martial soul hoe, no soul power. Next, Zhang Jie martial soul brick. Interesting, but there is no soul power. Finally, Su Yuntao was exhausted. Next, Tang San, please step forward and awaken your martial spirit. Tang San nodded to Su Sheng, walked to the middle of the 6 stones, then closed his eyes and began to feel. The next moment, a blue-silver grass with vitality appeared from his hand. Tang San opened his eyes, and when he saw the grass in his right hand, he wanted to curse. He was depressed and said, "It's really blue-silver grass? I was really cursed by Brother Sheng. I didn't expect it was just a joke, but now it has really come true. This is a standard useless martial spirit that everyone knows." Tang San couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. No. The next moment, he felt something was wrong. It seemed that something was coming out of his left hand. He touched the shape very secretly and found that it was a hammer. Not knowing why, he took the hammer back into his palm very cautiously. Su Sheng, who noticed this detail, raised his eyebrows and murmured, "There is no change from the original. It seems that it is blue-silver grass and clear sky hammer." I thought his arrival would cause some changes in Tang San, but it seems that he thought too much. Su Yuntao, who was already mentally prepared, was too lazy to waste his expression. He waved his hand and said directly, "Blue-silver grass, a standard useless martial spirit, next." Tang San stopped him and said, "Wait. Master Su Yuntao, you haven't tested my soul power yet." Su Yuntao shook his head, "Your martial spirit is blue-silver grass. I have never heard of anyone with soul power in all these years." Next. Tang San bit his lip and said again, "Master Su Yuntao, just let me try. It won't take long." Su Yuntao hesitated, "This." Su Sheng coughed a few times behind him, "Ahem, Master Su Yuntao, let's Yao San test first. Anyway, there are only 2 of us." Hearing this, Tang San cast a grateful look at Su Sheng. As expected of Brother Sheng, he can be relied upon at critical moments. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, he wants to try whether he has soul power. Su Yuntao looked at Tang San's determined expression and handed the crystal ball over, "Okay then." Tang San took the crystal ball and gently placed his right hand on it. The next moment, a dazzling light burst out from the crystal ball, blinding everyone present. Su Yuntao, who was the first to recover from the dazzling light, was shocked and said, "It's actually the innate full soul power. Are you kidding?" Tang San looked at Su Yuntao with a puzzled look. After Su Yuntao noticed it, he explained slowly, "The so-called innate full soul power is the highest soul power that the innate can reach when the martial soul awakens." He said with regret, "But it's a pity that your martial soul is a useless martial soul, blue-silver grass. It's so hard to meet an innate full soul power, but it's a useless martial soul. This is really a bit of a shrimp and pig heart." Chapter 5 Innate Soul Power Level 90. Tang San looked at the blue-silver grass in his hand and asked urgently, "So, My blue-silver grass martial spirit can't be cultivated. Su Yun Tao paused for a moment and thought, this is not impossible, but the blue-silver grass martial spirit is not very useful even if it is cultivated. Then he shook his head and ordered, Tang San, you go back to the team first, next, Su Sheng. Tang San's eyes flickered a few times, then pursed his lips and walked back to his previous position. Since I can practice, it means that I have the hope of becoming a soul master, and thinking of this, he silently looked at his left hand. That hammer, what's going on? Forget it, let's take a look at Brother Sheng first. Tang San fixed his eyes on Su Sheng again. Su Sheng slowly walked out of the team and stood calmly among the 6 stones. Su Yun Tao looked at the indifferent expression on Su Sheng's face and wondered in his heart, is this child Su Sheng? Sure enough, he was right before. Just based on this temperament, he felt that this child might really have the potential to become a spirit master. Su Sheng, relax, now silently feel your martial spirit, and release it. Su Sheng casually closed his eyes, and the next moment he felt something in his body was about to burst out. This breath was extremely violent, it seemed to tear his body apart. He gritted his teeth and endured the power that was about to come out, his face gradually turned a little pale. Su Yun Tao saw his painful expression and hurriedly said, Su Sheng, what's wrong with you? Don't deliberately suppress the martial spirit that is about to surge out of your body. Tang San looked at Su Sheng's cheeks, which were already a little distorted, and exclaimed, Brother Sheng, what's wrong with you? When he tested the martial spirit just now, there was no such painful situation as Su Sheng. Su Sheng's pale face showed a few traces of decisiveness. I'm fine, Master Su Yun Tao, but please let them all out first. Su Yun Tao frowned, Su Sheng, are you suppressing your martial spirit? You don't have to worry, just release it. Tang San also said anxiously, but Brother Sheng, although he didn't know what Su Sheng's situation was, it was definitely not simple at the moment. Su Sheng glanced at Su Yun Tao, then looked at Tang San with extremely solemn eyes, and said seriously word by word, Tang San, please take them out. That Su Yun Tao's brain is too slow. He really has no sense. If the violent thing suppressed in his body is released, he is not sure whether Tang San and others can survive. Tang San was stunned for a moment, looking at Su Sheng's almost pleading look, clenched his teeth and said, Brother Sheng, I understand. Then he turned around and used the mysterious jade hand. Tang San's palm slowly changed from yellow to jade, emitting a chill, and quickly took out the other children who wanted to stop and watch. He would not let these people affect Brother Sheng's awakening of his martial soul, even if it would temporarily expose his Tang sect secrets. Su Sheng's pale face, but his completely indifferent look, made Su Yun Tao's heart flutter. He angrily scolded, Su Sheng, if you suppress your martial soul like this, you will explode and die. He felt that if he did nothing, this child would definitely become the first person on the continent to resist the explosion of his martial soul and die. Hearing this, Su Sheng rolled his eyes and glared at him, somewhat speechless, who said, I want to suppress my martial soul. After saying this, he no longer deliberately suppressed the martial soul that was about to explode, and the violent power began to surge out of his meridians. In Su Sheng's right hand, a wisp of petals containing blood-red blood first emerged, as if soaked in countless blood, and each petal was full of extreme murderous intent. After that, the entire 9-heart blood tang completely bloomed from the palm of his hand. At the moment it bloomed, the whole house was covered with a stream of gloomy blood light, like a purgatory on earth. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes, looking at the scarlet crabapple flower in his palm that was full of deadly temptation like a flash in the pan, and said in surprise, what kind of martial soul is this? Why does it feel very similar to the 9-heart begonia? It's actually such a high-level martial soul. Su Yun Tao said in great astonishment. When the 9-heart blood tang bloomed, he could clearly feel that his lone wolf martial soul was trembling. That's right, his beast spirit actually trembled in front of this strange crabapple flower. It was enough to show that this spirit was definitely not an ordinary thing. Su Yuntao excitedly handed over the crystal ball, and urged with great expectation, Su Sheng, quickly test whether you have spirit power. Your spirit is definitely the king of plant spirits. If this is true, then his performance this year will probably increase countless times. Su Sheng took the crystal ball and said lazily, I know. It was obviously his own awakening spirit. Why did this little dizzy seem more excited than himself then? Su Sheng put his left hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball burst out with a more intense light than Tang San's innate full spirit power before, and as time went on, cracks appeared on the crystal ball with a click sound from the crystal ball. It directly split from the middle to the surroundings into countless fragments and slowly fell to the ground. Su Yuntao looked at the crystal ball on the ground with a confused look, and wanted to slap himself to see if he was hallucinating. The spirit power is so strong that the crystal ball actually cracked. The only possibility is that Su Sheng's spirit power far exceeds the range that the crystal ball can withstand. But who knows that the crystal ball he took this time can be measured even by a great spirit master. But now it is broken, which means that Su Sheng's soul power is far greater than that of a great soul master. Just as Su Sheng was about to speak, Su Yuntao covered his forehead first, saying in a tone of pain, Don't talk, let me be quiet. How can this be compared? How can it be compared? The soul power of others who have awakened innately is more terrifying than those who have practiced for more than 10 years. Is he, Su Yuntao, really only worthy of being a civilian player? Su Sheng looked at the 8 red and 1 red gold soul rings floating under his feet. He didn't know what to say for a while, as he had planned to be a salted fish for his whole life. He could only shake his head, lean over and pat Su Yuntao on the shoulder and said faintly, That, Xiao Dazi, I know my talent may be a little scary. If this makes you despair, promise me, don't look at my feet. Su Yuntao cried silently for a while and was deeply. He took a breath, cheered up, turned around again and said firmly, Su Sheng, I'm fine, it's just the 40th level of innate soul power, I can bear this blow. Su Sheng remained silent, and Su Yuntao's eyes unconsciously moved down slightly. Until he saw the terrifying 8 red and 1 gold soul rings under Su Sheng's feet. He was completely dumbfounded and cursed immediately, You fucking Su Sheng! I can't stand with you. How can this guy have an innate soul power of 40th level? This is an innate soul power of 90th level. He has become a titled DOULUO standing at the top of the continent. What the hell is that soul ring? 8 red, and there is a soul ring that I can't understand. You are so powerful just after awakening, you must have stayed up all night to kill the 100,000-year-old soul beasts on this continent, right? Chapter 6 Join the Spirit Hall. After a period of silence, Su Yuntao's face gradually became expressionless. Su Sheng, you should take these soul rings back now, they are too scary. With an innate soul power of level 90, Su Yuntao finally found out why he could only stay at the Soul Master stage. Perhaps it was because he knew that he was about to meet a reckless man with an innate soul power of level 90, and all the virtues he had accumulated in his previous life were used up. Su Sheng shrugged his shoulders, and his mind moved, and the 9 soul rings under his feet instantly merged into his body. Su Yuntao didn't know, but he knew very well that the 9 soul rings just now were not his own 9 heart blood begonia. It was another powerful weapon spirit hidden in his left hand. As for this 9 heart begonia, it only had a soul power of level 90, but it did not have any soul rings attached. Su Yuntao suddenly changed his previous personality, stroked his chest with his right hand, bowed slightly and said, Su Sheng, your talent is definitely the best in the past 1,000 years. I am now inviting His Majesty to join on behalf of the Spirit Hall. That's right, knowing that Su Sheng's soul power has reached level 90, Su Yuntao suddenly changed to an extremely respectful title. Su Sheng lifted his chin and narrowed his eyes, join the Spirit Hall. He originally thought of holding Tang San's thigh, and then being a salted fish for the rest of his life, but now he has become a titled DOULUO in a daze? Got it. Then I will change my choice and join the spirit hall and be a salted fish for the rest of my life. Besides, he really wants to meet the Pope with a peerless face, Bibi Dong. Tang San, Bibi Dong, a cute boy, a woman who is so beautiful that she can overwhelm the whole country. Of course, I will choose the latter. Su Sheng raised his lips, his expression as cold as ice. I can join the spirit hall. But, I hope you don't say anything you shouldn't say. Otherwise, I will kill you. In his left hand, a sword of ice used by a god appeared. The cold air released by the sword actually formed blue ice rose petals around him. The 9 terrifying soul rings with infinite oppression rose up under his feet again. Su Yuntao in front of him knelt down on the ground uncontrollably with trembling legs under this strong pressure. Su Yuntao knelt on the ground and looked up at Su Sheng, his pupils shrank sharply, double twin martial spirits. If the others behind him couldn't see the light bursting out, but he was different. He had already opened the purple demon eye and stared at it, and could clearly see the blue light emitted. Tang San secretly said in his heart, the soul power of that light just now seems to be stronger than mine. Could it be that Brother Sheng also has the same innate full soul power as himself? Just as he was thinking, the door was finally pushed open, and Su Sheng and Su Yuntao walked out slowly with an expressionless face. Tang San leaned over and asked in confusion, Brother Sheng? How is it? If Brother Sheng really had full soul power, then Master Su Yuntao's face should not be so ugly. Su Sheng raised his eyebrows and said suavely, how could your brother Sheng have no soul power? It's just that his martial soul has some defects. Tang San finally understood why Su Yuntao had a blank expression just now. It turned out that Brother Sheng's martial soul had defects. Su Sheng's eyes gradually became serious. Xiao San, I can't go to the Soul Master School with you to study later, but don't worry, we will see each other again in the future. When Tang San heard that his brother who had been with him for a long time was about to leave, his brows immediately locked. Brother Sheng, are you going to leave here? Su Sheng nodded, yes, I will leave here with Su Yuntao to solve the problem of the defect of the martial soul. Then he stretched out his right hand and patted Tang San's shoulder, smiling and said, in addition, Xiao San, Brother Sheng reminds you, don't give up training just because the martial soul is blue silver grass. I believe that with your talent, you can do it. Su Sheng seemed to have infinite charm, even Tang San, who had a strong restraint, was stunned. Yes, Brother Sheng did not give up training even when his martial soul had defects, but he was born with full soul power. Even if the martial soul is blue silver grass, what does it matter? Tang San is going to create a miracle. Thinking of this, Tang San's expression became more resolute. He slowly stretched out a fist towards Su Sheng and said firmly, it's a deal. Next time we meet, Brother Sheng, don't let me leave you too far behind. Su Sheng smiled slightly and also stretched out a fist to touch him. Don't worry, your brother Sheng is still your brother Sheng. If you want to surpass me, then work hard. In his heart, he secretly said, Xiao San, if you want to surpass your brother Sheng, it will be absolutely impossible before you reach the titled DOULUO. On the other side, Jack, who had been waiting for a long time, walked towards Su Yuntao and asked urgently, Master Su Yuntao, I wonder if Su Sheng has soul power. Su Yuntao glanced at old Jack calmly. Eyes, and said calmly, he has soul power, but it's just average. He can barely join the spirit hall. Then when he looked at Tang San, he shook his head regretfully, it's just that the child named Tang San, although he has full soul power, is a useless spirit, blue silver grass. Old Jack was very excited at first, and then his expression dimmed, full soul power. Blue silver grass. Su Yuntao remembered Su Sheng's previous instructions, and said very calmly, since the awakening is over, I will take Su Sheng's child away. After all, his spirit has a big defect. Old Jack's old cheeks moved slowly, and he sighed, I didn't expect that the child also has soul power. Xiao Sheng is in your hands. Su Yuntao casually said and shouted to Su Sheng, who was still talking to Tang San, Su Sheng, we should set off. Su Sheng waved to Tang San, turned and walked to Su Yuntao's side, yes. Mr. Su Yuntao. Then the figures of the two became farther and farther, until they left the Holy Spirit village. After Tang San returned home, he found Tang Hao sitting on a chair with his eyes closed in deep thought. The former walked in carefully, fearing to wake up Tang Hao, but before he took a few steps, the thoughtful Tang Hao suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly, where is that kid? Tang San paused, without hiding the situation, and told the truth, Brother Sheng left with Master Su Yuntao, who awakened our martial soul, because of the problem of martial soul defects. Tang Hao narrowed his eyes, martial soul defects? Can a cannon fodder with a soul power of 20 or 30 levels see martial soul defects? This kid is probably not simple. He suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Tang San solemnly, Xiao San, release your martial soul. Tang San nodded, not knowing why, and a blue grass slowly appeared in his right hand. Tang Hao's face showed a look of longing, blue silver grass? After all, I inherited you. Tang San spoke again, Dad, I actually have another spirit. Tang Hao's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he exclaimed, what? In Tang San's left hand, a small hammer slowly emerged from the palm of his hand. Tang Hao looked at the familiar hammer in Tang San's hand, and a few tears slowly flowed from the corners of his wrinkled eyes, and he said excitedly, Haoshan hammer. Chapter 7 First Entry into Tiandu City. After leaving the Holy Soul Village, Su Yuntao stopped and respectfully clasped his fists towards Su Sheng and said, Your Majesty, I have passed the information you said to the Pope headquarters of the Spirit Hall. Su Sheng waved his hand lazily, and said casually, Xiao Dazi, don't call me Your Majesty, just call me by my name. So it's a problem if the soul power is too strong. To be honest, he just wants to be a lazy fish, but it's a big trouble to become a titled DOULUO for no reason. Su Yuntao lowered his head and complained in his heart, if other titled DOULUOs heard this, they would probably hunt him down together. Su Sheng's eyes sparkled, by the way, Xiao Dazi, are we going to Tiandu City or somewhere else now? No matter where he went, he wanted to taste the food in those places. In the past few years in Chenggun village, he ate almost all coarse grains, and the taste was barely edible. People should learn to enjoy, anyway, we don't need to spend time practicing soul power. Su Yuntao thought for a while, and replied cautiously, Crown Su Sheng, the letter may not have arrived in Wuhan City yet, and we may have to wait a few more days. And we must have the Pope's order before someone will receive us in Wuhan City. Su Yuntao is just a small staff member of the Wuhan Hall, and he basically has no power. It can be said that he will be excluded if he goes to Wuhan City. Su Sheng smiled slightly, straightened his chest and said leisurely, that means there are still a few days, right? Then let's go to Tiandu City, which is relatively close, first. Su Yuntao's face looked a little ugly. He reached out and touched his empty pocket, and said hesitantly, this although I work in the Wuhan Hall, I don't actually have many gold soul coins. This little money will be spent on a few meals in Tiandu City, not to mention taking Su Sheng to other places. Su Sheng patted his shoulder nonchalantly, blinked kindly, and said kindly, don't worry, Xiao Dazi, I don't spend much on food. Su Yuntao heard this, and a feeling of gratitude slowly rose in his heart, and he was almost in tears. Looking at Su Sheng's gentle eyes, he was secretly excited and said, sure enough, he is the son of destiny with an innate soul power of 90. He is so considerate. Tiandu City. In a restaurant full of ancient charm, a woman dressed in a maid outfit with white and tender cheeks was holding a menu in her hand, staring at Su Sheng, who was sitting on a chair and was 1 or 2 heads shorter than her, with a ruddy face. Her heart was thumping, what does this little brother look like? Although it can be seen that the clothes are not worn by nobles, they are really cute. He should have been aloof, but with this expression and temperament, he was so cute at such a young age. Su Yun Tao covered his mouth and coughed a few times. Ahem. The maid came back to her senses with embarrassment, and handed over the menu with a smile. Hey, guys, this is the menu of our restaurant. Su Yun Tao took the menu and gave it directly to Su Sheng, saying softly, "Me and Su Sheng, take a look at what you want to eat." Su Sheng being so considerate, he probably wouldn't order anything ridiculously expensive. Well, he believed in his own judgment. Su Sheng took it comfortably and thanked him. "Then I'll trouble you to spend money." Then he looked at the food on the menu. Then he slowly blurted out, "Well, ham, apples, corn." Su Yun Tao, who was standing by, felt uncomfortable listening to these dishes, so he thought to himself, he only ordered these cheap foods. Is Su Sheng afraid that I will spend money? The maid next to him quickly wrote it down and asked with a smile, "Little friend, do you want to order anything else?" She sighed inwardly and said regretfully, "Sure enough, he is not a noble. It is very annoying that such a cute and elegant child is not a noble." Su Sheng nodded and said calmly, "Well, that's about it. I don't want those just now. Bring one portion of the others." The maid was suddenly shocked and said, What? Little friend, are you right? Bring one portion of the others." She even wondered if she was hallucinating. "I imagined the kid in front of me as a nobleman." Su Yun Tao, who was standing next to me, was so angry that he covered his severely injured chest and cried aggrievedly, "Fuck! This is fucking!" He decided to take back what he said before. This Su Sheng is a complete juicer. This deal took away all his salary for several months. Su Sheng raised his eyebrows and asked back, "Miss? Is there anything wrong with what I just said?" The maid was stunned, and her heart blossomed in an instant. What did this kid just call me? Miss? This child who is a dozen years younger than me actually called me little sister. The maid playfully closed her left eye, then gave Su Sheng a loving kiss, leaned close to his ear and whispered, No, since you are so cute, I'll give you a 10% discount." Su Sheng's cheeks gradually turned red after being teased by the maid. After all, he was still a virgin and couldn't stand such a fierce teasing. Fortunately, the maid then took a deep look at Su Sheng and walked into the kitchen with a small notebook. Poor Su Yun Tao was confused and jealous and said, "Su Sheng, you seem to be very popular with these young ladies. Damn! It's okay to eat with your own money, but I didn't expect that you can attract beautiful young ladies with your face." Su Yun Tao is still a single dog in his 20s. Su Sheng put on a look of hatred and shook his head, "No way, in fact, if possible, I think it's better to be ugly." Su Yun Tao. After the meal, the maid waved her hand and smiled as she watched Su Sheng and Su Yun Tao leave. "Little brother, come often next time." The two walked out of the restaurant. Su Yun Tao patted his empty bag, and his face was so ugly that he didn't know what to say. Su Sheng said suavely, "Xiao Dazi, are you angry? He spent so much money on this guy at once, and no matter how good his temper was, he must be a little angry." Su Yun Tao shook his head and sighed, "I'm not angry, but the money is all spent. I'm afraid we won't even have a place to sleep in a while." He was not angry. After all, this little bit of gold soul coins and making friends with a genius who will be enough to shock the continent in the future, it is quite worth it. It's just that he is a great soul master, and there will be a day when he can't even take out the money for housing. Wouldn't it be a joke to tell others? Su Sheng was about to say something, but his first martial soul, 9 heart blood tang, seemed to sense a unique breath and resonated crazily. He slowly closed his eyes and felt it quietly. When he opened his eyes again, he affirmed, "That is an extremely holy breath. It is completely at the opposite extreme of my own 9 heart blood tang." Su Sheng began to associate that he was now in Tiandu city, and he had another holy martial soul that resonated with his 9-heart blood tang. Could it be that a slightly blurred figure slowly emerged in Su Sheng's mind? Chapter 8. Someone from the Wuhan Hall is coming. Around a slowly moving carriage, there were countless elite soldiers in armor surrounding it. One of the leading soldiers suddenly approached the carriage, frowned and asked in confusion, "Your Highness Shueqing He, we have arrived at the center of Tiandu City now. Excuse me for asking, are you going?" "That's right, the person sitting in the carriage at the moment is the son of Emperor Shueye of Tiandu City, that is, the Crown Prince of Tiandu Empire, Shueqing He." Shueqing He heard it, shook his head silently, and said calmly, "Nothing, I'm just a little tired and want to go to Tiandu City for a walk." Although he is only 9 years old, he has been able to keep his emotions calm no matter what he encounters. The soldier was stunned for a moment, and realized his own gaffe, and apologized, "Yes, Your Highness Shueqing He." "Damn, how could I be so presumptuous to ask His Highness?" After saying that, he returned to the main force and observed the surroundings vigilantly. After he left, Shueqing He bit his thin lips in confusion. The extremely evil fluctuation that just appeared in Tiandu City actually made his martial soul resonate and tremble constantly. It didn't seem to be hostile. More like excitement. His martial soul had never been abnormal before, and even that person, Qian Daoliu, had never mentioned this situation. Shueqing He took a deep breath and whispered in confusion, "What is going on? Why doesn't this evil fluctuation cause me to be disgusted?" Su Yuntao looked at Su Sheng, who was in a daze next to him, stretched out his hand and shook it in front of his eyes a few times. "Su Sheng, Su Sheng." Su Sheng smiled and said absent-mindedly, "I'm fine, but it seems that I can't stay in Tiandu City anymore." If he stayed in Tiandu City any longer, he always felt that there would be a bad premonition in his heart. As for Qian Rongxiu, who appeared in his mind, it can be seen that my 9-heart blood tang martial spirit has a lot of origins with her 6-winged angel. Maybe this is what it means to travel through time and still get your destined wife? Lao Su, you want a wife or not, as long as you open your mouth." He shook his head and threw all these thoughts away. Su Yuntao's face was a little ugly, and he asked in confusion, "Can't stay? Are you worried about not having gold soul coins? In fact, I can overdraw next month's salary." Su Sheng waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's not about this, Xiao Dazi, let's go." Su Yuntao saw that there was no disappointment on his face, and it seemed that he really didn't want to stay in Tiandu City. Well. However, a piece of good news was beyond the expectations of Su Sheng and Su Yuntao. They saw that the Pope's palace had sent a message approving Su Sheng to be brought into the Spirit City. And after receiving the message, the location of Su Sheng and the others was quickly locked by the Spirit Hall. Within a few hours, dozens of strong men wearing the Spirit Hall's uniforms appeared in front of them. Su Yuntao widened his eyes and stared at the Spirit Hall strong men in front of him with trembling all over. The aura exuded by each of them was extremely powerful, especially the old man in the middle, who had a hidden aura but was even more powerful. "I never thought that Su Sheng would be so valued that the Spirit Hall sent people to send him off in person." If Su Yuntao knew that these people included a soul DOULUO strongman and dozens of soul sects, he would be scared to death. The old man in the middle slowly walked in front of Su Sheng, and his turbid eyes looked at Su Sheng like an eagle's eyes, and then said in a gloomy tone, "You are Su Sheng, right? We are here to escort you to Wuhan City under the order of His Highness the Pope." He had some expectations when he heard the news, but now that he saw such a young child, his trust in his heart had already disappeared. His Highness the Pope has given an order. If the child's innate level 90 soul power is just a bluff, then test his talent. If he has no talent, kill him on the spot. The dignity of the Wuhan Palace must not be violated. Su Sheng smiled indifferently, "Thank you, Master Soul DOULUO. I wonder when we will set off." Su Yuntao looked at the old man with a confused face, wondering if Su Sheng was joking. It was just such a simple sentence that made the old man's eyes flash with surprise, and he was shocked in his heart. He never said that he was a soul DOULUO, but this child could actually see through his soul power level. His identity was kept secret and it was impossible to expose it. The only possibility was that this child really had a level 90 soul power. Only then could he see through his strength so easily. Suddenly, a string of cold sweat slowly flowed down his forehead. The old man bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty Su Sheng, I am rude." The other people from the spirit hall standing behind him saw this scene and bowed their heads. Only Su Yuntao on the side took a breath of cold air. Hiss, could this really be a soul DOULUO level strongman? Sending a soul DOULUO to escort, Su Sheng's face is really great. Su Sheng helped the old man up and smiled indifferently, "You don't have to do this, let's set off quickly. If he shows off his skills, won't he be able to control him completely?" The old man nodded gratefully, and his affection for Su Sheng in his heart became even stronger. With such a terrifying talent and the means to win people's hearts, I'm afraid this child will be extraordinary in the future. No, it should be that he is no longer ordinary from the moment his spirit awakens. He is a titled DOULUO at the top of the continent. The old man turned around and shouted coldly to the people of the spirit hall, "Yes. People of the spirit hall, listen to my order. Protect His Majesty Su Sheng with all your strength. No mistakes." Standing aside, Su Yuntao, who didn't know what to do, said cautiously, "Then sir, I." The old man glanced at Su Yuntao with a cold look, and frightened the latter's legs and feet to step back uncontrollably. Then he explained to Su Sheng with an embarrassed look, "Your Highness Su Sheng, the Pope only ordered to escort you to Wuhan City, I'm afraid." Su Sheng looked at Su Yuntao standing aside and trembling, with that extremely aggrieved look, and wanted to laugh for a while. But Bibi Dong in the original book has always been decisive and said what she said. In this way, even if he wanted to take Su Yuntao with him, he was powerless. Then he raised his mouth and said suavely, "Xiao Dazi, if this is the case, you won't go with me, I will protect you in the future." Su Yuntao is a very self-aware person. He knows that he will not get a good face if he goes to Wuhan City. So he nodded and stepped aside in silence. Su Sheng covered his forehead and secretly complained, "Hey, Xiao Dazi's appearance is really pitiful. If you don't know, you will think that I have abandoned him. Never mind, I will find a chance to compensate him in the future." Thinking of this, Su Sheng slowly turned around and said with a relaxed face, "Let's go." The old man received the order, nodded slightly, and replied, "Yes. Your Majesty Su Sheng. Let's go." At the command, all the people in the spirit hall immediately surrounded Su Sheng, and then began to move quickly. Chapter 9: Entering the Pope's Palace. Spirit City. At this moment, standing on the high in the Pope's hall, the decorations inside the hall are all shining with flickering light. However, this hall, which should be so bright, is now filled with a dead haze, making the surrounding environment a little cold. Yu Guan and Gui Mei, two elders of the spirit hall, are now on the left and right, staring at the woman who is sitting at the top of the stairs with a submissive attitude, and her every move is full of elegance. The latter is the Pope of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong. It is such an elegant woman, but with her cold style and decisive judgment, she controls the spirit hall with countless strong people. Her skin is as cold as ice and as soft and charming as peaches. Even when she is sitting, you can vaguely see her tall figure. She is wearing a gorgeous robe with black patterns and gold silk edges behind her, which makes people tremble. In her hand, she also gently holds a scepter about 2 meters long, inlaid with countless purple crystals, symbolizing her identity as the Pope. But the next moment, she exuded a powerful aura without anger, and instantly overshadowed Yu Guan and Gui Mei, 2 level 95, the top title DOULUO on the continent. Yu Guan resisted the heavy pressure in his heart, stared at Bibi Dong carefully, and whispered, "Your Highness the Pope, we have notified a soul DOULUO to pick up the child." Bibi Dong's eyes did not contain any fluctuations, and she said calmly, "Well, Yu Guan, is there any problem?" Yu Guan blinked at Gui Mei frantically, and the latter instantly understood, coughed slightly, and asked in confusion, "Your Highness the Pope, this child may just be bluffing, we don't need to take it so seriously, right? What if this kid is really the innate level 90 soul power when he just awakened, then their status will be embarrassing." The thought of being on the same level as a tiny child is undoubtedly a slap in their faces. Bibi Dong's face suddenly turned cold, and she scolded, "Yuegwen, Gai Mei, the spirit hall needs to absorb young elites now, so you two don't have to hide your little thoughts in front of me. It's nothing more than being afraid that Su Sheng is too young but has surpassed them in status. If the spirit hall really followed their stupid ideas, it would not have developed to this point today." The sudden sharp words scared Yuegwen and Gai Mei to kneel on one knee and said nervously, "Your Highness, please forgive me." Bibi Dong glanced at them, then leaned slightly towards the chair behind, slowly closed her eyes, and murmured, "If he really has an innate soul power of level 90, then..." After 8 or 9 hours, Su Sheng and others followed the people of the Spirit Hall and finally arrived in the Spirit City. Su Sheng looked at the Spirit City curiously, and saw that the whole city was distributed in a ring. Looking up, he could clearly see the flow of people and shops around. Wuhan City is nominally located in the Tiandu Empire, but it is almost completely under the jurisdiction of the Wuhan Hall. Because the Pope's Hall is stationed here, even the army of the Tiandu Empire cannot interfere too much. The Soul DOULUO warrior suddenly stopped and asked Su Sheng kindly, "Your Majesty Su Sheng, we have arrived at Wuhan City. Do you think we need to prepare anything?" If ordinary people heard that they were going to meet the Pope, they would be very uneasy. He was also reminding Su Sheng to be prepared. Su Sheng smiled elegantly and said calmly, "It's okay, but you can't let His Majesty wait for a long time because of me." The Soul DOULUO warrior secretly sighed, "This calmness is something that even I can't compare to." Then he nodded and suggested, "In that case, please follow me to the Pope's Hall. It is strictly guarded and absolutely safe." Su Sheng nodded slightly, "Then I'll trouble you to lead the way." It can only be said that Su Sheng hid too well. How could he not be excited when he was about to meet Bibi Dong? This is the existence of the beauty in the original work, and she has extremely powerful strength. If he had to choose a woman to be his wife in DOULUO continent, Su Sheng would definitely choose Bibi Dong. Of course, the matter of killing Kyung Sunji tenderly was an exception. Under the leadership of the Soul DOULUO strongman, Su Sheng entered the Pope's palace smoothly. On the road leading to the top of the Pope's palace, there are extremely many guards, and almost every node is heavily guarded. It is basically impossible to sneak in with such a defense. When they were about to enter the highest level of the Pope's palace, Su Sheng and the others were stopped. Two Soul Kings took a step forward and blocked their way, saying sternly, "Stop! No one is allowed to enter the Pope's palace without permission." Then Su Sheng saw the Soul DOULUO next to him take out a token from his pocket. When the two Soul Kings saw the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex's martial spirit engraved on the token, they said respectfully, "Sir." The Soul DOULUO then snorted coldly, "Go inform His Majesty the Pope that Su Sheng has been brought here." Although he knew that this was their mission, that tone still made him unhappy. How could he, a dignified Soul DOULUO, bear this? One of the Soul Kings nodded and went to the back to report. Another Soul King said flatteringly, "Sir, please wait a moment." The Soul King who came to report carefully stepped into the Pope's palace, lowered his head and bent his body, "Report. Report to His Majesty the Pope, there is a person named Su Sheng outside who wants to see you." Hearing this, Chrysanthemum DOULUO Yuegwen secretly bit his lips, and a pair of enchanting eyes flashed with a few traces of resentment. This kid was really delivered safely, why didn't he get killed? Ghost DOULUO Gai Mei's face was also extremely ugly, but he didn't dare to say it out loud, just venting silently in his heart. Bibi Dong suddenly opened her eyes and said coldly, "Tell them to come in." The Soul King was relieved and replied, "Yes, Your Holiness." He left the Pope's palace after that. Under the gaze of Bibi Dong, Yu Guan, and Gui Mei, the Soul DOULUO master walked in slowly with Su Sheng. The former bowed and said respectfully, "Your Holiness, Su Sheng has been brought here." A crisp and pleasant voice came out of Bibi Dong's mouth, "Step down." He saw Su Sheng still standing there stupidly, and his mouth twitched a few times before he quickly turned around and left. Su Sheng raised his eyes, and his bright eyes instantly stared at Bibi Dong on the throne. After seeing Bibi Dong's stunning appearance, he was delighted and said, "Fuck! She is hundreds of times more beautiful than I imagined. That cold aura is completely like a queen. This wave is worth it. Coming to the Wuhan Palace is definitely a wise choice." Seeing this, Ho Huiguan's eyes suddenly lit up. He finally found a good opportunity to vent. The next moment, he burst out a tidal DOULUO's pressure from his body and blasted towards Su Sheng. He twisted his fingers and said in a delicate voice, "How dare you? You don't even salute His Majesty the Pope." Su Sheng got goosebumps when he heard this androgynous voice. Ho Huiguan's pressure didn't cause any waves when it hit Su Sheng. They are both level 90. Although his first martial soul has no spirit ring, it is not something that Ho Huiguan can suppress with pressure. This move directly made Ho Huiguan's eyes flash with some fear, and he narrowed his eyes. This kid can actually resist his pressure. After Su Sheng and Ho Huiguan looked at each other, the former's mouth corners slightly raised. Ho Huiguan, who was standing aside, naturally saw this little action, and was about to explode in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "This kid actually dared to mock me." Su Sheng chose to ignore the chrysanthemum gate, bowed slightly, looked at Bibi Dong again, and said respectfully, "Su Sheng greets His Majesty the Pope." Chapter 10. Are you willing to be my apprentice? Bibi Dong on the throne saw that Su Sheng did not shy away from her gaze, but dared to stare directly into her eyes, and she knew that this child was definitely not an ordinary person. She opened her thin lips and said, "Your name is Su Sheng, right?" Su Sheng said in a dignified manner, "Your Highness, if there is no second Su Sheng coming to Wuhan City, then it will be me." The ghost who had long disliked him flashed bloodshot eyes, and said coldly, "Boy, you are looking for death. Don't think that you can be unreasonable in front of His Majesty the Pope just because you have some talent." 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black rose from under his feet. A ghost with a cold black air suddenly appeared behind the ghost, sticking closely behind him, and the bright red pupils in the black air made people shudder. Then, his first soul ring suddenly lit up, and the ghost shouted coldly, "First soul skill." Ghost. The red pupils of the ghost behind him shook, and a residual image appeared behind the whole person. The next moment, it turned into a ball of black air and rushed towards Su Sheng. This guy dared to be so rude to the Pope now, and then he would treat him and Ho Huiguan in the future, wouldn't it be inhuman? He must be taught a lesson to let him know that there is a gap between title DOULUO. Su Sheng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he couldn't help but take a step back as he looked at the evil black gas that was rushing towards him. Only one step away, the black gas was about to hit Su Sheng. "Stop!" Bibi Dong angrily raised the purple gold scepter in his hand. And his cold words made the people present tremble. Gui Mei immediately bent down, and his mind instantly realized his own loss of composure. In an instant, he stopped the ghost that was bombarding Su Sheng and retracted his martial spirit. Zhu Huiguan lowered his head and showed a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. He secretly cursed Gui Mei in his heart, this old ghost, if he was one step faster, wouldn't it be enough to create an accident? His Holiness the Pope will definitely not turn against us just because of a genius who has been disabled. This guy is as timid as his martial soul. Bibi Dong's serious phoenix eyes glanced at Gui Mei, and then at Zhu Huiguan. "If you attack without authorization again, don't blame me for being merciless." Zhu Huiguan and Gui Mei bowed together. Yes. Your Holiness the Pope. Su Sheng suppressed the accelerated excitement in his heart. I was scared to death. Next time I'd better not be so naughty. It's useless to have soul power without a soul ring. He felt the feeling of being on the verge of death just with that ordinary 100-year soul ring. Bibi Dong saw Zhu Huaguan and Yu Mei bowed their heads and said nothing, and then ordered Su Sheng in an unquestionable tone, Su Sheng, since you are at the 90th level of innate soul power, release your martial soul now. Su Sheng nodded slightly, and slowly extended his right hand. With his mind, the blood-watered crabapple flowers gathered together, and then the 9-heart blood begonia gradually solidified, and appeared from the palm of his hand with an astonishing killing intent. The entire Wuhan Hall was stained with a bit of scarlet by this strong soul power. This scene made Bibi Dong and the other two people's breathing stagnate. The former took a deep breath, and his eyes held a bit of nostalgia, whispering softly, this martial soul is so pure evil. It has many similarities with his spider martial soul. And the one who felt it the most was Chrysanthemum Guan, who was also a plant martial soul. He secretly exclaimed, this kid's martial soul actually made the chrysanthemum martial soul in his body have a tendency to surrender to it. On the other side, the ghost opened his mouth wide and said dumbly, it's obviously just a plant martial soul, but the murderous aura attached to it is far beyond my martial soul. It's not at the same level at all. He only felt 2 auras from the 9-heart blood tang, extreme evil and endless murderous intent. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed, and she said lightly, take it back. Hearing this, Su Sheng slowly clenched his palms and took back the 9-heart blood tang. Without the influence of the 9-heart blood tang, the anomaly in the entire Wuhan Hall also disappeared. Su Sheng's mouth corners slightly raised an arc, and he smiled and said, I wonder how His Holiness feels. Although this 9-heart blood tangerine is just a plant, it is a top-level martial soul at the same level as Qian Rongxiu's angel martial soul. He is still very confident about this. The coldness on Bibi Dong's face melted a little, and she praised generously, not bad, with this ultimate evil martial soul and the innate soul power of level 90, your future is limitless. Ho Huiguan sighed with a dejected look, it's over. Listening to what His Holiness said, I'm afraid that the status of myself and Gaimei will really be shaken by this kid. Gaimei looked at Ho Huiguan's expression. And the former's heart was also a little bitter. Is it coming? Su Sheng narrowed his eyes, foreseeing that Bibi Dong was about to have a high-energy reaction. On the throne, Bibi Dong's face as cold as ice barely raised a smile, Su Sheng, I wonder if you are willing to become my Bibi Dong's apprentice. Ho Huiguan and Gaimei also focused their attention on Su Sheng. They naturally didn't want him to agree. Su Sheng secretly said in his heart, sure enough. After Bibi Dong saw his martial soul and talent, the first thing she thought of was to recruit him. On the surface, she was asking him, but he knew that if he didn't agree, he would not be able to leave the Wuhan Hall without a spirit ring. But what does this have to do with him, an inspirational salted fish? There is a beautiful woman who actively asks to be his master. If he doesn't agree, he will be sorry for his heart. I do. But Your Highness, I have a condition. I wonder if you can agree? Su Sheng stared at Bibi Dong seriously. After this, Gui Mei and Zhu Huaguan both laughed sinisterly. Zhu Huaguan was secretly delighted, His Highness the Pope hates others negotiating with her the most. This kid is looking for death. Gui Mei, it seems that this kid is in trouble today. He can already imagine the anger of His Highness the Pope. But they were disappointed. Bibi Dong was not angry. She just frowned slightly, what conditions? Bibi Dong's words hit Zhu Huaguan's head like a heavy hammer. The whole person was dizzy and said, fuck, His Highness the Pope is not angry. Gui Mei closed his eyes in despair. Has this kid's talent reached the level that His Highness the Pope can tolerate? It's all over, it's all over. Su Sheng straightened his back and said in a loud voice, Your Highness, I can be your apprentice and be loyal to the Spirit Hall, but I hope that when I ask to leave the Spirit Hall temporarily in the future, you will not stop me. Why did Su Sheng put forward this condition? Of course, he can't stay in the spirit hall for the rest of his life, right? There are still a lot of young ladies and countless delicacies outside. Even a salted fish can have ambitions. Bibi Dong pursed her soft lips and began to weigh the pros and cons in her heart. After a while, she said expressionlessly, I can promise you. But I also have conditions. Gui Mei felt as if another arrow had hit her heart, and the corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. Oh my god! Your Highness, you are too fond of this guy, right? I never expected that Bibi Dong would agree to such a ridiculous idea proposed by this kid. Ho Huiguan patted his blocked heart, looking extremely aggrieved. You are not angry even though I have touched your bottom line again and again. Lo Gui and I will be scolded for just saying one wrong word. I feel unbalanced. Chapter 11 A beautiful master with 3 soul bones. At the beginning, Su Sheng's eyes flickered a few times, and he said calmly, Your Highness, please speak. He thought Bibi Dong would refuse decisively, so he would retreat. But it seems like there is a chance. Bibi Dong suddenly stood up from the throne, outlining a tall figure, but the sharp eyes seemed to want to see through the soul of Su Sheng's young body, and said coldly, My requirement is that no matter how long you plan to leave, you must come to participate in the National Continental Elite Competition in a few years. Ho Huiguan and Gai Mei below were both shocked. And they couldn't guess what Bibi Dong was thinking. Ho Huiguan looked at Gai Mei thoughtfully, Elite competition? Isn't that still a long time away? Gai Mei also shook her head and hinted with her eyes that she didn't know either. If it was just for the sake of winning the elite competition later, then it was completely unnecessary, because the geniuses cultivated by their spirit hall were fully capable of winning. Su Sheng quietly breathed a sigh of relief, raised an arc at the corner of his mouth, and respectfully clasped his fists and said, Disciple Su Sheng greets the teacher. Bibi Dong saw that there was no way to get useful information from Su Sheng's cheek, so she sat back on the throne. Random said seriously, Very good, Su Sheng, from now on you will be my Bibi Dong's disciple, and from now on, you are also the holy son of the spirit hall. Having endured Ho Huiguan for so long, he finally couldn't stand the loneliness anymore. He could understand what Bibi Dong said before, but Su Sheng had just joined the spirit hall and made him the holy son. This was simply too perfunctory. And who knows if this kid has any second thoughts. So, he stared at the huge pressure and took a step forward, looking embarrassed and said, Your Highness, this is probably not appropriate, right? This time, Gai Mei was much smarter, and shrank back, praying for Ho Huiguan in his heart, Xiaju, Don Titsme, the old ghost, who doesn't agree with you. Don't you know the status of this kid in the eyes of His Highness the Pope? You are tired of living now, right? Ho Huiguan repeatedly disobeyed her words, and Bibi Dong's face gradually became unhappy. What's wrong? Ho Huiguan trembled all over, but now that he had said it, he could only bite the bullet and continue, hoping that Bibi Dong would change her mind. He bent down and explained, This kid no, Su Sheng just joined the spirit hall and made him the holy son. I'm afraid the younger generation of the spirit hall will not accept it. Su Sheng next to him looked at him coldly and called him frantically, holding up his chin and thinking, Why is this little Huihua so ignorant? How about finding a chance to solve it? His first spirit has no spirit ring. Even if he gets a spirit ring, with Ho Huiguan's rich combat experience, I'm afraid he really can't beat him. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly rise. If I can't kill you, why should I be afraid of not tiring you to death? Today, I will let you be a free thug. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, slowly picked up the purple crystal scepter, and then slammed it on the ground. From her elegant figure, 9 soul rings full of deterrence slowly floated up. Yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 black. The first few soul rings are stronger than the standard configuration, and when the last one is full of scarlet 100,000 year soul ring. The whole Wuhan Hall was in a violent storm, as if everything was under Bibi Dong's control. She then said with cold eyes, "I, Bibi Dong, am the Pope of the Wuhan Hall. Who dares not to obey?" This domineering side suppressed Huiguan and Gaimei, and they dared not look at her directly. Except for Su Sheng, whose eyes were shining, he kept praising in his heart, "How handsome!" At this moment, he just wanted to say, "Go to hell with Shrek, Xingluo, and Tiandu Empire." This is the unique charm of Bibi Dong. When calm, she is like a small boat. When angry, she dares to make the mountains collapse and the water stop flowing. Huiguan and Gaimei felt bad, bowed their heads and apologized, "Your Highness, we did not disobey you, please forgive us. Just now, I was too talkative, please forgive me, Your Highness." Bibi Dong's cold face did not ease at all, and she spit out a word, "Get out." Huiguan and Gaimei waited for Bibi Dong's answer with a rough heart. When they heard it clearly, their hanging hearts finally fell. After bowing slightly, they quickly left here. If Bibi Dong was angry, with that decisive and ruthless character, no one dared to say a word to them. In the future, I and Lao Ju should be more cautious, so as not to really catch fire at the city gate. Your martial soul is extremely evil, so it should have some defects, right? Bibi Dong said lightly after seeing Huiguan and Gaimei leave, carrying Su Sheng on her back. Su Sheng's heart sank. How could Bibi Dong know this? He nodded and said, "Yes, teacher, my martial soul 9 heart blood tang needs to be nourished with blood and soul frequently, otherwise the martial soul will gradually wither." What Su Sheng said is true. Although this martial soul is very powerful, it must be nourished with blood and soul within a certain period of time, otherwise it will wither and disappear. He thinks that his martial soul may be the first one on the mainland with such restrictions, right? Can the martial soul wither after awakening? Bibi Dong suddenly turned around, stared at the corner of Su Sheng's mouth and murmured, "Blood? Soul nourishment? This condition is much more demanding than she imagined." She frowned, then relaxed, and said lightly, "You will ask Elder Ju and Elder Gui to go with you to the Xingda Great Forest to hunt soul beasts, and nourish your martial soul with the blood and soul of soul beasts." Su Sheng pretended to be grateful and said, "Thank you, teacher." He said happily in his heart, "It seems that my plan has succeeded, little chrysanthemum, you wait, I will make you exhausted later." Should they go to fight the Titan giant ape? Or the azure bull python? Bibi Dong looked at Su Sheng in a daze, shook her head slowly and said softly, "No need to do that, since you are my disciple, these 3 soul bones will be your gift." Bibi Dong waved the purple crystal scepter in her hand, and colorful light appeared from where she passed, and 3 soul bones appeared in the air. They flew into the air under the traction of Bibi Dong's soul power and hovered in front of Su Sheng. These 3 soul bones were obtained by the former Pope Jian Sunji from hunting soul beasts. After being killed by Bibi Dong, they naturally fell into her hands. Su Sheng looked at the soul bones in front of him, and his whole mind was confused. Fuck! Send a beautiful teacher at the beginning, and also give 3 soul bones? So why do those other time travelers want to go against the Spirit Hall? Isn't this good? Bibi Dong saw Su Sheng's confused look, and I don't know if the corner of her mouth smiled, and then it flashed away. Bibi Dong slowly closed her eyes, and her grip on the purple crystal scepter tightened. "Take it. You absorb 9 spirit rings at once, so you need spirit bones to support you and relieve the pressure of the powerful spirit rings on your tender body. Otherwise, you won't live for more than 2 years." Su Sheng put away the spirit bones, then frowned. Feeling cold in his heart, will not live for more than 2 years. He really didn't know this. He thought that if he hadn't joined the Spirit Hall and hadn't had the spirit bones given by Bibi Dong, hiss. Chapter 12, Stardo Great Forest. Bibi Dong nodded, and solemnly instructed again, "That's right, and after you absorb the spirit rings, you must not easily use the 6th spirit ring and above in the next few years. Soul skills. Otherwise, even if you have soul bones, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. She, Bibi Dong, has only accepted one female disciple in her life, that is, the saint of the spirit hall, Hulina. Now that she sees that Su Sheng's talent and character are far beyond his peers, she has the idea of accepting him as a disciple. Therefore, as long as Su Sheng can be a helper in her future, she will do her best to train him. Su Sheng's eyes flickered a few times. He originally just wanted to see what the stunning Bibi Dong looked like, but now, he sees more of her personal charm that surpasses her appearance. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why she can lead the spirit hall. Su Sheng nodded slightly and stared at Bibi Dong with a serious face. Thank you, teacher. I am lucky to be your disciple. Lucky is certain. Not only did he save his life, but he also got 3 soul bones. He even suspected that his identity and Tang San's identity had been swapped, and he was the son of destiny in DOULUO continent. Bibi Dong's body suddenly trembled, then turned around and stood up, her eyes slightly raised, the purple crystal scepter shook, and cold words came out of her thin lips, "Go out." Su Sheng pursed his lips slightly, "Teacher, I will withdraw first." After speaking, Su Sheng turned around and walked out of the hall decisively. Bibi Dong turned around and looked at Su Sheng's back as he walked out. On her still cold cheeks, a few drops of crystal overflowed from the corners of her eyes. "Xiao Gang, he really looks like you." No matter which aspect, Su Sheng just walked out of the hall, and saw Gui Mei and Zhu Huaguan walking towards him in a rage. They shouted angrily, "Boy, tell me what you talked about with His Holiness the Pope, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Gui Mei burst out with cold air, and said coldly, "Tell me quickly. Otherwise, kill you." Faced with this pressure, Su Sheng raised his head and smiled harmlessly. "Teacher said, let you two take me to hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings. As for the kind of soul beast, I will decide it myself." Huaguan showed a suspicious look and asked in surprise, "That's all?" The ghost on the side said coldly, "Boy, if it's just this matter, how could His Holiness let you stay in there for so long?" Su Sheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are these two really titled DOULUO? With such a serious suspicion, it seems that his arrival has really affected their status invisibly. He explained with a smile, "Ju DOULUO, Ghost DOULUO, we really didn't talk about anything. The teacher just accepted me as a disciple. Is there anything else I can do?" Huaguan turned his head to look at the ghost and asked, "Old ghost, what do you think?" The ghost looked at the hall in front of him, and then glanced at Su Sheng. Seeing that he did not have any suspicious behavior, he slowly said, "The Pope is wise." Huaguan covered his forehead and shouted, "Old ghost, what are you thinking about? I'm not asking this. I'm talking about the Pope asking us to follow the boy to hunt soul beasts. What do you think we should do? Think about them, two titled DOULUO, not to be respected and treated, but to be the babysitter of this little brat." The ghost rolled his eyes, "Since the Pope has ordered it, what else can we do? Go." He didn't want to die young. Isn't it just to accompany a little kid to hunt soul beasts? He survived such difficult times before. Is this a big deal? The ghost stared at Su Sheng's face, "Boy, the Stardow Great Forest is too dangerous for you. We are going to take you to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts." Su Sheng frowned slightly, "Two elders, the Pope's palace should be closer to the Stardow Great Forest, right? Why not just do it here? There must be many more soul beasts in the Stardow Great Forest than in the Sunset Forest, which will also make it easier for him to match his own soul rings." When Huaguan heard this, he widened his eyes and cursed, "Boy, do you want to die? If you want to hunt soul rings over 10,000 years old, you may enter the core of the Xingda Great Forest, where there are soul beasts that we are not sure we can deal with." Gui Mei also frowned and reminded him, "Boy, you have to think clearly. If you enter rashly, I am afraid we can't guarantee your safety. This is the person His Highness the Pope asked to take care of. If he loses his life, the two of them will not be able to report. Seeing that the two were not going to agree to his request, Su Sheng's face suddenly changed and became extremely admiring. It's time to show his real acting skills. He grabbed the sleeves of Gui Mei and Zhu Huaguan pleadingly, and said with starry eyes, Zhu DOULUO, Gui DOULUO, the reason why I asked the teacher to let you follow me to hunt soul beasts is naturally because I believe in your powerful abilities. Those soul beasts are definitely not your opponents. Hey, this little brat is quite sweet. Seeing Su Sheng's admiring eyes, Zhu Huaguan's vanity was greatly satisfied at once. He glanced at Gui Mei, then coughed a few times and advised, Old ghost, why don't you do as this kid said and hunt in the Xingde Great Forest? The Sunset Forest is still a little far away. The words just now softened Gui Mei's heart a little. He folded his arms and turned his head proudly, whatever. Since this kid wants to go, just go. Don't blame us if he dies. Su Sheng pretended to be grateful and said, Thank you, two elders. Look, what is this? This is impeccable acting skills. Even big villains like Gui Mei and Huaguan, I can get along with them. The Xingde Great Forest is one of the 3 major soul beast settlements in DOULUO continent. The area is so large that it is almost equal to the land area of the Barak Kingdom, spanning the borders of the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Among them, 2/5 of the area is in the Tiandu Empire. The other 3/5 are in the Xingluo Empire, which is a huge original. The original forest has a complex terrain. There are wetlands, swamps, etc. The soul beasts there are also extremely terrifying. The closer to the center of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts are. At this moment, Su Sheng, following Gui Mei and Zhu Huaguan, arrived at the outer entrance of the Xingde Great Forest in just a few hours. Su Sheng looked at the vast forest in front of him and couldn't help but sigh, is this the Xingde Great Forest? It's so big. He could feel an endless vitality just by stepping into the Xingde Great Forest. Of course, at the same time, there was also a charming smell of blood. For a moment, the whole person seemed to have really returned to the primitive forest. Yu Guan glanced at Su Sheng's surprised look and said, Let's go. This is the outer edge of the Xingde Great Forest. Most of the soul beasts that appear are 10 or 100 years old. With your level 90 soul power, there is no need to look at these garbage. Especially for plant martial spirits, it is even more difficult to find suitable plants. After all, plants are weak by nature and only a very small part can survive in a forest with many soul beasts. Chapter 13 Bloodthirsty Wasp 30,000 Year Soul Beast. Su Sheng nodded, and the 3 of them gradually walked from the outer entrance of the Xingde Great Forest to the depths. Along the way, Su Sheng saw many strange soul beasts, such as the grey-black, 2-meter-long mandragora snake that was entangled on a thick branch, staring with a pair of dark purple eyes with dark vertical pupils, and occasionally spitting out its tongue to declare sovereignty. The mutant mantis that was hunting had evolved to a size of 1 meter, especially the sharp double blades, which could easily cut a piece of rock. At this moment, Su Sheng was looking around for a soul beast suitable for him, but these levels were too low for him. Yu Guan suddenly stopped, turned his head curiously to look at Su Sheng, squinted his eyes and asked, Boy, before this, can you tell me what direction your martial soul is going to develop in? The ghost on the side heard what Yu Guan said, and also looked at Su Sheng with a wait-and-see attitude. In his opinion, Su Sheng's should be the mutant martial soul of the 9-hearted begonia, and it should be more terrifying than that. However, it stands to reason that the 9-hearted begonia's pure recovery ability even surpasses the continent's first auxiliary martial soul, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, but this kid's martial soul is extremely evil, and it might be better to develop towards the control system. Su Sheng was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and thought, I haven't thought about this yet, but it should be developed towards the auxiliary system, right? He had just awakened his martial soul a few days ago, and he really hadn't thought about what direction his martial soul would develop, but in the dark, Su Sheng still felt that the auxiliary system was more suitable for him. After all, he really just wanted to be an inconspicuous salted fish. After hearing this, Yu Guan laughed and sarcastically said, "Auxiliary system? Are you sure you're not kidding, kid? Your pure evil martial soul is completely different from the nine-hearted begonia. Don't cure your teammates to death." Su Sheng also raised his mouth slightly, and smiled and retorted, "Elder Ju, your martial soul should be a chrysanthemum, right? Even this extremely weak martial soul has attack power, why can't my martial soul become an auxiliary soul master?" Mouth cannon? The more you laugh now, the more embarrassed you will be when you hunt soul beasts for me later. Yu Guan was so angry when he heard this that he cursed, "Bullshit, kid! You are ignorant. My martial soul is the Qirong Tong Tianju, which is also a top-level plant martial soul. His martial soul is not an ordinary plant martial soul. Otherwise he would not have successfully cultivated to the 95th level of titled DOULUO. There are not many of these in the entire continent, which is enough to prove the strength of his martial soul." Gui Mei's face flashed with displeasure, frowned and stopped him coldly, "You two shut up." Yu Guan, who was full of anger, glared at Su Sheng fiercely, and then secretly ridiculed him, "Damn kid, wait a minute and see if you will scream when you meet a 10,000-year soul beast. This kid is just a guy from a small place, and he may not even have seen a soul beast. Let's release a soul beast to scare him." He 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 he. Su Sheng, who was observing the expression on Yu Guan's face, felt a chill in his heart. Looking at this, Yu Guan is going to cause trouble soon. But suddenly, the whole surrounding began to emit a violent buzzing sound. Yu Guan, who was the first to sense it among the three, suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward to block the two people. He took a deep breath vigilantly and looked at Gui Mei, "Old ghost. Protect that kid. There is a big guy coming up." If he is not surprised, the guy who is about to appear has a cultivation level of nearly 30,000 years. Seeing that Yueguan was not joking, Gui Mei carefully protected Su Sheng and surrounded him, but he complained unhappily, "I know. If this guy dies, our life will be difficult." Su Sheng looked ahead curiously and whispered, "A guy who can make Yueguan and Gui Mei alert. It seems that this soul beast is unusual." Sure enough, with a buzzing sound that resounded through the sky, a huge wasp suddenly emerged from the bushes in front and swooped down towards the three of them. This wasp was 4 or 5 meters in size. The tail was full of poisonous stingers. Yueguan's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "It's a bloodthirsty wasp. It has a strong poison. And its cultivation is almost 30,000 years. Boy, what big guy did you attract?" Su Sheng behind him rolled his eyes and complained secretly, "How should I know? It's you, a titled DOULUO, who was scared like this by a 30,000-year-old soul beast. Why does it feel a bit unreliable? 39,035. This Yueguan is so cowardly, so the guy next to him can't be trusted?" The bloodthirsty wasp's combat power is not strong, but it has extremely strong defense, especially its poisonous needles, which are the most troublesome. It also has a characteristic that once it smells the smell of blood, it will fight to the death. This is also a guy that even the titled DOULUO is unwilling to provoke easily unless necessary. If a fight breaks out, thousands of poisonous needles will fly towards it, and the feeling is simply wonderful. Facing this kind of guy, Yueguan had to go all out, and 9 terrifying soul rings emerged from his feet: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. In an instant, the terrifying momentum of the 95th level titled DOULUO surged out. The bloodthirsty wasp flying in the air seemed to feel the horror of Yueguan, and suddenly retreated a step. The densely packed little eyes on the dense teeth all looked at Yueguan fearfully and did not dive over. Yu Guan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. He turned to Gui Mei and Su Sheng and raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "Fortunately, this guy is afraid of my powerful strength. He dares not. Gui Mei looked at the bloodthirsty wasp behind Yu Guan and rushed towards him when his back was turned, and said vigilantly, "Be careful." Yu Guan subconsciously turned around and saw that a huge figure was rushing towards him. He quickly jumped to the side and narrowly avoided the attack of the bloodthirsty wasp. Yu Guan's temper was ignited all of a sudden, and he said angrily, "Fuck! You dead thing! I'm going to kill you today." He, a titled DOULUO, almost fell into the hands of this sneak-attacking little grasshopper, absolutely unforgivable. Such an absurd scene made Su Sheng's eyelids jump, and his mouth twitched as he approached Gui Mei, lowering his voice and asking, "Gui Elder, is it because of you that Elder Ju was able to survive so hard?" Huohuiguan, with such a careless character, was able to cultivate to the titled DOULUO without being killed. Don't you think it's strange? He seriously suspected that it was because of the existence of Gui Mei that made up for the guy's nerves. Gui Mei, who was asked by the soul, choked for a moment, coughed, and said with a look of disapproval, "Nonsense. Otherwise, although that guy is a titled DOULUO, he doesn't know how many times he has died." An abnormally large Qirong Tongtianzhu appeared in his hand, and he shouted, "Third soul skill, breath barrier." The strange chrysanthemum instantly split into countless petals as hard as steel, covering the bloodthirsty wasp, and then a strong ripple broke out, and a pale white light shield gradually covered it, and the huge pressure that followed slammed directly into the bloodthirsty wasp. A scream of buzz roared from its mouth, and the bloodthirsty wasp flying in the air fell straight to the ground as if it was hit by a heavy hammer, smashing a large concave pit. Yu Guan floated in the air, his feet on the strange chrysanthemum, looking at the bloodthirsty wasp lying in the big pit, and his heart instantly felt refreshed. Then a strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Rushed towards the bloodthirsty wasp. "Get ready to die." Chapter 14. I can absorb all soul rings. On the straight line where Yueguan rushed towards bloodthirsty Huangfeng, the huge body of bloodthirsty Huangfeng, who should have fallen to the ground, stood up, turned suddenly, and aimed his blood-red eyes at Yueguan. The next moment, countless poison needles popped out from its tail, and in an instant, the dense needle holes were large-scale. And this scene is enough to show that bloodthirsty Huangfeng's defense is extremely strong. He was hit by the titled DOULUO without any problem. Yueguan, who rushed over, narrowed his eyes and looked at the poison needles that made people's scalp numb. He said disdainfully, "A trifle. The fifth soul skill, hurricane to the sky. Does this simple soul beast still think that he will be fooled by it? Besides, a few poison-breaking needles, do you really think they can hurt me?" As the words fell, the Qirong Tongtianzhu instantly released a sky full of steel petals, and spun rapidly. In just a moment, a violent whirlwind formed and blasted directly. Those dense poison needles were blown away by the violent whirlwind in an instant. Seeing that his tricks had no effect on this man, the bloodthirsty Huangfeng on the opposite side seemed to feel very uneasy and quickly flapped his wings to fly into the sky. Yu Guan immediately saw the intention of this beast and shouted coldly, "Still want to fly? Then I will cut off your wings for you." The sixth soul skill, golden stamens and flowing clouds. The Qirong Tongtianzhu instantly flew into the sky, and then, very similar to the attack method of the bloodthirsty Huangfeng before, these petals appeared with a strong golden light, and scattered densely on the ground. This is Yueguan's range attack soul skill. Whether in terms of power or range, it is not as good as the explosion of the previous soul skills, but it is better in number. These huge petals mercilessly passed through the body of the bloodthirsty Huangfeng, cutting its body like a stream of light. After a while, a trace of lavender blood was cut on the skin. Its wings were also successfully cut off under this fierce attack, and a pair of huge but thin wings fell to the ground. Gui Mei looked at the bloodthirsty yellow hornet that was being beaten back by Yu Guan, and said calmly, "Boy, if this bloodthirsty yellow hornet was a plant martial spirit, it would be fine. It could just be used as a spirit ring for you, but it's a pity. The bloodthirsty yellow hornet is indebted is quite suitable for Su Sheng. After absorbing its soul ring, perhaps Su Sheng's 9-heart blood tang martial soul will increase the familiarity of toxins. If he is lucky, he can also get a soul skill with a large range of attacks. A big question mark appeared on Su Sheng's forehead. He was a little confused. Why is this soul beast a pity? He just happened to have a crush on this bloodthirsty yellow peak. He immediately said, "Ghost Elder, I have thought about it. My first soul ring is this bloodthirsty wasp." Ghost stared at Su Sheng with a look of "you are teasing me," and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Hey? Boy, your martial soul is a plant-type martial soul. If you absorb this animal-type martial soul, I am afraid you will explode and die due to rejection. Everyone in the continent knows that the plant system cannot absorb animal-type soul rings, and vice versa, the animal system cannot absorb plant-type soul rings. This kid said he wanted to absorb the soul ring of this bloodthirsty yellow peak. Isn't he crazy? And this is a 30,000-year-old soul beast. Even his and Yuegwen's 9th soul rings are only 80,000 years old. If this guy absorbs it, who knows if he will die on the spot." Su Sheng suddenly had an idea and said secretly, "The soul masters nowadays do not agree with the master's 10 core theories. No wonder they are so surprised." He glanced at Gui Mei's extremely vigilant face and knew that if he didn't do some tricks, this martial soul would definitely be ruined. So Su Sheng calmly covered his mouth and coughed a few times, looking at Gui Mei with a smile, his words full of confidence, "Ghost Elder, I'm not kidding, because my martial soul is a bit special and can absorb the soul rings of all soul beasts." When Gui Mei heard this, his brows frowned slightly. He had seen Su Sheng's martial soul, which can be said to be more powerful than Huohuiguan's top plant martial soul. The confidence on this kid's face did not seem fake. Could it be that he could really absorb animal soul rings? He trembled all over when he learned this conclusion, and looked at Su Sheng with a look of looking at a monster. "Good guy, the plant system absorbs the animal system, I'm afraid it will create a precedent again." Gui Mei thought for a while and replied, "Okay. But this is your own choice, it has nothing to do with me and him. You'd better write a letter, so that if something goes wrong and we die, we can have an explanation." Gui Mei is not a reckless person. Su Sheng wants to absorb this soul ring, okay, he doesn't care. But he had to leave something to prove that he had nothing to do with Chrysanthemum Pass, otherwise what awaited them was the wrath of Pope Bibi Dong. When he thought of the last time the Pope got angry, his heart was filled with fear. Su Sheng smiled slightly and "Thank you, Elder Ghost." Then he took the parchment handed over by the ghost, and gave it back to the ghost after writing. The ghost took it and looked at it, then put it away. "With this thing, I feel more at ease." Yuegwen, who used the Qirong Tongtianju to repel the bloodthirsty Huang Feng with one blow, looked at the two of them happily talking on the side, while he was fighting monsters here. He felt very uncomfortable, and turned to the ghost and cursed, "I say, old ghost, don't just watch the show. This soul beast is 30,000 years old, with thick skin and flesh, and I can't kill him in a short time." Gui Mei glanced at the bloodthirsty wasp that was scarred but still full of vitality, and then looked at Yu Guan, who spread his hands and said lightly, "Didn't you ask me to protect this guy? Don't tell me you can't even deal with this soul beast." Yu Guan glared at him, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get rid of this soul beast with me." 9 soul rings rose under Gui Mei's feet, and he rushed over speechlessly after that, with the addition of Gui Mei, facing the attack of 2 titled DOULUO, the bloodthirsty wasp, no matter how strong its defense was, fell to the ground at this moment, dying, and the whole body kept twitching. Yu Guan wiped the sweat from his forehead, clapped his hands and took a deep breath, finally solved. "This ghost thing is really hard to beat, let's go now." Gui Mei pointed at Su Sheng next to him and rolled his eyes, "Why are you leaving? Didn't you see that this guy hasn't absorbed the soul ring yet?" He pulled out a sharp blade from his pocket and threw it to Su Sheng. The latter took it and clenched it tightly, walked to the front of the bloodthirsty wasp and directly hit it on the head. A deep black soul ring slowly emerged from the corpse of the soul beast. Su Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and meditated. Looking at this scene, Yu Guan said solemnly, "Old ghost, this kid is a plant type." Gui Mei waved his hand to stop the second half of his words, and then the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. He said lightly, "This kid said that his martial soul can absorb all soul rings, and even if he dies, with this thing, it can't implicate us." He gently patted the parchment in his trouser pocket. Chapter 15 Hunting is completed, title DOULUO. Wait, isn't this a bit too high profile now? Su Sheng frowned. He didn't want to attract everyone's attention every time he showed his martial soul. The dignity of being a salted fish did not allow him to do this. Well, to put it bluntly, he just wanted to do something different. As he was thinking, he suddenly had an idea, and it seemed that he had found a new way in his mind. He murmured secretly, "Since the soul ring can be given to the owner of the martial soul, then can we try to use the martial soul to attract the soul ring and absorb it into the martial soul? This will not only preserve the power of the soul ring, but also make the soul skills more perfectly integrated with the martial soul." However, Yu Guan, who didn't know what Su Sheng was in a daze, lifted his chin and patted the ghostly shoulder next to him. "Old ghost, do you think this kid is scared? There has been no movement for a long time." Gui Mei rolled his eyes at him, then thought about it and felt that since Su Sheng was absorbing a spirit ring for the first time, he might not know the method of absorbing a spirit ring. Thinking of this, he was about to go over and tell Su Sheng, but just halfway, Su Sheng's body finally moved, and Gui Mei stopped his footsteps. Su Sheng slowly stood up, took a step back, and looked at the deep soul ring in front of him. Yu Guan was so anxious that he wanted to slap him to death. He was so slow to absorb a soul ring. He shouted impatiently, "I say, kid, are you going to absorb it or not? Don't waste our time. We will hunt 10,000-year soul beasts for you later." Before he finished speaking, Gui Mei stopped him from speaking. "Wait, don't talk first, this guy." Su Sheng's mind moved, and the 9-heart blood tang slowly bloomed a bloody light from the center of his palm. He tried to control the 9-heart blood tang to seduce the blood in the bloodthirsty Emperor Peak. Who knew that the plump body of the dead bloodthirsty wasp instantly flattened, and drops of pure blood essence condensed from the flesh and blood. 1 drop, 2 drops. Drops of blood merged quietly, forming streams of steaming water like a spring. Then it went straight to the petals of the 9-heart blood tangerine, absorbing the blood. The scarlet 9-heart blood tangerine became more mysterious and more radiant than before. Yu Guan was so scared that he shuddered and shrank quietly. "Damn, old ghost, this kid's martial soul is incredible, it can actually control the flow of blood." He was not afraid of Su Sheng now, but whether this martial soul could directly control the blood of other soul masters after it grows up. That scene, just thinking about it makes people sweat. Gui Mei seemed to have seen the weirdness of this martial soul, but silently stared at Su Sheng's next move. Su Sheng smiled gently at the bloody 9-heart blood tangerine in his hand, and asked softly, "If you are full, can you start working?" Who knew that the 9-hearted begonia in his hand began to tremble, making a buzzing sound, as if responding to Su Sheng's words just now. Su Sheng was delighted when he got the response. It seems that giving the spirit ring to the martial spirit can really be achieved. He took a deep breath, then raised his head and focused his eyes on the 10,000-year soul ring. He used the 9-heart blood begonia floating on his palm to casually move it. The 9-heart begonia immediately understood Su Sheng's meaning, and used its unique ability to pull the soul ring in front of it bit by bit. Then, after the 10,000-year soul ring touched the 9-heart blood begonia, it actually began to be swallowed up bit by bit. After only a few seconds, the entire 10,000-year soul ring was completely absorbed by the 9-heart blood begonia. Then, he felt the soul skill information coming from his mind, and he knew that he succeeded. The first soul ring, 30,000 years of cultivation. Soul skill, begonia blossoms. Open countless blood begonia petals all over the sky to cut the enemy, with a weak toxicity, successfully cut the enemy and touch the blood to feed itself. Su Sheng was quite surprised and said, "This soul skill seems to have inherited the toxicity and attack method of the bloodthirsty wasp." But he had to admit that he had not expected that hurting the enemy would benefit himself. Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who had seen the scene just now, looked at each other and came to Su Sheng. Yu Guan grabbed Su Sheng's arms and asked impatiently, "Boy, where is the soul ring of the bloodthirsty wasp? Was it swallowed by your martial spirit?" Gui Mei also asked curiously, "Boy, tell us quickly, where is the soul ring just now?" Su Sheng smiled mysteriously at them, "Didn't you see it? I swallowed it." Seeing Su Sheng's asking for a punch look, Yu Guan, who wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, turned aside disdainfully and said, "Tisk, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who cares to know?" But the eyes that were staring at Su Sheng's nine-heart blood tang martial spirit revealed his thoughts. Gui Mei also suppressed the curiosity on his face and coughed, "You don't look like you have any problems. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Then continue to hunt the next soul beast." Su Sheng still chuckled a few times, "Then I'll trouble the two elders. If possible, I will say something good for you in front of the teacher." Yu Guan's eyes flashed with admiration. This kid is quite sensible. Since he said so, they will be merciful and not target him. Don't talk nonsense, hunt the next soul beast quickly. Finally, when night fell, Su Sheng finally hunted the last 80,000-year-old soul beast. This soul beast was so difficult that Yu Guan and Gui Mei could only kill it with their martial soul fusion skills. Even Su Sheng almost thought that these two guys were going to be killed by this soul beast. Yu Guan covered his injured chest, a few traces of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and he gasped with some grief and anger, "Boy, this time you must remember the kindness of me and Lao Gui, you were almost killed by this soul beast." Gui Mei also covered his mouth and squatted on the wooden block next to him, gasping for breath without speaking. In order to hunt this soul beast, the soul power of both of them has been overconsumed. These two people had fought for him before, and now he always felt bad if he didn't do something. He took out 2 bottles of water, handed them over, and laughed, "Ju Elder Yu, Elder Gui, drink some water and take a rest. Thank you both for today." Yuegwen and Gaimei took it and drank a big gulp. They felt much more relaxed. Yuegwen felt that his heart was still a little itchy because of what happened in the morning, blinking and tentatively said, "We almost lost our lives accompanying you today. Can you tell us about your martial soul absorbing the spirit ring before?" Su Sheng smiled and said, "Of course, two elder, this is my answer." Then he waved his hand and quietly released the soul rings hidden in the 9-heart blood tangerine to his feet. 9 extremely deep black soul rings slowly rose from under his feet, and a more terrifying aura than Yuegwen and Gaimei appeared for a moment. The trees around him rustled, and the wind continued. Even the nearby soul beasts fled after feeling this terrifying power. This pressure forced Gaimei and Yuegwen to release soul rings to resist. Yuegwen and Gaimei both looked at Su Sheng in astonishment, and their thoughts were the same. If this kid can't use soul rings now, I'm afraid his strength is stronger than me and Gaimei, Yuegwen. Chapter 16 Abnormal Movement. Ghost saw the dense black soul rings under Su Sheng's feet and said helplessly, "Boy, quickly put away the burst of soul power. It will attract other powerful soul beasts and we will all die here today." Although the terrifying soul power bursting out in the Xingda Great Forest will shock low-level soul beasts, it is also likely to absorb those terrifying soul beasts that like to fight and are good at fighting. This is not a good thing for Yu Guan and Ghost, who are now exhausted. Yu Guan made a gesture of wiping his neck in a bad mood, and then threatened in a cold voice, "Boy, I tell you, don't repay kindness with enmity in the future. Otherwise Lao Gui and I will definitely kill you first." He was really afraid that after hunting soul rings for this kid, he would turn his face and not recognize him. Su Sheng had a bitter smile. Does he look like this kind of person? Restoring the 9 black soul rings into the 9-heart blood tang. After finishing, when Su Sheng was about to sit down to rest, he suddenly found that the faces of Ghost and Yu Guan had changed drastically. Yueguan stood up and looked at Gai Mei solemnly, squinting his eyes. "Old Ghost, do you feel it?" This breath. Gai Mei also stood up, raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the breath, and said affirmatively, "Yes, it is the 100,000-year-old rabbit soul beast that escaped. This breath is exactly the same as the breath of the little girl who turned into a human when they came to Xingda Great Forest with Bibi Dong to hunt the 100,000-year-old soul beast." Although the two of them spoke very quietly, Su Sheng heard it clearly and probably understood what they were saying. He thought secretly, "A 100,000-year-old rabbit soul beast, Xiaohu?" It seems that Tang San has not yet entered Nodding College to worship Master as his teacher. Yu Guan sighed, and said with a hint of regret, "Boy, if I had known your last spirit ring, I would not have been in a hurry to absorb it. Maybe I could get you 100,000-year spirit ring." If his spirit rings had not been fully absorbed, he would have tried his best to get this precious 100,000-year spirit ring. As far as he knows, there are only 2 people in the entire DOULUO continent who have a 100,000-year spirit ring. Haoshan DOULUO, Tang Hao, and their Pope, Bibi Dong. Su Sheng, who was thinking, was immediately brought back to his senses after hearing this, and pretended to be happy and said, "Ah! Elder Ju, Elder Yu, what did you mean just now? Can you get me a 100,000-year spirit ring? This is the wife of the mistress. If she hunts soul rings for herself. It seems that it is not impossible. Maybe the plot will change because of this. I thought so, but it was too late. All my soul rings were absorbed." Gai Mei ruthlessly interrupted Su Sheng's fantasy and rolled his eyes at the latter. "Don't think about it. There is an even more terrifying guy following that soul beast with the current state of Huohuaguan, and I am afraid we will just be killed." After Gai Mei finished speaking, woo 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 woo, the whole Xingda Great Forest was filled with terrifying ape calls, which exploded directly in the ears of everyone in the Xingda Great Forest. Yueguan sat on the ground with his buttocks, crossed his legs and closed his eyes to recover his soul power. Gai Mei also sat on the ground. "It seems that we have to be more stable. Boy, you will help me and Logui protect the law today." He casually gave an order and closed his eyes to concentrate on recovering his soul power. Su Sheng shrugged helplessly and summoned the 9-heart blood peach from his right palm. Staring at the 9-heart blood peach that was emitting a strange red glow in the night, he said with interest, "Since I am already a titled DOULUO, should I get a name?" All of a sudden, several titles came to mind. Blood Peach DOULUO? Too rustic. Ice Peach DOULUO? I'm scared. Vitamin DOULUO? Oh my god, how come this title can't match the sugar? At nightfall, Su Sheng and others quickly rushed back to the Wuhan Hall from the Xingda Great Forest. Yu Guan, who bowed with his fists, carefully looked at the beautiful woman sitting on the throne, who was fascinating in every way. He lowered his voice and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the old ghost and I have accompanied this little saint to hunt soul beasts." On the throne, Bibi Dong, who had slightly closed her eyes, opened her eyes with a gleam of light, and her thin lips slightly opened. "Not bad." Then the pair of soul-stirring eyes turned, and the curious eyes flowed on Su Sheng. Then he said elegantly, "Su Sheng, release your soul ring now, let me see how much you can see." Su Sheng took a step forward. "Yes, teacher." Then his mind moved, and the 9-heart blood tang slowly appeared in the palm of his right hand. After the amplification of the soul ring, it was far from what it could be before, whether it was the killing intent or the body shape. 9 soul rings glowing with black light floated up from under Su Sheng's feet under his precise control. Extremely terrifying pressure rushed towards Bibi Dong. She just lightly touched her fingertips, and these surging pressures instantly turned invisible. Bibi Dong then looked at the soul rings under Su Sheng's feet, and according to the fluctuations of the soul rings, Bibi Dong's face gradually showed surprise. There are actually 3 soul rings close to 40,000 years. She originally thought that with Su Sheng's body, the highest he could bear was 20,000 year soul rings, and this unexpected gain did surprise her a little. Su Sheng smiled indifferently and looked at Gui Mei and Yu Guan. It is also thanks to Elder Yu and Elder Gui that the disciple can absorb it so easily. Bibi Dong looked at Su Sheng, who always maintained a humble and unpretentious appearance even when facing herself, and sighed in her heart, this mentality is really beyond his peers. She stood up from the throne, walked in front of Su Sheng, and looked at his slightly immature handsome face. For a moment, she was a little dazed, and her palm had somehow touched Su Sheng's cheek. Being touched on the cheek by such white and smooth fingers, Su Sheng at this moment, her heart was in a mess. Her cheeks couldn't help but turn red, and she reminded him softly, "Teacher, you." Bibi Dong's pupils were startled, and her fingers retracted from Su Sheng's cheek as if she was electrocuted. Her expression remained the same as before, saying, "Su Sheng, although your soul power has reached the title DOULUO, you still need to learn more about the understanding of the spirit. You should study in the spirit hall in the future." Gui Mei and Yu Guan in the audience were stunned. "Yu Guan, did His Majesty the Pope touch Su Sheng's cheek just now?" "Gui Mei, it seems so. Hush, don't make a sound, pretend you didn't see it." "Yu Guan, understand, over." Bibi Dong then looked at Yu Guan and Gui Mei who were bowing their heads and silent behind them, and said in a cold tone, "Yu Guan, Gui Mei, you go out first." Gui Mei and Yu Guan, who didn't know what was going on, stood up. "Yes, His Majesty the Pope." After speaking, he left the hall with a very familiar walk. After a while, a clear and pleasant voice came from outside the hall, "Teacher, are you looking for me?" The girl walked in, wearing a long off-shoulder gauze dress like glass, as soft as feathers. Her green eyes were like the waves of the night sea, and her golden hair slid across Lan's face like a waterfall. She was filled with a faint charm, and her every frown and smile made her even more charming. Chapter 17 Wuhan, Sky Fox. When Su Sheng first saw this girl, the first thing that came to his mind was Qian Rongxiu. It was because the elegant, cold little girl in front of him was not as charming as she was later. When Bibi Dong next to him saw Hulina, the coldness in her eyes weakened a little, and she said softly, "Come over first when you come." "Yes, teacher." "I wonder what the teacher wants to see me for today." Hulina gracefully moved to Bibi Dong's side and said respectfully. Although she was talking to Bibi Dong, her curious eyes still looked at Su Sheng inadvertently. When she saw Su Sheng's charming and handsome face, her face turned slightly ruddy, and she whispered secretly, "Who is this child? He is so handsome." Hulina dared to say that among all the boys she had seen, she could not find a temperament and appearance that could compare with Su Sheng, especially the invisible laziness in him that made her heart beat slightly faster. She usually thinks highly of herself, but she never expected that there would be someone who would make her heart beat faster as soon as she saw him. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, looked at Su Sheng, and explained to Hulina softly, "Lina, his name is Su Sheng, and he is my new disciple." Hulina nodded slightly, and was a little surprised. "Is this the Holy Son that was talked about yesterday?" "He is indeed the one chosen by the teacher, and he must be extraordinary. My name is Hulina, and I am 11 years old this year. How about you?" Hulina stretched out her hand and smiled. 11 years old? He is actually older than my age. That's right, Tang San is 9 years old, and I am only 1 year older than Tang San. In this way, I am indeed younger than the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. Su Sheng stretched out his hand very gentlemanly, shook it, and quickly let it go, and smiled back, "Hello, my name is Su Sheng, and I am 10 years old this year." Hulina's eyes flashed with astonishment. "What? He is only 10 years old?" When Hulina first saw Su Sheng's unique temperament, she naturally thought of his age as more mature. She never expected that he was actually 1 year younger than her. Bibi Dong, who was standing next to her, saw that the two of them were getting along well, and her previous worries also dissipated a lot. She gently touched the purple crystal scepter and said in a light tone, "Lena, I called you here today, not only for you and Su Sheng to meet, but also to tell you that Su Sheng will study with your team in the future." Although Lena did not show any displeasure on her face, she worriedly said, "But teacher, my brother and the others." She didn't mind, but they had to hone their team for so long, and suddenly someone joined in. Bibi Dong's mouth curled up slightly, staring at Su Sheng with a gleam in her eyes and said, "No problem, Su Sheng's ability is much stronger than other auxiliary spirit masters." No, rather than saying that Su Sheng is an auxiliary spirit master, it's better to say that he is an auxiliary and control dual spirit master. Su Sheng held his chin in his hand without saying anything and thought, Am I going to join the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? Interesting. This seems to conflict with my future plans." Bibi Dong had said this. So Lena naturally didn't dare to say anything more. She nodded and responded, "To understand, teacher." Bibi Dong then looked at Su Sheng, who was stunned there, frowned slightly, and asked patiently, "Su Sheng? You don't have any objection, right?" Su Sheng came back to his senses and shook his head calmly, "I have no objection, no matter how the teacher arranges, the disciple has no objection." Facing the words of the beautiful teacher, he simply couldn't bear to refute. Of course, this is not the most important factor. Bibi Dong's brows were relaxed, and then he ordered, "If you have no objection, it's decided. Lena, you take Su Sheng to where you study. Don't underestimate the Pope's palace. Although it sounds small, it is very likely to get lost if no one leads the way." Lena glanced at Su Sheng, bowed slightly and said, "Yes, teacher, then we will go first." Su Sheng and Lena walked in step. The road was still far away, but the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Su Sheng glanced at Lena, then coughed lightly, and decided to speak first. "We can't let Lena speak first, girls are generally very shy, of course, including Lena at this time." He looked over slowly, and said slowly, Lena." Lena paused when she heard Su Sheng's question, and asked with a puzzled look, Su Sheng, is there any problem?" In fact, her heart was also very nervous just now, but with Su Sheng's words to break the deadlock, the atmosphere also eased a lot. After all, when she was with this boy, her heartbeat would always accelerate inexplicably. This made her feel a little flustered, but she seemed to be secretly expecting something in her heart. She could feel this feeling, but she couldn't say it. Su Sheng smiled elegantly and asked softly, Can you tell me what type of soul master you are?" Seeing Su Sheng's embarrassed expression, pretending to be calm, Lena couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand and smiled. This slight smile seemed to make everything around dim. Facing Su Sheng's gaze, she realized that she seemed to have lost her composure, and immediately apologized, "Su Sheng, Su Sheng blinked without any concern, and praised, "It's okay, you looked really beautiful when you smiled just now, smile more." It's good being attacked by Su Sheng's gentle words. Even Lena, who was usually very cold, blushed unconsciously. She gently touched her hot ears, and said to herself angrily, "What am I thinking? I have only known Su Sheng for an hour." Su Sheng naturally saw the changes in Lena, and he didn't want to provoke the former anymore. Su Sheng moved closer to her, stretched out his palm and shook it slightly in front of Lena's eyes. "Lena." Lena came back to her senses and saw Su Sheng so close to her, and subconsciously moved a few steps to the side. Then he took a deep breath quietly and showed a slightly stiff smile. Is that so? Let's continue what I just said. I am a control-type soul master, and my martial soul is a sky fox." After speaking, Lena's mind moved, and countless particles emanated from her front, and then condensed into a fox as big as an arm, with a layer of furry snow-white skin. It was a fox that looked extremely arrogant, but the red vertical pupils were full of endless charm. 2 soul rings with yellow light floated under his feet. Su Sheng looked at this fox that seemed very spiritual, holding his chin and sizing it up. This sky fox looks so beautiful, just like you. As soon as the voice fell, Hulina's mind was hit hard. She lowered her head shyly, pursed her thin lips silently, and didn't know what to say. His words inadvertently broke her thoughts completely. Then what about your martial soul? Hulina was so shy that she didn't even dare to look up and look directly into Su Sheng's eyes. Su Sheng looked at her shy appearance and shook his head helplessly. It seems that Hulina still has a long way to go to achieve the appearance of a country that will bring disaster to the people in the future. He said calmly, I am an auxiliary soul master, martial soul, 9 heart blood tangerine. The next moment, under the mixture of bloody red and evil aura, the 9 heart blood tangerine, which is full of deadly temptation, slowly bloomed from the palm of his hand. Then, a surging and powerful aura suddenly came out from Su Sheng, catching him off guard. Chapter 18 Keep it a secret for me. Suddenly, 9 dark and desperate soul rings made Su Sheng unable to restrain himself at all, and they burst out instantly, and a terrifying gust of wind suddenly set off around him. A strong soul power pressure directly erupted around Su Sheng and Hulina. Hulina stretched out her white arm to block the violent wind, and was forced to squint her left eye and look at Su Sheng beside her in astonishment. Su Sheng came back to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat. He cursed inwardly, "Fuck, this is a big deal." Thinking of this, he quickly retracted the 9 soul rings into his martial soul in an instant. The abnormalities that had appeared around him before calmed down quietly like a raging wave. Hulina stared at Su Sheng in shock, and when her thin lips were about to speak, Su Sheng stretched out his finger and put it between his lips, smiled gently and said, "Wait a minute, I'll tell you later, okay?" His expression seemed to have magic. Hulina blushed, and nodded subconsciously. Then, the huge guards stationed in the Wuhan Hall felt something strange and quickly rushed over. The leading guard walked up to Su Sheng and the others, bent down and put his arm on his chest. He said in an extremely serious tone, "Son, Saint Maiden Hall, I'm sorry to scare you. Can you tell me what happened just now?" "It's nothing serious. It's just that Elder Ju and Elder Gui had a quarrel just now, so they leaked their soul power. It's okay now." Seeing Su Sheng's answer, the guards frowned doubtfully and looked at Hulina. "That kid was just made the Holy Son by the Pope yesterday. I don't know if he can be believed, but the Holy Maiden is different." Hulina was about to tell the truth, but she choked after looking at Su Sheng and chose to nod silently. After seeing clearly, the guards stood up again. "If that's the case, then don't disturb the Holy Maiden and the Holy Son, retreat." After that, he led a team of guards away from here. Hulina's innocent face was full of doubts, and her curious eyes swept towards Su Sheng. "Su Sheng, can you tell me now? Could the 9 who just appeared be?" Su Sheng did not answer immediately, but approached Hulina with a relaxed look, smelling the unique fragrance of a young girl on her body, and couldn't help but rub her hair. Even he himself didn't know that his eyes were full of doting. Seeing Hulina stunned by his action, Su Sheng's mouth corners quietly raised an arc, and whispered hot air into her ear, "Well, it's 9-10,000-year soul rings, but, Lina, you have to keep it a secret for me." After the hot air flowed into the already extremely hot ears, Hulina's whole body was suddenly struck by lightning, and a strong numbness spread throughout her body. She hastily pushed Su Sheng away gently, and said with a bit of sob, I know, I promise not to tell anyone." She secretly said in her heart, "Su Sheng is actually a titled DOULUO. Could it be that the teacher knew this and deliberately let him join us? But why is Su Sheng, who is the same age as me, already a titled DOULUO? You know, there are not many titled DOULUOs in the whole continent. You can imagine how rare they are." Su Sheng, who was pushed away, was not annoyed at all, and whispered, "It was just a joke just now, let's go quickly." He couldn't provoke her anymore, mainly because Su Sheng didn't expect Hulina's reaction to be so intense. If he caused disgust, it would be more trouble than gain. Although he was a little moved when he first saw Hulina, he knew. He just coveted Hulina's body. Hulina shook her head, threw away all the thoughts in her mind just now, returned to normal, and smiled very shyly. "Ah, okay." She decided in her heart to treat what had just happened as a joke. After the two walked a short distance, they finally saw a very luxurious college in front of them. The entire college covers a very large area, with a faint ancient style on the exterior, especially the layout of the location has been carefully considered by a dedicated person many times. Of course, the most amazing thing is not these, but that this academy was built specifically for the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, just to gather the best resources and teachers. To put it simply, this academy is only for 3 people. No, it should be 4 people now. Hulina pointed at the academy and said excitedly, "Su Sheng, this is where my brothers and I study. It is also the only academy in the Spirit Hall that was built specifically for us." At this point, Hulina's face showed a hint of pride. Su Sheng looked up at the academy. "It's really good, but if there are only a few people in this academy, isn't it too deserted?" Hulina's eyes dimmed a bit when she heard this, and she smiled helplessly. "The teacher is very strict with us, so except for special circumstances, we must do our best to practice and study. Of course, I may make an exception for you in the future." Su Sheng is already a titled DOULUO, so he doesn't need to practice more, but he still has to learn some things about soul beasts, team matching, etc. Su Sheng looked at this academy meaningfully again. It seems that this is another place that the original book did not mention. He murmured maybe at the corner of his mouth. After Hulina and Su Sheng walked into the only class in the academy, the middle-aged slightly fat man, Chiruo, came into their eyes. Don't look at his plain appearance, this man's cultivation has reached the terrifying level 73, Battle Soul Saint. And there are only 2 students listening to the class attentively in the audience. Yan, Martial Soul, Flame Lord, Soul Power Level 25. Xiaoyu, Hulina's brother, Martial Soul, Xiaoyu Blade. Soul Power Level 26. Hulina smiled and said, "Teacher Chiruo, I didn't disturb your class, did I?" Chiruo shook his head. "This is the saint of the Spirit Hall. Who dares to say that she is not?" However, despite this, he glanced at Su Sheng on the side and asked Hulina, "Who is this child?" Hulina smiled at Xiaoyu and Yan below and explained, "His name is Su Sheng, and he is also the saint of the Spirit Hall. He will also practice here." Chiruo took a closer look and gave a fair evaluation. He is worthy of being the saint of the Spirit Hall. It was widely circulated in the Spirit Hall yesterday. This unique temperament is indeed different from others. Yan, who was in the audience, saw this scene and was extremely angry and said, "What? This guy just joined, and he dared to stand so close to Hulina. He has been secretly in love with Hulina for a long time. If his brother Xiaoyu was not here, he would have confessed his love long ago. No, I must teach him a lesson later. Looking at this pretty boy, his soul power must not be strong." Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes and said, "This guy, his soul power fluctuations can't be seen at all, but this guy seems more handsome than me. No, I can't allow a guy who is more handsome than me to come in." He glanced at Yan sitting next to him and said secretly, "This guy must be unable to resist, right?" As Hulina's brother, Yan knows exactly what his sister is thinking. Although, Hulina doesn't have any feelings for Yan. Well, let this fool go and find out. 175,083. Chapter 19. Play a game with me. Chiruo stroked his beard, and then slowly said, "In that case, today's class will be left to you. Get familiar with your teammates' martial arts, as well as their strengths and weaknesses." Originally, Hulina, Xiaoyu, and Yan had been training for a long time and were very familiar with each other. But now that a new child has come, they need to get to know each other again, otherwise there will be big problems in the future team tacit understanding and cooperation. After speaking, without waiting for a few people to reply, she left the room. Hulina breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously pulled Su Sheng towards Xiaoyu and the others. Xiaoyu and Yan slowly stood up from their seats, staring at Su Sheng with expressionless faces. Seeing that her brother and Yan were so disrespectful, Hulina smiled awkwardly. Su Sheng, let me introduce them to you. Hearing this, Su Sheng smiled and replied with a smile, then I'll trouble you. But his eyes were always fixed on Xiaoyu and Yan. He always felt that these two people seemed to be hostile to him. It was like eating their rice, which made him very uncomfortable. Of course, when he was looking at Xiaoyu and Yan, they were also looking at Su Sheng. Hulina pointed at Xiaoyu and said, "This is my brother Xiaoyu, his martial soul is Xiaoyu Blade, and his soul power has reached level 26. Xiaoyu had a head of grey hair, and there was no expression on his handsome face. However, there was a blood-red line like a wound on his right eyebrow, which was quite unruly. Su Sheng extended his hand harmlessly and smiled calmly. "Hello, I just said it," Su Sheng. Xiaoyu said coldly. "Humph." Without extending his hand, Su Sheng's arm just floated in the air. Extremely cold words came out of Xiaoyu's mouth, Xiaoyu as if saying one more word would be an insult to himself. Hulina on the side frowned and scolded softly, "Brother. This is our new teammate, can you not look so cold? If they continue to exclude us like this, I'm afraid that such a team will definitely not be much better in the future." Xiaoyu, who was scolded, was about to refute. But seeing the undisguised anger in Hulina's eyes, he coughed violently, and hurriedly extended his hand to shake hands with Su Sheng, and said hastily, "That's Su Sheng, welcome to join our team as a sister control." He really didn't want to see his sister angry. If she was angry, he would have to find ways to make her happy. Su Sheng was so confused by the exchange between Hulina and Xiaoyu. He looked at Xiaoyu, who was holding his hand tightly, and was a little speechless. What is this guy doing? He was so indifferent just now, but he became so obedient after Hulina said that. Fuck, is this guy a sister con? I've never seen such a thing before. I can actually meet a real sister con in my lifetime. Su Sheng felt a little uncomfortable in his heart and quietly let go of Xiaoyu's palm. Yan saw Xiaoyu's defeat, and the anger on his face immediately changed. He forced his mouth to curl up and smiled. He couldn't make Hulina angry, because the latter was the person she liked. If the impression of himself was reduced, wouldn't it be a disaster? However, all this was in vain. Hulina pointed at Yan with an unhappy face, and said unhappily, "This is Yan, martial soul, flame lord, soul power level 25, a little silly, but a good person. Don't think she didn't see it." This Yan just wanted to give Su Sheng a warning. Naturally, he didn't bother to give him a good face. The smile on Yan's face was petrified in an instant. "A little silly, a little silly, silly." These three words kept echoing in his mind. "Lena hates me, she must hate me. This pretty boy, it's all this pretty boy's fault." Yan raised his eyes again, staring at Su Sheng with resentful eyes, as if he had done something unspeakable to him. Su Sheng happened to meet Yan's eyes, and a big doubt emerged in his heart. What's Yan's expression again? Why are these two people more weird than each other? Could it be that children with a little talent are not very normal in their brains? Hiss. It shouldn't be contagious, right? Otherwise, hurry up and find Bibi Dong to let you go to other branches of the spirit hall to study. Xiaoyu lifted the cold grey hair covering his right eye and asked first, "Su Sheng, you should know our spirits, can you tell us what your spirit is?" Yan also looked at Su Sheng with curiosity, thinking that Xiao Meng, who looked like a pretty boy, should not be a strong attack type, but probably a control type or auxiliary type. Hulina was completely different. She knew that Su Sheng was an auxiliary type, and a true title DOULUO level auxiliary type soul master. The bonus to their team can be imagined. You know, Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, has the best auxiliary type martial soul on the continent, and his cultivation is only a soul saint. It is enough to see that the cultivation of auxiliary type soul masters is much more difficult than other types. There are even people on the continent who have no one who can do it. The situation of a titled DOULUO of the auxiliary system. If there is, I am afraid that they will be treated as VIPs by those major sects, or become the top worshippers of any empire. I am an auxiliary spirit master, and my martial spirit is the 9-heart blood begonia. After speaking, Su Sheng waved his hand casually. And the 9-heart blood begonia emitting a strong blood light appeared in the palm of his hand. Xiaoyu squinted his eyes and looked at the 9-heart blood begonia in Su Sheng's hand, which exuded a terrifying power, and his tone gradually became solemn. 9-heart blood begonia, there should be no martial spirit with this name on the mainland, right? If I guess correctly, it should be a mutation of the 9-heart begonia. I am afraid that this mutation is developing in a good direction, and it has even surpassed the 9-heart begonia. Su Sheng glanced at him with admiration. This Xiaoyu is quite smart, and he discovered the origin of his martial spirit in a moment. Then he shrugged and explained nonchalantly, yes, my martial spirit is a mutation of the 9-heart begonia, but I was lucky and mutated in a good direction. Yan shook his head, not believing that Su Sheng was an auxiliary spirit master. Your auxiliary spirit master's martial spirit has such a strong killing intent? Isn't this as funny as an auxiliary spirit master yelling that he wants to kill the enemy's strong attack spirit master alone? Seeing Yan's completely unconvinced expression, Hulina whispered to remind him, Yan, Su Sheng is indeed an auxiliary spirit master. This is what the teacher told me personally. Yan was full of confidence in his own thoughts and retorted that it was impossible. With such a strong killing intent, how could he be an auxiliary spirit master, unless this kid fought with me? Through the battle, it would be clear in a minute what kind of spirit master Su Sheng is, and I can also pretend to fail and abuse this pretty boy in front of Hulina. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Seeing Yan's reluctance, Hulina frowned beautifully. Yan, don't go too far. Of course. She was not worried about Su Sheng, but she was worried that Yan, as a strong attack system, would be hit by his confidence in cultivation after losing to the auxiliary system. Su Sheng's physical attributes blessed by the 9 terrifying 10,000-year spirit rings on his body were far beyond Yan's ability to resist. Okay, I accept your challenge. Chapter 20 A Slap Problem. Xiaoyu looked at Su Sheng in surprise. He thought the latter would refuse decisively. After all, an auxiliary spirit master has no chance of winning against a strong attack spirit master. What's more, Yan is a spirit master with 200-year spirit rings. In terms of attack power alone, he has even surpassed himself. Seeing that the situation was no longer under her control, Hulina sighed helplessly, holding a hint of pleading, Su Sheng, please be gentle, Yan is also our teammate. Su Sheng looked at the worried Hulina and smiled warmly, don't worry, we are all in the same team, I will give him some face. Now Hulina really likes to think about others. If it weren't for the spirit, I believe her temperament would not be much worse than Qianrongxiu. Well, then I'll leave it to you. Hulina looked at Yan deeply with a pure look, nodded slightly, and stepped back to Xiaoyu's side. Little did he know that this scene was clearly seen by Xiaoyu, who showed some confusion in his eyes. He glanced at his sister Hulina, then held his chin and thought, what's going on? Lina couldn't have been unaware of the outcome of a duel between an attacking spirit master and an auxiliary spirit master, so why did she ask Su Sheng to let her win? My sister couldn't joke in this situation, which meant that even she felt Yan was no match for Su Sheng. This guy named Su Sheng was really full of mysterious aura. However, because Hulina didn't lower her voice, every word rang in Yan's ears. These words were like a knife piercing his heart. Could it be that in Hulina's eyes, his combat power was not even as good as that of an auxiliary spirit master? He stared at Su Sheng with angry eyes, as if he was going to tear Su Sheng apart the next moment. He shouted angrily, stop talking nonsense, kid. I won't let you go just because you are an auxiliary spirit. Su Sheng's calm face did not show a ripple, he stretched out a harmless hand, and said calmly, "Then let's start." Yan saw that Su Sheng didn't even release his martial spirit, and it was obvious that he looked down on him, and shouted coldly, "Humph! You didn't even release your martial spirit, arrogant! I'll teach you a lesson today. Flame Lord!" As the words fell, a terrifying soul beast filled with blazing flames appeared behind Yan, with two horns with red spots on its head, and it raised its head and howled domineeringly. Two yellow soul rings emerged from under its feet. This aura made Su Sheng solemn. Is this the Lord of Fire? It looks very similar to Groudon before the time travel. Compared to Su Sheng's careful observation, Yan had no intention of thinking about these things. He just wanted to defeat Su Sheng with one blow. The first yellow soul ring under his feet lit up. First soul skill. Giant Beast Howl. Giant Beast Howl. It can put pressure on the opponent to a certain extent and effectively limit its ability to move. After speaking, the fire beast behind Yan slapped his chest fiercely, and sparks flew. Something like a shock wave passed through Su Sheng at a very fast speed. After being touched by this shock wave, Su Sheng looked down at his legs and barely felt that there was a force belonging to the earth quietly binding his legs, but unfortunately, with the soul power of level 90, this soul skill is a complete joke. The binding effect of this soul skill on him is minimal. Xiaoyu, who was watching from the sidelines, shook his head silently, and was somewhat disappointed with Su Sheng's arrogant performance. The battle seems to be decided. Even if I am hit by this move, my movement speed will be reduced by at least 3 levels. If Yan uses the second soul skill, Su Sheng will be in a situation where he has no way to retreat. Hulina, who was standing next to him, smiled and turned her head to Xiaoyu mysteriously, "Brother, that's not necessarily true. Su Sheng is not as simple as you think." Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled, and his sister might know something. Curious, he couldn't help but ask back, "Oh? Lina? Do you know something? Tell me quickly." Hulina raised her eyebrows proudly, stuck out her cute tongue and said slightly, "I won't tell you." Xiaoyu. How come my sister is sometimes very mature, and sometimes cute like a child? Poor me as a brother, don't mention how upset I am. Yan naturally saw Su Sheng's small movement of looking down, and knew that the latter had discovered the effect of this move. He said provocatively with a smug look on his face, "Su Sheng, do you feel that you can't move now? I thought there was something different about this guy, but I didn't expect him to be so stupid as to take his first soul skill head-on. Then he doesn't have to be polite." The opposite Su Sheng looked at Yan's appearance of asking for a beating and was a little speechless. He scratched his hair lightly, not knowing how to answer this question. This horrible binding effect, if you tell Su Sheng that it is a rubber band tied around his ankle, he will believe it. But on second thought, Hulina just said not to hit this kid's self-confidence, so why not agree with this kid against his will? Well, for the sake of team friendship, just agree reluctantly. Su Sheng silently replied, "Indeed, I feel that my legs have become much heavier." Yan clenched his fists and looked at Hulina behind him expectantly. However, the latter only gave him a pitiful look. Who knew Yan had a clear mind, swept away the sadness just now, and said with high spirits, "Boy, did you see it? Lina is pitying you. Ha 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 ha." His energetic expression gradually became dull. "Hulina, brother, do you know what Yan is doing?" Xiaoyu shook his head in denial, "I don't know, maybe he forgot to take medicine today." Hulina put her hands together, closed her eyes and prayed in her heart, "I hope he doesn't give up treatment. Yan, when you are bound by my soul skill, you have already lost. Now, accept the price of your arrogance, the second soul skill." Mountain fire collapse. Yan's body burst into high temperature, and wisps of huge flames ignited on his skin. All the muscles on his body were covered with dense lines, looking very hard. The next second, the whole person's body rioted and rushed towards Su Sheng at high speed. Suddenly, Xiaoyu exclaimed, Oh no! I forgot that Su Sheng is an auxiliary spirit master. This move will probably break even his bones. Hearing Xiayu's words, Hulina, who was originally calm, couldn't help but worry. In a hurry, she hurriedly reminded loudly, Su Sheng, get out of the way. However, it was too late. In an instant, Yan had appeared in front of Su Sheng, and the next moment, he was about to hit Su Sheng. Su Sheng, who was caught off guard, had his pupils constricted, and subconsciously stretched out his palm and forcibly pulled it out. With a bang, a deafening sound broke out in the room. In the haze of dust, Yan's cheek had a burning slap mark, and he spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. His vision became narrower and narrower, and he flew backwards. Yan's body hit the wall straight, leaving a concave pit on it. In the next few seconds, the dust and smoke that covered it slowly dissipated. Su Sheng looked at his slightly numb right hand with a complicated expression. Did I accidentally slap it to death? Don't tell me, that slap just now seemed quite pleasant? No wonder Tang Hao likes to beat people without using his martial soul, it feels so good. Chapter 21 Huma. Hulina and Xiaoyu took down their hands that were blocking their eyes. The latter was dumbfounded when she saw that Su Sheng, who was standing there and was bombarded by Yan's second soul skill, was unscathed. Yan's attack didn't even touch the corner of this guy's clothes. This is not the most exaggerated. You are a supporting soul master, and you slapped the strong attack soul master who released the second soul skill with brute force. He just felt that his three views were about to collapse. What happened to this world? The strong attack can't beat the supporting system in a single fight. This kid is too weird, don't mess with him. Don't mess with him. Hulina immediately woke up and looked around worriedly. There was a huge noise just now. Su Sheng looked fine, which meant that Yan was the one who was in trouble. A few seconds later, Hulina finally found Yan, who was slapped into the wall by Su Sheng and could not be pulled out. The latter, with a swollen nose and face, fell into a coma with a burning slap mark. Hulina's jade hand gently shook the latter's shoulder, and she lifted his upper body with her arms and said hurriedly, Yan, Yan, are you okay? Yan gradually woke up and slowly opened his weak eyes. When he saw that it was Hulina, his tone naturally became gentle, Ahem, Lina, I'm fine. Then Su Sheng and Xiaoyu also came over, squatted down, and frowned, saying, Yan, is there anything wrong with your body? Yan glanced at him without answering, but pretended to be comfortable. Lying in Hulina's arms, he sent a provocative look to Su Sheng. Su Sheng, in terms of strength, I, Yan, would like to call you the strongest among the four of us. But you lost your life. This look made Su Sheng very uncomfortable, and he didn't understand why he didn't slap this guy to death just now. It was so cheap. Xiaoyu, who was squatting on the ground, naturally saw Yan's provocative expression just now, but he was too lazy to pay attention. This guy just suffered only skin injuries, so there was no need to send him to the auxiliary soul master in the Wuhan Hall for treatment. It was estimated that Su Sheng would be enough to heal him casually. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu turned his head and looked at Su Sheng and said, Su Sheng, you are an auxiliary soul master, you should have a soul skill to recover, right? Yes, but the treatment method of my martial soul is a bit strange. I don't know if Yan can accept it. After Su Sheng replied, his eyes stared straight at Yan. Good guy, didn't you jump a lot just now? I hope you can hold on for a while. This look made Yan feel cold all over, and he shrank back into Hulina's arms. After Hulina felt the movement in her arms, she thought that Yan had not recovered yet. She only cared about the latter as a teammate, without any personal feelings, so she didn't think much about it. Hulina put Yan back on the cold floor. Su Sheng, help Yan treat it first, it would be bad if there were sequelae. Looking at Su Sheng's increasingly malicious eyes, Yan, who was lying on the ground, seemed to have discovered that something was wrong. This guy's eyes looking at him were obviously full of revenge. I would rather die than let him treat me. Never. Hum. Yan, who was lying on the ground, was pierced by countless petals of the 9-heart blood tangerine. He hummed softly with a tingling and extremely comfortable feeling, and coupled with that extremely enjoyable expression. This look instantly made Xiaoyu feel like vomiting. Seeing Hulina, whose ears were red and her heart was beating, obviously ashamed and didn't know what to do, Xiaoyu decisively stretched out his 2 palms to cover Hulina's beautiful eyes. This scene was too eye-catching, it could be said that the East Asian Demon King was possessed. Su Sheng folded his arms and smiled at Yan, who was constantly panting softly. Little guy, this time you will lose the right to choose a spouse for 3 years. The petals of the 9-heart blood tangerine were originally slightly toxic. But Su Sheng cleverly controlled the toxicity to a range that would not hurt the body. This resulted in the 9-heart blood tangerine petals being non-toxic, but with an extremely strong tingling feeling, coupled with the 9-heart blood tangerine's recovery ability. Hiss, that sour and refreshing feeling makes people feel like they are floating in the air. After a few minutes, Su Sheng saw that the treatment was almost done, and with a wave of his hand, the petals of the 9-heart blood tang gradually became transparent, and finally turned into particles and disappeared. Without the numbness, Yan shook his head with a relaxed look, and his brain was finally able to think. He looked up and saw Su Sheng's half-smile. Then, everything that happened to him before came to his mind. In an instant, his face was chillingly gloomy, and he looked at Su Sheng angrily and shouted, Su Sheng, what did you do to me just now? Why would I do that? After doing something so shameful that he wanted to expose himself, he knew that his perfect impression in Hulina's heart would definitely fall to the bottom. Su Sheng blinked innocently and shrugged, I didn't do anything to you, didn't you look so happy just now? This guy just started to deny it after enjoying it. A complete scumbag. Yan clenched his fist tightly, wanting to rush over and punch Su Sheng to death. But the next moment, he took a breath of cold air in his heart, and suddenly thought that this guy could beat him half to death with a slap just now. He was afraid that he was no match for him. He suppressed his anger, showed a stiff smile and looked at Xiaoyu and Hulina. Hulina's face was still as red as an apple. Xiaoyu pulled her behind him and said to Yan vigilantly, Stay away from Lina, you pervert. I'm so meow. Yan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, leaving deep nail marks on his skin. The next moment, he seemed to be unable to hold on any longer, his eyes turned black, and his body fell to the ground. After Su Sheng had been under Yan's resentful gaze all day, he finally understood today's course. A soft female voice suddenly appeared in Su Sheng's ears. Su Sheng, come out for a moment. This extremely familiar voice made Su Sheng immediately know its owner, it was Bibi Dong. Su Sheng stood up from his seat calmly and walked out of the academy. Seeing this, Yan deliberately sneered, what is this guy doing now? Don't you know that we have to study at night? Xiaoyu glanced at him and said with contempt, it's almost enough. You wanted to fight him alone, but you were almost beaten to death by a slap. This mentioned Yan's sad things, and he retorted unconvincedly, Xiaoyu, why are you showing off to me here? If you have the ability, go and fight Su Sheng, that monster. Let's see if he can beat you to death with a slap. The leisurely words came out of Xiaoyu's mouth, why? As long as I don't fight, who knows that I am not as good as him? IQ is a good thing, but it's a pity that you don't have it. Yan widened his eyes. He didn't expect Xiaoyu to be so shameless. He shouted angrily, Xiaoyu, you are shameless. Xiaoyu closed his eyes and ignored him. The fact is that as long as the two don't fight alone, Su Sheng is just an auxiliary soul master outside. Who would know that he can't beat him? Chapter 22, Come to my room to absorb soul bones. When Su Sheng walked to the entrance of the academy, he saw a woman in the Pope's uniform, who had a graceful figure and a manner that was full of desire. Next to her stood Chiaruo, who was full of respect. Bibi Dong kept nodding during the conversation. But the next moment, Bibi Dong uttered a few words from her thin lips. In an instant, Qi Fan seemed to have heard something unbelievable. His pupils suddenly shrank, and then he was filled with fear and surprise. Qi Ruo took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Your Holiness, don't worry, I will never tell anyone about this." Holding the purple gold scepter, Bibi Dong, who looked cold, relaxed her expression and nodded slightly. The fact that Su Sheng had reached the level of titled DOULUO could not be exposed too much. Except for a few people who must know, she would never allow anyone to spread it without authorization. Because he is likely to step into the level of extreme DOULUO before the age of 30, and even obtain the level of God. And this will become the trump card for the Spirit Hall to completely dominate the entire continent. Su Sheng walked towards the two of them with a calm expression, and when he came to Bibi Dong, he respectfully said, "Teacher, what do you want to talk to me about?" Bibi Dong responded softly, "Yes." Then he glanced at Qi Ruo without a trace of emotion, and said coldly, "Qi Ruo, you go back first." Qi Ruo looked at Su Sheng deeply, then turned and left. If His Holiness the Pope hadn't said it, he might never know that this child named Su Sheng had far surpassed himself in his cultivation. He had reached the terrifying level of titled DOULUO. Apart from theoretical knowledge, he had no ability to be Su Sheng's mentor. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes and asked in confusion, "Teacher, what were you talking about just now? Why do I feel that there is something wrong with the way Teacher Qi Ruo looks at me?" Bibi Dong did not answer this question, but silently pursed her thin lips, stiffly smiled and looked at Su Sheng, with hopeful stars in her pupils. "Xiao Sheng, can I call you that?" She could always see the shadow of Yu Xiaogang in Su Sheng. They were both geniuses, but they were in different fields. The whole continent knew that Yu Xiaogang, the master, had proposed the 10-core competitiveness of the martial soul, which was already well known in the world, but no one dared to try it with their own martial soul. After the mutation, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul, which could be called a waste, was a stain on his life. On the other hand, Su Sheng had a unique and terrifying talent in martial soul, but his theory was not outstanding. That's why Bibi Dong would connect two unrelated people together. Su Sheng's face flashed with surprise at first. Bibi Dong, who was always aloof, would actually say such intimate words to him who had only known him for a few days. "I'm afraid it has something to do with Yu Xiaogang, the person he loved when he was young." Su Sheng smiled and said, "Of course it's okay, but, teacher, is there anything in your heart that you don't want to say?" Bibi Dong's body trembled, as if she was greatly stimulated, and suddenly shouted coldly, "You will know about this later." Su Sheng immediately stopped talking in sign language. He knew that what he had just said obviously hurt Bibi Dong's painful memories of the past. She needed to calm herself down, otherwise it would only lower her impression. Bibi Dong quickly closed her eyes and opened them again, with a hint of apology in her tone, "Sorry, Xiao Sheng, some things are not the time to say, let's talk while walking." This was a rare opportunity to bring the two of them closer to each other as a master and apprentice. How could he stupidly refuse? Bibi Dong and Su Sheng were walking in step on the road of the Spirit Hall. From a distance, it was obvious that the former was at least 3 heads taller than the latter. Bibi Dong slowly put down her purple gold scepter and said leisurely, "Su Sheng, what I just said to Qi Ruo was about you. Is it because of my soul power level?" The clever Su Sheng immediately thought of this. Bibi Dong nodded, staring at Su Sheng, and said seriously, "Yes, you have reached the level of titled DOULUO now. Lina and the others' training will do you no good. So, I came to make your training plan myself." Su Sheng was stunned for a moment, and smiled slightly, "Teacher, I understand. Bibi Dong is indeed a decisive woman." After accepting him as a disciple, although on the surface she only gave him 3 soul bones, she also worked hard to make a plan for him in secret. With such a dedicated and sincere teacher, Su Sheng felt that it was right for him to become her disciple. But he had some doubts in his heart again. Although he did not practice deliberately during this period, his soul power was also strangely rising steadily, but he was always hovering around the bottleneck and could not feel the opportunity for a breakthrough. He curiously expressed his doubts, "Teacher, I have reached the threshold of level 91 recently, but I still haven't had the opportunity to break through. Do you know what's going on? Bibi Dong has reached the level of level 99 extreme DOULUO, and she must have experienced all of this. So, maybe she knows something." Hearing this, Bibi Dong frowned and realized that Su Sheng's situation was very different from what she thought in her heart. According to her experience, after Su Sheng absorbed the soul bone, his body could withstand the pressure brought by the increase in soul power. If he had already touched a certain threshold, he should not be unable to break through. Then, Bibi Dong's tone gradually became urgent, and she said solemnly, "Still at level 90? Xiao Sheng, have you absorbed the soul bone I gave you before?" Su Sheng was stunned for a moment, shook his head and denied it. "No, I haven't had a suitable opportunity to absorb it since I got the soul ring." As the words fell, his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that it was because of his physical condition that he could not break through? This is very likely. Bibi Dong approached Su Sheng, quickly stretched out her soft and white jade hand to grab Su Sheng's tender wrist, closed her eyes and sensed the situation in his body. Unconsciously, a fragrance of a mature woman that belonged to Bibi Dong slowly flowed into Su Sheng's nose. Su Sheng couldn't help but calm down, feeling a pleasure he had never experienced before, and his brain instantly became dozens of times clearer. In this atmosphere, Su Sheng didn't even dare to move, for fear that the woman would see something. After a while, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes gradually opened, slowly let go of Su Sheng's hand and reclenched the purple gold scepter. A cold look appeared on her beautiful and unbridled face. "Su Sheng, today you will go to my room to absorb soul bones. There is a special shielding soul guide device arranged there." Su Sheng responded subconsciously, and after reacting, he widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Teacher, you just said, let me go to your room to absorb soul bones. Did he hear it right?" Bibi Dong actually asked a man like him to go to her boudoir to absorb soul bones? Bibi Dong's face became even colder. "Why? Don't you want to?" Su Sheng's whole body went cold, and he waved his hand to explain, "Teacher, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried that this would disturb you." Damn, going to Bibi Dong's boudoir alone, I really don't know whether to say it's torture or welfare. Chapter 23 Alone in a Room. Bibi Dong, holding the purple gold scepter tightly, glanced at Su Sheng's face indifferently, trying to see something from that handsome but slightly awkward face. Some things, talking to Su Sheng is like talking to an adult, even if the latter is only a 9-year-old child. After a while, he said expressionlessly, "Don't worry, it's very quiet there, I usually live alone, how can I disturb you?" Although in the Wuhan Hall, her room is absolutely not allowed to be entered by anyone except Hulina, but inexplicably, she is not very repulsive to Su Sheng in her heart. It is very likely that this child has a bit of his aura, so she feels friendly. Seeing that his dear teacher Bibi Dong had said so, Su Sheng would probably anger the former if he refused. However, thinking about this matter, it was still quite exciting. Not many people in the entire continent could enter Bibi Dong's room, which was enough for him to brag about it among other time travelers for a year. Su Sheng lowered his head slightly, "Then I'll trouble the teacher to protect me tonight." Su Sheng followed Bibi Dong for a distance that was neither long nor short, and finally appeared in front of him a very shabby, no, it should be a simple hall. From the outside, it can be vaguely felt from this hall that it has not been moistened by the sun for a long time. And the whole surrounding exudes a very depressing and dull atmosphere. After stopping, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with nostalgia, and she looked up at this simple place, but in her heart it was second only to the Wuhan Hall. If she could follow the original agreement, she should have lived with that man in such a leisurely time. However, things went against his wishes. He left, and there was only an empty hall left here. Su Sheng, who was standing next to him, looked up and looked around. After a while of scanning, he found that there was nothing special about it. It was in stark contrast to the expensive Pope's palace. On one side, even the walls were made of crystal or even diamonds, while on the other side, they were built of ordinary bricks and tiles. With such a big contrast, Su Sheng would not believe that there was no story behind it. But he did not dare to ask. He had only known Bibi Dong for a few days. He was not stupid enough to think that Bibi Dong now completely trusted him. Bibi Dong naturally saw the curiosity that flashed across Su Sheng's face, and her brows gradually relaxed. A smile from the heart made her mouth slightly raised, and she murmured, "Xiao Sheng, are you wondering why this place is so shabby? Even the gate has become rusty." Seeing that Bibi Dong saw through his thoughts, Su Sheng, who was embarrassed, chose to remain silent. At this time, not saying anything is the best way. Bibi Dong's personality is changeable. Who knows that she will smile at you in the last second, and her face will be cold and she wants to kill you in the next second. But after waiting for a long time, Bibi Dong didn't say another word. Su Sheng secretly glanced at Bibi Dong, only to see that the latter had already discovered his little action, and was staring at him with a slightly focused gaze, seemingly waiting for Su Sheng's answer. Su Sheng patted and coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment just now. He thought Bibi Dong was talking to him about her past. I didn't expect that he was stunned for a long time because he wanted to hear his answer. I don't understand. Whether it's Yu Xiaogang or Bibi Dong's affairs, how could he know these secrets? The only thing I know is that Bibi Dong has become what she is now. The ruthlessness and decisiveness in the eyes of the outside world are just used to cover up her other side. I had to ask carefully, with the funds of the Spirit Hall, it is impossible that even this small place cannot be solved. I'm afraid it's because this hall is very important to you, teacher. Things that cannot even be defiled. Bibi Dong stared at Su Sheng meaningfully, and said without comment, "You guessed right, as you said, this place has the happiest time of the teacher. Well, let's go in first." She didn't want to mention those things that evoked her painful memories. Especially, Kyung Sunji. That scumbag who was wearing the skin of her teacher. Bibi Dong slowly opened the door, and the two walked into this room. As soon as he stepped into it, Su Sheng felt a feeling similar to shielding sound waves, which should be a soul guide. On the table in the center of the room, there was only a small piece of weak candle burning, barely bringing a little light to the dim room. Bibi Dong put down the purple gold scepter, walked to a chair, and sat down slowly. Looking at Su Sheng, she whispered, "Su Sheng, sit down and absorb the soul bones now. The soul guides around you will block all the noises that occur when you break through your cultivation level in the room. Don't worry about the noises being too loud and attracting the attention of others." The reason why Su Sheng was brought here to absorb the soul bones is that the production of soul guides is very difficult, and even the Spirit Hall does not have many. The second is that the soul guides installed in this place are exactly the highest level currently developed. Even the breath of the titled DOULUO is shielded by this. Otherwise, if you break through in the Spirit Hall without authorization, the huge noise caused may even attract the attention of the Elder Hall and other hostile forces. She didn't want to reveal Su Sheng's trump card that could subvert the continent in the future too early. Su Sheng stared at the tension of being alone in a room with Bibi Dong, and sat cross-legged on the ground with gentle movements. Then he took out the 3 soul bones that Bibi Dong had given him before, and saw 3 soul bones with different lights quietly floating in front of him. The 3 soul bones are, the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, the right arm of exploding and burning flames, and the left leg of chasing the wind. Su Sheng looked at the 3 floating soul bones with a twitch in his mouth, and for a moment he didn't know how to choose. Bibi Dong, who was sitting on the chair, lifted her cheeks, and her charming pupils seemed to see through everything. She said, "Xiao Sheng, start absorbing from the skull, which is also the most dangerous." Su Sheng cast a grateful look, "Yes, teacher. Others are struggling to find soul bones, but what I am worried about is that I have 3 soul bones but don't know which one to absorb first. This person is so annoying. If he is placed in front of the current titled DOULUO, I am afraid he will be beaten to death by them." Su Sheng shook his head, calmed his restless heart, and then grabbed the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration and placed it on his chest. He turned the soul power into a thread and tied it to the soul bone, and then closed his eyes. Bibi Dong saw that Su Sheng had already started to absorb, and reminded him, "Xiao Sheng, you must use your heart to feel the existence of the soul bone, don't try to resist it. After the soul bone is absorbed by the soul master, it is like a bone that grows by oneself, so you must relax your body and mind when absorbing it, so that the body and soul bone can be perfectly integrated." Su Sheng closed his eyes to absorb the soul bone. Even if he didn't use his eyes to look around, he could feel that he was in a vast blue ocean. He looked at this extremely peaceful ocean, as if he was the master here and could control everything here. Su Sheng couldn't help but pursed his lips and praised, "Is this the scene of absorbing soul bones? So beautiful! Chapter 24 It's late, let's sleep together." But the next moment, the entire light blue ocean began to turbulent, and the whole surroundings were spinning. Countless spiritual power attacks from the soul bone directly bombarded Su Sheng. This attack that wanted to tear his brain apart made Su Sheng's face show a few traces of pain. He bit his thin lips and endured this pain silently. Afterwards, the pain became more and more violent. When Su Sheng's pain reached its peak, he couldn't help but let out a cold hiss. Although he already had the cultivation of a titled DOULUO, his spiritual power was still very weak. So much so that absorbing this skull would still bring unnecessary pain. As the surrounding ocean gradually became transparent and merged into Su Sheng's body, the pain gradually disappeared. And in the real world, the soul bone held in his hand also quietly merged into Su Sheng's head. Su Sheng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes slightly. He could already feel that after absorbing the skull, his spiritual power had made a great breakthrough. Even if you don't use your eyes to see at this moment, you can sense everything within 5 meters nearby. Bibi Dong, who had been watching Su Sheng closely, asked with narrowed eyes when she saw him wake up, "Xiao Sheng, how is it? Is there any rejection after absorption?" Although the possibility of rejection between soul bones and soul masters is very small, it must be taken seriously, especially soul bones such as skulls, which must not make any mistakes. Minor damage to IQ, serious lead to obsession. Su Sheng turned back and smiled, "Teacher, don't worry, after absorbing this skull, my mental power has been greatly improved, but my cultivation still seems to have not broken through." Bibi Dong held her cheeks with an unchanged expression, and said lightly, "This is reasonable. Relying on only one soul bone cannot withstand the pressure of your titled DOULUO level soul power. At least wait until you have absorbed 3 pieces before you can break the bottleneck." Su Sheng looked at the other 2 soul bones thoughtfully, then "Teacher, should I start absorbing other soul bones now?" He wanted to absorb it as soon as possible and feel relieved. After all, he had heard Bibi Dong said, without absorbing soul bones, he can only survive for 2 years at most with his own body, which is like a time bomb. Who knows that Bibi Dong shook his head to deny Su Sheng's idea, and said coldly, "No, stop for a while and continue to absorb. Although other soul bones are not so dangerous, it is not so easy." Su Sheng nodded, and did not ask too much, and continued to cross his knees and began to practice. After that, Su Sheng successively absorbed the 2 soul bones of the right arm of the blasting and burning flames and the left leg of the swift forward chasing wind. Because it has little to do with mental power, the whole process is very smooth. And his cultivation successfully crossed that bottleneck, breaking through from level 90 to level 91. Su Sheng stood up from the ground and patted his pants, looking at Bibi Dong, who was looking at him in a daze. He couldn't help but interrupt her thoughts. "Teacher, do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll go back now." He and Bibi Dong were alone in this small dark room, and he always felt that he had to be cautious in doing anything he wanted to do. The most important thing was that there was a big beauty next to him, and he could only look but not eat. Which man could bear it? What's more, his current body is just that of a kid, and that thing has not developed at all. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes flashed a gleam of light when she came back to her senses, and she looked outside from the window. "I saw that the huge Wuhan Hall had been shrouded in the night." Bibi Dong thought very calmly, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly unconsciously. She looked at Su Sheng, and her beautiful face flushed a few times, and then it flashed away. He stood up and slowly approached Su Sheng, stretched out his hand and gently patted the latter's shoulder. He pretended to be calm and said, "Xiao Sheng, it's late, sleep here today, just think of it as accompanying the teacher to talk, okay?" Su Sheng's legs and feet stiffened as he stood, and the whole person seemed to be struck by lightning. What is this? He and Bibi Dong are now in a master-disciple relationship. First, a man and a woman were alone in a room, and then Bibi Dong asked him to sleep with her. My God, why is the development of this plot always so bloody? Is it going to develop a teacher-student relationship with Bibi Dong? Su Sheng silently shrank forward, forcing Bibi Dong to release her hand from his shoulder. Then he took a deep breath and said in a tactful tone, "Teacher, I think we should just forget it. This place is not far from the academy, and if others see it, I'm afraid it will be bad for you." She would not agree so easily just because Bibi Dong is a beauty. He, Su Sheng, although lazy, is also an upright man. After getting Su Sheng's reply, Bibi Dong's face was full of disappointment. He turned his back slightly and sighed quietly, "Is that so?" Su Sheng, who turned his head sideways, could clearly sense Bibi Dong's undisguised disappointment because he absorbed the skull seeing a beautiful woman, especially his teacher, showing such an expression. He still felt a little bit reluctant in his heart, or should he just obey Bibi Dong? He suggested hesitantly, "Teacher, how about this, you sleep on the bed, and I practice on the ground, I wonder if this is okay?" He secretly thought, "I am still so young, Bibi Dong should not do anything to me who is young and ignorant, right?" Probably not, right? Bibi Dong, who turned her back, seemed to have received some precious gift, and suddenly turned back and smiled. The clear smile without any impurities made everything seem not so important. Bibi Dong walked to Su Sheng again, hugged him in her arms and whispered, "Of course, Xiao Sheng, thank you, it has been a long time since someone could talk to the teacher." The night gradually faded, and a ray of light shone into the house from the window. It happened to shine on Su Sheng's face. He stretched out his hand to rub his eyes, and then wanted to stand up. But he found that his waist was actually held tightly by a pair of hands, and the sound of extremely even breathing sounded faintly from his ears. Su Sheng stretched out his hand to grab the soft bed, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. "Oh my! Didn't I practice on the ground yesterday? Why did you get on the bed? That breathing sound just now, could it be?" Su Sheng looked to the side with a bitter face, and saw Bibi Dong, who was obviously asleep, but still very elegant. Her beautiful face was soft and wrinkle-free, and she was lying quietly beside him. If that's the case, it's no big deal. But what's the situation now? Bibi Dong's body was completely pressed against his back, and he could vaguely feel the two warm and soft places. Su Sheng's mind slowly recalled such a sentence, "Are you touched?" He shuddered in his heart and said, "Don't dare to move. Don't dare to move." As long as he moved even a little, he would touch Bibi Dong's body that outlined a perfect curve. When that time comes, nothing can be explained. Chapter 25, One Day of Rest. The lovely Bibi Dong hugged Su Sheng tightly, even though the latter wanted to break free, but he couldn't use brute force to pry her arms apart, right? Besides, that would definitely wake her up. Su Sheng slowly raised his eyes, looked at Bibi Dong's delicate face, and stretched out his arm to Bibi Dong with trembling hands. He thought it would be better to wake Bibi Dong up himself, lest she think he had done something to her. But who would have thought that the trembling arm was not strong enough, and the overly nervous arm suddenly dropped, just in time to perfectly touching Bibi Dong's soft and smooth skin like a baby's. Su Sheng's heart was moved. Su Sheng's heart suddenly accelerated after he reacted. What did he just do? Touch Bibi Dong? It's over, Bibi Dong will definitely wake up soon, and seeing his reckless actions, she might really fall over. However, after a while, the elegant Bibi Dong's long eyelashes only trembled slightly, and then returned to normal. The heavy stone hanging in Su Sheng's heart fell, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't wake up. He carefully retracted the arm that was touching Bibi Dong's cheek, and then stretched out his right hand. Su Sheng had no choice but to stretch out his right palm, and the 9-heart blood tang with an evil red glow slowly emerged from his palm. The next moment, these 9-heart blood tang petals were linked together, covering Su Sheng's back and Bibi Dong's arm. These petals wrapped the latter's arm very gently, and then stuck to the skin and emitted a weak toxicity, temporarily making this arm lose the sense of touch. Su Sheng raised his palm, and these 9-heart blood tang petals lifted Bibi Dong's arm slightly, and then moved away from Su Sheng's back. After doing all this, Su Sheng quickly got up from the bed, stretched comfortably, and turned to look at Bibi Dong who was still sleeping behind him. Bibi Dong, who was less fierce, and more lovely and friendly, was simply hard to look away from. After smiling at her, Su Sheng walked out, gently pushed the door shut and left. Little did she know that after sensing the door closing, Bibi Dong, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes, staring at the closed door with a complicated expression. She actually woke up very early, but she pretended to be quiet because she was afraid of embarrassing Su Sheng. As for how Su Sheng, who was sleeping on the floor last night, got to the bed, it turned out that she was the one who carried him up. After leaving Bibi Dong, Su Sheng had also arrived at the academy, opened the door and walked in. What caught her eye was Hulina, who was wearing a white warm robe and full of pure girlishness, but the 2 dark circles under her eyes and the sleepy expression were very cute. Su Sheng walked towards her and said with a smile, "Lina, good morning. Did you not sleep well?" Hulina glanced at Su Sheng with resentment. "It's Su Sheng, we didn't sleep all night last night, we were all learning about soul beasts." "Oh." Su Sheng was a little surprised, and looked at Xiaoyu and Yan behind him. The 2 were also full of tiredness. It seems that after he left yesterday, the 3 of them had to undergo another round of high-intensity learning. Yan slammed the table, rolled his eyes and lay down, very unhappy. "I can't do it. I want to sleep. I don't even have time to sleep all day. Is this what a human being does?" Xiaoyu shook his head helplessly. "You'd better get up, don't let teacher Chiruo see you, otherwise he will punish you again. Try to practice soul power to relieve fatigue. It's easy for you to say," Yan said, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. Seeing Su Sheng, the 3 of them didn't know whether they should call him. Xiaoyu spread his hands to show that he was powerless. Their learning intensity is completely different from that of other colleges. They first learn about soul beasts and various theoretical knowledge in the morning, practice soul power in the afternoon, and study until dawn at night. This terrifying level of practice, although it allows them to improve their cultivation quickly, often leads to lack of sleep. Xiaoyu shook his head, looked at Su Sheng again, and asked curiously, "Su Sheng, where did you go last night? Why didn't even the extremely strict teacher Chiruo stop you?" Before Su Sheng came, Chiruo treated the 3 of them very strictly. If it was not a very important matter, they basically had to study and practice all the time. As for rest, that was unthinkable. Unexpectedly, Su Sheng was like this on his first day, and Chiruo could actually tolerate it. Su Sheng thought about it and lied casually, "Me? I went to discuss some things with the teacher, so I didn't come. Sleeping with Bibi Dong Ba, how could he say that he had rested with Bibi Dong for a night? Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh when he heard this, so that's why, no wonder teacher Chi Ruo agreed, tisk tisk tisk. Hulina, who was beside Su Sheng, struggled for a few seconds before she reached out and poked the corner of Su Sheng's clothes, and said shyly, Su Sheng, just sit next to me. Su Sheng turned his head and was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, okay. Xiaoyu took this scene into his eyes, looked at Yan who was sleeping on the back with sympathy, and said contemptuously, Yan, it seems that my sister already has someone in her heart, but you are still sleeping stupidly. The next moment, he suddenly realized a very serious problem, and his eyes gradually turned cold when he looked at Su Sheng, damn it. This guy actually wants to steal my sister. Hiss if I can't beat him. Before he finished speaking, Chi Ruo walked in from the door with a cold face. Xiaoyu quickly shut up, Hulina and Su Sheng also sat down one after another, and Yan, who was sleeping soundly on the table, suddenly woke up when he heard the door being pushed open, straightened his back and stared at Chi Ruo. Chi Ruo first glanced at Xiaoyu and the other two, and when he saw Su Sheng, he was sweating in his heart when he thought that this child was a titled DOULUO level strongman. Chi Ruo covered his mouth and coughed, ahem. Hulina, Xiaoyu, Yan, you three have been studying very hard during this period, so let you rest for a day today. But don't forget to practice soul power. Yan widened his eyes, scratched his ears and said in disbelief, did I hear it right? This old guy actually let us rest? Did his head get chewed by a dog? Xiaoyu lowered his head and said thoughtfully, it's unscientific. Could it be that Chi Ruo has changed his nature and plans to let us resume normal practice and study? Impossible, there must be a conspiracy. Hulina asked directly and suspiciously, Teacher Chi Ruo, did you say something wrong just now? Or do you want us to practice all night today? Su Sheng remained silent, looking at Chi Ruo with great curiosity, waiting for his next words. Chi Ruo's face suddenly darkened when he saw the reaction of Xiaoyu and the other two he taught them, but now he is such an unkind mentor in the eyes of these three people? You heard it right, I will let you rest for a day today. That, Su Sheng, come out with me. Chi Ruo looked at Su Sheng with a bit of awe. Chapter 26 Go to the Great Soul Fighting Arena. After Su Sheng and Chi Ruo walked out, the former asked in confusion, Teacher Chi Ruo, do you have something to talk to me about? Chi Ruo nodded and said solemnly, Su Sheng, His Highness the Pope has told me that you have reached the level of titled DOULUO. Su Sheng pursed his lips thoughtfully, raised his eyebrows and said, so? I skipped the training directly. Chi Ruo denied Su Sheng's statement, ahem no, it's because the training plan arranged by His Highness the Pope for you is different from that of Xiaoyu and the others. When he heard that His Highness the Pope asked this child who was only a few years old to participate in the Great Soul Fighting Arena, he almost thought he was hallucinating. After all, casualties are very likely to occur in the Great Soul Fighting Arena, especially in the Great Soul Fighting City in Wuhan City. The number of casualties is terrifying. Until later, she told herself that the child in front of her awakened to the innate level 90 soul power, and was a veritable titled DOULUO. After that, he could understand what His Holiness meant. Su Sheng glanced at him silently, Teacher Chi Ruo, please continue. What's the difference with Xiaoyu and the others? He was looking forward to what task Bibi Dong would give him. Since Bibi Dong knew that his soul power had reached 91 or so, she would definitely not assign something useless to him. So what kind of training can be effective for him? Chi Ruo said in a serious tone, Su Sheng, according to the instructions of His Holiness, you will study theoretical knowledge with Xiaoyu and the others every morning. In the afternoon, you will go to the Great Fighting Soul Arena in Wuhan City alone for a 1v1 duel, and your rank needs to reach the diamond medal. At night, you will hunt down at least one soul beast with a cultivation of more than 20,000 years alone. After saying that, Chiruo felt that these training tasks were very difficult for him. Moreover, Su Sheng was an auxiliary soul master, and he was afraid that he would die in the mouth of a soul beast if he was not careful. After listening to this, Su Sheng, who was calm, did not show any fluctuations in his face, because these tasks were not very difficult, especially going to the great fighting soul arena for a duel. With his titled DOULUO soul power, he can basically achieve a perfect victory. If the number of matches is not limited, he can even get a diamond medal in just one day. Su Sheng felt a little bored and said, "Is that all?" Chiruo's mouth twitched involuntarily. "Hey? That's all?" Su Sheng doesn't understand the difficulty of this task, does he? Even if he is a titled DOULUO, he is only a support system. It is almost impossible to fight against a 10,000-year soul beast. Otherwise, he would definitely lament that he is nearly 50 years old, but he is not as good as a child of a few years old. Chiruo thought for a while, thinking that His Highness the Pope only told him so much. There is nothing after that, Su Sheng. You should not know where the Great Soul Fighting Arena is. Su Sheng nodded without comment. He has only been here for a few days, so he is naturally not familiar with Wuhan City. Well, I'm not familiar with the place just a few days ago. Chiruo stroked his white beard and suggested, "That's perfect. Xiaoyu and the others are resting now. Let me take you there." After taking Su Sheng there once, it would be none of his business what Su Sheng should do in the future. Chiruo led Su Sheng to the big fighting arena of Wuhan City. Because Su Sheng was too handsome, he was very conspicuous on the whole street, and exclamations from men and women continued to ring out. "Wow, that boy is so handsome, I wonder which sect he belongs to. So handsome, if I can get this boy to get engaged to my Xiaoqing, then I, as a mother-in-law, will have no regrets in my life." Don't dream. Look carefully at the middle-aged man with a white beard next to him. He is the instructor of the Wuhan Academy. He is a Soul Emperor level strongman. Chiruo, who was walking in step with Su Sheng, moved his ears slightly. Hearing these generous praises, he looked at Su Sheng and said in a sour tone, "Su Sheng, it seems that you are very popular. As a mentor of the Wuhan Academy and a Soul Emperor level strongman, he doesn't have such a remarkable treatment." Sure enough, the difference in appearance between people is still very important. Su Sheng said with a thick face and a smile, "It's the same for each other. Isn't the name of instructor Chiruo known to everyone? Being handsome is a gift from God, and we can't refuse it." Chiruo smiled bitterly and shook his head, pointing to the vaguely visible circular building in front of him and explaining, "Hey, I'm old and can't do it anymore. Su Sheng, look, the circular venue in front is the Great Fighting Spirit Arena." Su Sheng raised his eyes and could barely see an outline, and said lightly, "Well, it's not much different from the description in the original book." At the entrance of the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, there were 2 rows of women who were not very beautiful, but very attractive. Seeing Su Sheng and Chiruo approaching, they all bowed and said in a sweet voice, "Welcome to the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Please come in." Chiruo nodded and walked in with Su Sheng. The 2 slowly stopped. Su Sheng looked up and saw that they were now in the lowest passage, and there were 3 identical floors above. Chiruo saw that he had come back to his senses, and then he began to patiently explain, "Su Sheng, the Great Soul Fighting Arena is divided into 2 places. One is the place where contestants register, which is where we are now, and the upper floors are rest areas. And the other part is the soul fighting spectator seats. You have to walk in from that road and find your seat." Su Sheng secretly took note, and then saw a storefront in front of him that was open, with computers and other items placed inside. There was a female waiter with light pink hair and a beautiful face busy entering information for other soul masters. After Su Sheng replied, he slowly walked towards the store. "I see, that's the place to sign up," right? Chiruojian followed Su Sheng, who was so impatient. The waiter in the store wiped the sweat from his forehead, and when he saw Su Sheng, his eyes flashed with surprise. This little brother is so handsome, if he grows up a little bit. Maybe I would want to flirt with him. The team next to him saw the waitress staring at Su Sheng, and said unhappily, "Hey, why are you staring at other children like that? Hurry up and enter our information." The waitress hurriedly came back to her senses and took their cards, saying apologetically, "Ah, sorry, I'll enter it right away." She typed a few times on the computer and asked, "Please tell me the name of your team." The man who had scolded him before lifted his chin and thought for a while, "We have 7 people, and the team name is simply called 7 People Carrying Coffins? That's it." When the waitress heard this weird name, she asked with a strange look on her face, "Sir, are you sure?" The man felt the air of being questioned from the words, and angrily said, "Hey, you woman, don't you understand what I say? Just fill in this when I tell you to." The waitress got the reply and was too lazy to pay attention to them. "Just call this if you want. Best, I hope the 7 of them will be carried away together." After the waitress finished recording, she handed the card over coldly again, "The entry is successful, please go to the fighting spirit area and wait." The man snorted unhappily and left here with the other 6 people. The waitress took a deep breath and looked at Su Sheng again. Seeing the little face of the British drama, in an instant, the irritable mood suddenly became much more beautiful. This child has magic. After looking at him, she felt energetic again. She smiled slightly and said to Su Sheng gently, "Little brother, are you here to watch the game? The spectator seats are that way." Su Sheng stretched out his palm and directly summoned the 9-heart blood tangerine with scarlet blood. 4 black soul rings slowly emerged from under his feet. "Miss, I am serious and I am not kidding you." 4 dark soul rings flashed around Su Sheng's shao. The waitress's face changed drastically and she took a step back in fear. A shocked expression appeared on her face, and she stammered, What? This little brother is already a 4-ring soul master. Ondond." As she spoke, there was a bit of fear in her tone, and, the first 4 soul rings are all 10,000-year soul rings. How terrifying is this child? All soul masters on the continent know a taboo. The absorption period of a soul master's first soul ring is generally no more than 600 years. Once the absorption period exceeds the limit, the soul master's body will not be able to withstand the pressure and explode. But this child. The first soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring, which is unprecedented in the entire continent. And the person who can cultivate such a terrifying child, how powerful must his background be? Su Sheng was not surprised to see the woman's surprised look, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised and said, "Miss, can you enter the information for me now?" "I said, I'm not here to watch the game." The woman calmed down her surprise and said as gently as possible, "Of course, but you need to pay 10 gold soul coins to process the information." Even with their rigorous professional training, they felt that what had just happened was too dreamy. When Su Sheng heard the 3 words gold soul coins, his face suddenly became embarrassed. By the way, Bibi Dong didn't give him some gold soul coins? How can he have fun? The waitress, who had a discerning eye, saw Su Sheng's embarrassment and suggested very politely, "Little brother, you didn't bring gold soul coins, did you? If so, I can. If you can advance money for such a handsome little brother, then the money is worth it even if it is discounted." Su Sheng looked at the woman and scratched his hair awkwardly. When he was about to thank her, Chiruo came over and grabbed his shoulder. Su Sheng turned around and saw Chiruo took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to him. "Su Sheng, this is something His Holiness the Pope specifically asked you to do. There is 100,000 in it. Gold soul coins. It should be enough for your expenses." Su Sheng took the black card and said, "Bibi Dong is really careful. I thought she didn't prepare anything just now." It seems that I blamed her wrongly. He looked at the black card and felt that there was nothing special except for the very unique pattern. Only the waitress at the counter who saw the black card couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. She was really lucky today. She just saw a shocking scene, and now there is a more exciting one. If there are a few more, her little heart will not be able to bear it. Her eyes flashed with some suspicion. This card can only be used by His Highness the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Could this child and this middle-aged man be? I'm afraid that they are not the confidants of His Highness the Pope, but also people with a strong connection. No wonder the soul ring ratio of this child is so terrible. This can explain it. Su Sheng handed the black card to the waitress. Miss, is this okay now? Unexpectedly, the woman shook her head and refused. After seeing Su Sheng's face full of doubts, she hurriedly explained, "Little brother, this is exclusive to His Holiness the Pope, so all handling fees can be waived." Since that was the case, Su Sheng took back the black card, shrugged his shoulders and said lazily, "So that's how it is. It's really convenient to have more power." The woman tapped her fingers in front of the computer for a few times, and then asked warmly, "Little brother, please tell me your name, title, soul power level, and the type of fighting spirit you want to participate in." Su Sheng thought about it and murmured, "Su Sheng, the title is 9 Heart Blood Tang, soul power level 49. He wouldn't be stupid enough to say that he was a titled DOULUO, then there might not be anyone in the entire fighting spirit field who could beat him. And he couldn't experience the refreshing feeling of not using martial spirits to draw people. As Tang Hao's son, Tang San didn't learn these fancy things, but he let him learn them. After a while, the woman had successfully entered Su Sheng's information into the computer. She reminded, "Okay, it has been entered successfully. You are participating in a 1v1 fighting spirit, you can go to the rest area and wait for notification." "Thank you, miss." Su Sheng nodded, replied, and turned to Chiruo. The waitress's beautiful eyes moved around Su Sheng's back, and then she sighed helplessly. After sitting in the rest area with Su Sheng for a while, Chiruo looked at the sky and found that it was almost afternoon, so she apologized to Su Sheng who was sitting next to her. "Su Sheng, since you have successfully registered, I should go back." Su Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Teacher Chiruo, didn't you let Xiaoyu and the others rest?" He now knew why Xiaoyu was so miserable with this guy. What he said was just like farting. It is conceivable that Xiaoyu and the other two must have experienced this process from hope to despair. Chiruo swallowed his saliva after hearing this, feeling a little embarrassed and not knowing how to explain. "Ahem, that's what I said, but I'm afraid that their cultivation will fall behind. I believe they can understand my painstaking efforts." Su Sheng waved his hand and said calmly, "Then you go first, Teacher Chiruo." Poor Xiaoyu and the other two were about to start their learning journey again. Chiruo nodded, stood up, straightened his back and left quickly. Not long after, a high-spirited male voice rang out throughout the rest area, "Let's insert a 1v1 single-player fighting spirit, with 9 Heart Blood Tang fighting against Coffin Bearer. Both parties, please go to the third fighting spirit field as soon as possible." After hearing this, Su Sheng, who had been slumped in the chair, slowly stretched his waist and murmured, "Is it finally my turn? But the title of Coffin Bearer? Could it be one of the people who signed up for the 7-man fighting spirit before?" Before he signed up, he happened to meet a team of 7 people. It seemed that the weird team was called 7 Coffin Bearers. Shaking his head and putting these aside, Su Sheng quickly headed towards the third fighting spirit arena. In the third fighting spirit arena, the people in the audience looked at the man who was wearing a black robe, full of the aura of a king, and walked slowly onto the fighting spirit stage, and they all started to discuss. A man exclaimed, "Coffin Bearer? Is he the guy who can summon monsters with a coffin?" A woman next to him nodded, showing a fearful expression, and whispered, "Yes, yes, it is said that the monsters summoned by his coffin are difficult to kill." All the opponents in the previous few competitions did not survive. Another person said frivolously, I have never heard of the 9-heart blood tang. I am afraid he is a novice. It can only be considered bad luck that he met a terrifying guy like the coffin bearer. Just watch, this guy is bound to be torn to pieces by the monster carrying the coffin. Chapter 28, Light Up the Soul Ring. The man who kept stepping on the hoverboard in the Fighting Soul Arena saw that the mood of the audience seats had reached a high point. He knew it was time for him to appear. Elegantly holding up the two halves of the chrysanthemum sunglasses on his face, he said affectionately and loudly, Hello, audience friends, I am the handsome guy responsible for the commentary of this fighting soul, Jiali. In an instant, the audience below were ignited with anger. This guy is a famous poisonous pacifier in the big Fighting Soul Arena. Anyone who has been blessed by this guy is almost impossible to win. Even the party that already has a huge advantage will lose. Therefore, this person's reputation in the big Fighting Soul Arena is very bad, but because of his excellent commentary, no one in the big Fighting Soul Arena fired him. Stop talking nonsense, get started. That's right, where's that guy called Juxing Xutang? Why hasn't he come on stage yet? Did he run away from the battlefield? Shut up, you bastard! It was your bad luck the last time we came here that caused us to lose a lot of gold soul coins. Looking at the audience who were swearing at him, Jiali just laughed out loud and said shamelessly, seeing that you are welcoming me so enthusiastically, it seems that commentating this game should be very interesting. Do you still have some shame? Who the hell welcomes you? Get off the court. I want to ask for a substitution. Damn, I've never seen such a shameless person. Jiali simply ignored these people and looked suspiciously at the opposite side of the coffin bearer. When he saw that it was a slightly short child, he was surprised and said, Wow, the opponent of the coffin bearer has appeared. But is he a little young? Could he be a disciple of that sect? Su Sheng's face darkened when he heard Jiali's explanation. He then looked up and glanced at the latter, saying unhappily, This guy, can he speak? Isn't he just a little younger? The spectators in the audience looked at Su Sheng, who was not even half their height, and shouted angrily, What the hell? This Juxing Xutang is just a little handsome kid? Isn't this a joke? A man with a wretched face had greed in his eyes. He rubbed his palms and said happily, It seems that today is stable, and it will definitely make a lot of money. The woman next to him showed endless disappointment on her face and shook her head and said, The great Fighting Soul Arena is getting less and less rigorous. Even this little kid can go on stage, and this should be a battle at the soul sect level. The coffin bearer in a black robe stared at Su Sheng with a pair of red eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, I am not interested in little kids. There is no sense of accomplishment in taking your life. Get out of here quickly. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes, then showed a harmless smile. And said lightly, What a coincidence, I am not interested in you either. After all, I have never met such a weak opponent. The coffin bearer was shocked, and his tone gradually mixed with a few sharp murderous intentions, Boy! You are looking for death. I wanted to let you go, now, get ready to die. I wanted to spare his life because he was a child. It seems unnecessary. He wants to use his coffin to wrap the body of this ignorant guy. Su Sheng yawned, and then lazily replied, If you can do it. Jiali applauded, It seems that both sides are full of fighting spirit, so please prepare for the battle, and start in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, start. The coffin bearer stepped hard with his left leg and said coldly, Humph, boy, I will show you what strength is. He opened his hands, and a huge coffin slowly solidified in his hands, and then placed the coffin in front of him. 4 bright soul rings slowly emerged from under his feet. They were white, yellow, and purple. They didn't even meet the standard soul ring ratio. When Jiali saw the white soul ring, his eyes flashed with contempt, and then it flashed away, and he pretended to be excited and said, Our coffin bearer revealed his 4 soul rings. He is actually a level 40 soul master. This seems interesting. The first soul ring is only 10 years old, which is enough to prove that this person's talent is not strong, or even very poor. It is estimated that the person under the gloomy black robe is already in his 50s or 60s. However, although the coffin bearer's first soul ring is a joke, the people in the audience still discuss it one-sidedly. After all, a level 40 soul master, even with a 10-year soul ring, has killed people of the same level. And the other one is a brat who is still wet behind the ears, and it doesn't even matter who will win this game. Sure enough, I bet right. Although the coffin bearer's first soul ring is 10 years old, it must not be underestimated. That's right, if he doesn't have a certain strength, how can he defeat or even kill someone who is also a level 40 soul master? Su Sheng saw the lonely 10-year spirit ring with white light, and he suppressed his smile, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't expect there is someone whose first spirit ring is 10 years old. You are really amazing." The coffin bearer listened to Su Sheng's indirect criticism and couldn't help but get angry. This 10-year spirit ring was a pain in his life, because his talent was indeed very poor. He resisted the urge to tear Su Sheng apart, and said coldly, "Boy, how dare you humiliate me like this? Show me your soul ring quickly, I can't wait to tear you apart. Want to see my soul ring? Okay, I'll satisfy you." Su Sheng on the stage raised his lips slightly. If he wants to see his soul ring so much, of course he has to satisfy him. After all, it's quite interesting to hit his weak heart a little bit. The next moment, he gently stretched out his palm, and the trembling 9-heart blood tang with endless bloody aura bloomed in his palm. The blood-red light radiated so widely that it had brought a cold and depressing atmosphere to the entire great fighting soul arena. The coffin bearer on the opposite side stared at Su Sheng with disdain. This kid is still so young, and his soul power level is at most a great soul master, and he can never be his opponent in one round. But then, his face gradually froze. And his eyes gradually changed from disdain to deep fear. He took a few steps back in fear, and his fearful face was enough to reveal his emotions. What did he just see? 10,000-year soul ring. That's right. It's a 10,000-year soul ring. This child who is less than 10 years old is not only a soul master. And each of his soul rings is a terrifying 10,000-year soul ring. 4 soul rings floated under Su Sheng's feet, full of with a smile on his face, he asked, "What? Don't you want to see my spirit ring?" Because those who participate in the fighting spirit will cover their faces with special eye ornaments, Su Sheng is not worried about exposing himself. The coffin bearer wanted to speak, but found that the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't speak. On the contrary, Jiali, as if his emotions were ignited, shouted enthusiastically, "Dear audience! This child is actually a soul master. Moreover, the soul ring ratio has far exceeded the limit that a soul master can achieve, for 10,000-year soul rings." A sturdy man with a stubble on his face suddenly stood up from his seat, rubbed his eyes and stared at the 4 black soul rings under Su Sheng's feet, and said in fear, "Are you kidding? 4 10,000-year soul rings?" The man next to him kept repeating, "How is this possible? Impossible. Even a titled DOULUO can't achieve such a soul ring ratio. He is only level 40 and already has 4 10,000-year soul rings. If he grows up in the future It seems that the coffin bearer has failed this time. This opponent has crushed him in every aspect and he can't resist." In an instant, Su Sheng became the focus of the entire fighting soul field. Chapter 29 Battle. The coffin bearer took a deep breath and frantically comforted himself, "This kid is just talented. I may not lose to him in a real fight." His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said grimly, "That's right. I won't lose." Second soul skill, Bones. The second yellow 100-year soul ring lit up, and the tightly closed coffin began to tremble wildly, as if something terrible was about to break out of the coffin. Su Sheng was not in a hurry to take action, and looked at the trembling coffin with curiosity. It's interesting. This martial soul should be similar to summoning alien creatures. Jiali, who was standing on the hoverboard in the air, saw that the coffin bearer had already started to act, and exclaimed, "Wow, the coffin bearer took the lead in activating his second soul skill. What will appear in the coffin?" The audience below were all curious and widened their eyes to see it. Has it come out? The special ability of the coffin bearer is to summon creatures from other worlds. It is said that the creatures summoned by his soul skill are all flesh and blood, and they can regenerate quickly even if their heads are cut off. This kid is in trouble. This kind of thing is immortal. Crack! The whole coffin board exploded directly, and the coffin lid was blown into the sky by the huge impact. Afterwards, a creature with a rather magnificent body slowly walked out of the coffin. At first glance, the whole body was covered with white bones. The most bizarre thing was that there was a trace of blood flowing between its bodies. The skeleton stared at Su Sheng, showing a terrifying and weird smile, and repeatedly muttered "Kill, kill." Su Sheng was surprised. It can even speak human language. This martial spirit is quite unique. Although he was still lazy on the surface, he was still a little alert in his heart. The coffin bearer sneered, "This kid must be scared. Good opportunity." The skeleton who received the order suddenly shook his whole body, pulled out one of his ribs, clenched it and rushed towards Su Sheng. The skeleton's eyes were full of endless murderous intent. "Kill, kill." After arriving in front of Su Sheng, he stabbed the rib in his hand fiercely. Su Sheng looked at the skeleton who was about to stab him calmly, and the next moment, he evaded its attack flexibly by turning sideways. He was itching to slap it with his backhand. Bang! Su Sheng's huge power easily slapped the skeleton away mercilessly, and the bones of the whole person fell to the ground like fragments, making a clattering sound. The coffin bearer was shocked and said, "What? My bones were broken with just one slap." His skeleton body could even withstand a fierce attack from the strong attacking battle soul sect, but it was as fragile as paper in front of Su Sheng. Su Sheng shook his arm that was hurting handsomely. After all, he was hitting hard bones, and he hit it with all his strength. Although he didn't know if the bones were okay, he was definitely hit by the recoil. After the numbness disappeared, Su Sheng started to mock, "No way, your bones are so unbearable." The coffin bearer, who was in a dilemma, clenched his fists and said, "Boy, don't be complacent. My bones are indestructible. As long as he has soul power, the creatures he summons are immortal." Su Sheng frowned when he heard this, and refocused his eyes on the skeletal body that had just been broken into pieces, wondering, "Can't be killed." After speaking, the bones that were broken into pieces by Su Sheng's slap began to reassemble automatically. After a few seconds, the bones stood up again, pulled out their ribs again and rushed towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng's eyes flashed with surprise, and he secretly said, "Am I fighting Gundam? It even has reassembly." However, the lifeless bones would not give him time to breathe, and approached Su Sheng and stabbed. Su Sheng uttered a sentence faintly, "The third soul skill, Blood Tang's defense." The third black soul ring under Su Sheng's feet lit up. Blood Tang's defense, extremely strong single-target defense skill. The shield will not disappear before it is broken. In other words, if the light shield is not broken at one time, it will always exist. In an instant, a layer of extremely dense light shield enveloped Su Sheng at a very fast speed, just a few millimeters away from his skin. The ribs protruding from the bones slammed heavily into the light shield, but the latter did not even have a crack. Instead, the ribs in its hand were like branches. It broke into two pieces and fell to the ground. The confused white bones had some doubts in their dark eyes. They stared blankly at the ribs on the ground, and then at the light shield around Su Sheng. Just like that, an extremely dramatic scene appeared on the field. The unconscious white bones kept pulling out a rib to stab and broke, and then pulled and stabbed again and broke again and repeated. The audience in the audience had originally been full of confidence in the coffin bearer, but now some people have begun to sneer and ridicule. Puff, ha ha ha, I'm laughing to death. What the hell is the soul skill of this coffin bearer? This white bone is so stupid. It can't even pierce the light shield on the person's body after stabbing for so long. The coffin bearer narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, damn it. Is this the power of the 10,000-year soul ring? The attack of the white bones is not enough to leave a mark on the light shield. Relying solely on the white bones, it is impossible to break the light shield. The coffin bearer took a deep breath. The only way to deal with the situation now is to give it a try. He shouted coldly, third soul skill, bloodthirsty. Fourth soul skill, troll. The third, fourth, yellow, and purple soul rings lit up. The coffin lying on the ground directly copied 3 coffins in the form of phantom. The next moment, a familiar click sound was heard, and the 2 coffins flew into the air again. Jiali, who had not spoken, pretended to be excited and said, wow, it seems that our coffin bearers are planning to show their true strength. Let's guess what creatures are in the 2 coffins? Su Sheng looked at the other 2 coffins that appeared, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's useless. The gap between 100-year soul ring and 1,000-year soul ring is as big as 10,000 years, and I am a titled DOULUO level soul power. The gap is irreparable. I saw a giant beast that was as big as 4 or 5 white bones in the 2 coffins. The ferocious monster roared, and the sharp teeth in its mouth seemed to carry endless danger. The other one was a tall, beautiful woman with pale skin. Her face was full of smiles, especially the 2 slender fangs, which gave her a sense of copyright a vampire. The 2 summoned creatures howled fiercely, and then tore towards the light shield on Su Sheng's body. The 3 creatures were controlled by the coffin bearer. The white bones poked with ribs. The woman in white bit with fangs. The giant beast smashed with its strong arms. After a while, the coffin bearer rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at the light shield that was not dimmed at all. He said in astonishment, "This is impossible. Why has the light shield not disappeared after smashing for so long?" That's right, the 3 creatures smashed the light shield for dozens of minutes, but there was no damage at all. What the hell is this guy's defensive soul skill? Chapter 30 The Power of 9 Heart Blood Tang. Such a monotonous battle made the audience, who were originally somewhat passionate, feel cold, and even some of the audience had fallen asleep in their chairs. Jiali frowned slightly, secretly feeling that the current situation was not good. If there was no highlight in this fight, then he, as a commentator, would also be punished by the great fighting soul arena. He raised his 2 halves of chrysanthemum sunglasses again, and shouted excitedly in a thrilling tone, "It seems that the coffin bearer can't even break the opponent's soul skill shield. Is this the difference between a 10,000-year soul ring and a 1,000-year soul ring? But how will this genius child defeat the coffin bearer? Let's wait and see." But the audience in the audience did not buy it. It turned out that they paid to come here to watch these 3 alien creatures fight the shield? What a joke! As the largest fighting soul arena in Wuhan City, this kind of fight is simply disappointing. The handsome man held up his chin and said speechlessly, "Tisk, boring, this coffin bearer can't even break the shield. What's the point of fighting?" The woman hugged by the man nodded slightly and sighed, "That's right, and even if this child has 4 terrifying 10,000-year soul rings, he is still stupidly staying in the shield. We ask the big fighting soul arena to return the gold coins." That's right. Return the gold coins. It's a waste of time. I might as well go to the other first and second fighting soul arenas. Jiali became anxious when he heard so many protests for refunds, and he gently comforted them, "Everyone, please be patient, please be patient. Often the most exciting duels are fought in the simplest way. Maybe there will be exciting performances soon." Su Sheng looked at the coffin bearer who was panting and consuming too much soul power on the opposite side, and said with a smile, "It seems that the audience can't wait any longer, otherwise you should surrender." The coffin bearer looked at the 3 creatures he summoned, lowered his head and said secretly, "I can still maintain it for more than 10 minutes. This kid's 10,000-year soul ring must consume a lot of soul power. If I persist, I will win. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, and he looked up at Su Sheng again, thinking that he saw through Su Sheng. Impossible. I think you have also consumed most of your soul power to maintain this shield? The current appearance is just pretending. Besides, do you think you still have a chance to attack me now? He is the one who has the initiative on the field now. How could he admit defeat so easily? Su Sheng spread his hands and spoke to the coffin bearer in a colder tone. Hey, does that mean there is no room for negotiation? I will, and it will all be bloody. If this guy doesn't admit defeat, then I don't need to show mercy anymore. The coffin bearer chuckled and mocked. Boy, do you really think you can still beat me? If you can beat me, I will commit suicide on the spot. Bones, bloodthirsty, trolls, keep bombarding me. I don't believe this kid can free his hands. What? He just said halfway, and he looked at the dark soul ring under Su Sheng's feet that lit up again with a face full of shock. How is this possible? This shield should need to be continuously injected with soul power. How is it possible to attack others while protecting yourself? Su Sheng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and said coldly, the first soul skill, the crabapple blossoms. The blooming 9-heart blood begonia in his hand instantly split apart, floating towards the coffin bearer like a bright rose petal with thorns. The coffin bearer standing in place had his pupils trembled, and he actually felt a strong sense of uneasiness from the petals in his heart, and even had a trembling illusion. If these petals hit his body, he will die. He ran towards his 3 creatures quickly, shouting angrily, no! Come back to me all! The petals of these 9-heart blood tangerines slowly fluttered in the wind, and every trace of their movement in the air left a bloody red tail. The 3 giant creatures received the order from the coffin bearer and immediately stopped attacking Su Sheng, blocking the latter at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the 3 giant creatures blocking in front of him, the coffin bearer's heartbeat accelerated, and he said angrily, fortunately, I made it in time. This kid's soul skills are too weird. But my creatures are immortal. Su Sheng's indifferent eyes were full of disdain for the 3 giant creatures. Rely on these vulnerable guys to resist? Can you stop it? If it were any other martial spirit, it might be stopped, but my martial spirit is extremely bloodthirsty. These creatures should be just enough for a full meal, right? A red light flashed in Su Sheng's eyes, and then it disappeared in his pupils. The 3 giant creatures subconsciously slapped the petals of the 9-heart blood tang that were falling, but all the places touched by the petals were tightly sucked. Seeing that the petals were easily blocked, the coffin bearer began to feel proud. How could a little bit of broken petals deal with his powerful creatures? The vigilance in his heart gradually relaxed. Su Sheng saw this scene, his mouth curled slightly, and he silently uttered a few words from his mouth. The next moment, his 4th 10,000-year soul ring suddenly lit up. It was his 4th soul skill, Crazy Growth. 4th soul skill, the blood tangerine flower can use the petals to instantly cover the target, and can absorb the target's soul power to restore its own soul power. The sharp-eyed coffin bearer saw the 4th 10,000-year soul ring under Su Sheng's feet light up, frowned and observed the surroundings vigilantly. He thought to himself, this kid's 4th soul ring is lit up, has he activated his soul skill? Jiali in the air also discovered this situation and was surprised. Hey, it doesn't make sense, the 4th soul ring of the 9-heart blood tang is clearly lit up, why didn't anything happen? A man wondered, this kid's 4th soul skill is not at all right. The young man next to him denied what he had just said, it shouldn't be. Even the most rubbish 10-year soul ring has a soul skill. 10,000-year soul rings are even less likely to have this situation. However, the man closest to the battle seemed to have discovered something, pointing his finger at the feet of the 3 giant creatures and exclaimed, wait! Look, the 3 giant creatures are actually starting to grow red things on their bodies. With this person's reminder, the others soon discovered something was wrong. Hey, really, these red petals seem to be the petals of the 9-heart blood tang. I understand. That soul skill just now must be similar to parasitism. Hearing the sound from outside the field, the surprised coffin bearer quickly turned back to look at his 3 giant creatures. Suddenly, the inconspicuous 9-heart blood tang petals that were only close to the bodies of the creatures before began to grow wildly, and in just a few seconds, they had already wrapped all their legs. After a while, the 3 giant creatures were easily entangled by the 9-heart blood tang. The 3 giant creatures that were restricted began to struggle constantly, but with little effect, as if these 9-heart blood tang were made of steel and could not be torn apart at all. The coffin bearer who reacted was horrified, and the soul power that was not much in his body began to drain rapidly. Then he looked at Su Sheng with anger. Damn, you little brat, what did you do to me? Why is my soul power constantly draining away? Chapter 31 set off for the Sunset Forest. With a thump, the 3 creatures that lost their soul support all fell to the ground helplessly and exploded into crystal light points and disappeared. As the coffin bearers collapsed on the ground, his eyes were dull and he kept repeating the words in his mouth. Damn it! What method did you use? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Why did his soul power disappear out of thin air? Why did the 9-heart blood tang petals touch the creature he summoned, but absorbed his own soul power? He would never admit that he lost. This guy must have used despicable means. After Su Sheng glanced at him indifferently, he looked at Jiali in the air and whispered, "Can we announce the winner now?" Jiali, who was standing on the hoverboard, was stunned for a moment. After he reacted, he quickly clapped his hands and announced loudly and passionately to the microphone, "Now announce that the winner of this game is 9-heart blood tang. Let us give a warm round of applause to this powerful newcomer who won the championship in our fighting arena. First match." As soon as the words fell, Su Sheng, who was wearing eyewear and looked a bit cool, appeared on the big screen of the Fighting Spirit Arena. He seemed to have become the most handsome guy in the 3rd Fighting Spirit Arena all of a sudden. With Jiali's encouragement, everyone in the audience of the 3rd Fighting Spirit Arena stood up and clapped their hands loudly. So handsome, I didn't expect that this 9-heart blood tang was so strong despite his young age. That's right, I will buy him next time, maybe I can take the opportunity to make a fortune. Ha 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 ha. I made money. I made money. I bet on this 9-heart blood tang for 500 gold soul coins. 10 to 1, I made a full 4,500 gold soul coins, rich, rich. Some people are happy and some are sad. Those who bet on the coffin bearer lost a lot. The gloomy man spat, "This coffin bearer is really a waste, he can't even solve a child." The woman next to him clenched her fists and said coquettishly, "Humph, I lost 1,000 gold soul coins. I really want to kill this waste. It's over. All my belongings. That's all my belongings." Su Sheng stretched, glanced at Jiali, and said lightly, "Then can I step down?" Jiali in the air nodded hurriedly, "Of course, the Great Fighting Soul Arena welcomes you again at any time. I'm afraid this child will become a hot spot in the Great Fighting Soul Arena after today." "There will be a chance," Su Sheng murmured, turned around and prepared to step down. Who knew that a gloomy voice suddenly sounded behind Su Sheng? It was the coffin bearer who had just collapsed on the ground. Now he stood up again, took out a dagger and stabbed at Su Sheng's head with his back to him. He said with murderous intent, "Boy, die for me. I can't lose." Jiali's heart skipped a beat in the air. Noticing the small movements of the coffin bearer, he hurriedly shouted into the microphone, "Watch out behind you." Su Sheng, who was facing away, stopped and shook his head silently. Then, with a snap, he snapped his fingers briskly and left without looking back. Behind him, the coffin bearer who was just about to pierce Su Sheng's head was instantly submerged by countless vines of the 9-heart blood tang. When the 9-heart blood tang disappeared again, only a body that was shriveled up by the blood was left. The audience suddenly sighed, he was able to kill the coffin bearer in an instant. Has he been holding back before? This method of sucking others dry in an instant is too terrifying. Fortunately, the opponent is not me. I didn't expect that the powerful coffin bearer would die like this. Hey, I guess the 7-man coffin bearer team can also be disbanded. Who would have thought that he had been hiding his weakness all along? It was his own fault that the coffin bearer had fallen into this state. It was still the familiar waitress. She handed the card to Su Sheng and smiled, "Little brother, this is the 1,000 gold soul coins after your victory. It has been deposited in the card." The opponent of this handsome little brother is the coffin bearer who often kills his opponents and has extremely rich combat experience. She didn't expect that he could actually win. This was something she didn't expect. After Su Sheng took it, he smiled at her and said, "Thank you, little sister." This handsome little face that makes people want to sink into it, her hormones are about to be uncontrollable. She suppressed her surging emotions and said secretly, "Breathe in, exhale, inhale. Is this the feeling of mental infarction?" Then she showed a look of reluctance on her face, and said with a red face, "Well, little brother, will you come again in the future?" Su Sheng blinked lovingly, "Well, I will come every afternoon during this period, but please help me book a 1v1 fighting spirit in advance." Getting Su Sheng's affirmation, the waitress happily stretched out her finger and made an OK gesture, "Don't worry, I will leave it to you. I guarantee that the opponents I find for you are normal." In this way, Su Sheng successfully ate gigolo rice with his outstanding appearance, successfully bribed the waitress. Su Sheng walked out of the fighting spirit arena and yawned lazily, looked up at the dark sky, and sighed, "Is it already evening? It's still a long way from the Star-Do forest now. If he went to the Xingda Great Forest now, he would probably have to travel until dawn." He was lazy by nature, and it was already a favor to Bibi Dong for him to come to the Great Soul Fighting Arena to participate in a soul fight. How could he possibly spend time going to the Xingda Great Forest? Besides, the butterfly effect was very mysterious, and he might run into the Titan Giant Ape, the Sky Blue Bull, or something like that. The next moment, an idea came to Su Sheng's mind: how about going to the Sunset Forest to try his luck? Compared to the Star-Do Great Forest, the Sunset Forest is definitely much closer. And it is also a relatively easy place to find. After weighing which one is more labor-saving, he decided to set off for the Sunset Forest immediately. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, inside the main hall. On the main seat of the main hall, a man was sitting. He wore a crystal crown that sparkled with silver light. His elegant face made people feel close at first sight. He was the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Ning Fengzi, and the ones who retreated to his left and right were Sword DOULUO, Chen Xin and Bone DOULUO, Gurong. Both of them were super DOULUOs above level 95, and they were also the guarantee for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect to stand on the continent. Ning Fengzi stared at the little girl in front of him with a slightly concentrated gaze. The latter had a pure face and a slim figure, but was full of a strong noble aura that kept people away from her. Ning Fengzi said softly, Wrong, why haven't you absorbed the first soul ring yet?" Ning Rong heard that her father was not angry, and then bit with thin lips. He retorted in a very unhappy tone, "Dad, the soul beasts that Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian hunted for me before were too ugly. I don't want them." Ning Fengzi frowned and shouted softly, Wrong, you. Chen Xin secretly raised his eyes to glance at Ning Rong, covered his mouth and coughed, and said lightly, "Fengzi, this is because Lao Gu and I didn't consider Rong's feelings. Let's get over it. Tomorrow I will take Rong to hunt other soul beasts again." Gurong also stroked his beard and smiled, "Yes, these are all trivial matters, as long as our Rong is happy." Hearing Chen Xin and Gurong speak for herself, Ning Rong became confident and stood up fearlessly. Ning Fengzi looked at Chen Xin and Gurong, who doted on their daughters so much, and sighed, Rong, apologize to your Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu. and Dad will not care about this matter. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms and said disdainfully, I won't. It's obviously their fault. Hearing this answer, Ning Fengzi finally couldn't help but slammed the table with a bang and shouted angrily, Rongrong, you are too presumptuous. Chapter 32 Repel the Human-Faced Demon Spider. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but tremble when she heard Ning Fengzi's roar, and a few tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Dad has never said this to me, but it is obviously the fault of Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian. Why should I apologize? I won't apologize. At worst, I can go hunt soul beasts by myself. I don't want you to care. Ning Rongrong angrily threw her sleeves, shouted angrily and left angrily. Gu Rong stood up and said hurriedly, Rongrong. However, Ning Fengzi pulled her back, so that the already angry Ning Rongrong heard Gu Rong's voice and left even faster. He sat down helplessly, sighed and murmured, Hey, Fengzi, why do you have to do this? Chen Xian, who couldn't hold back his temper, frowned and asked unhappily, Fengzi. What are you doing? What's the point of apologizing or not? As long as Rongrong is happy, that's enough. This little thing made his Rongrong unhappy, which was completely unnecessary. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Ning Fengzi slowly closed his eyes. How could he not feel uncomfortable in his heart? Ning Rongrong was his own daughter, and she was simply the treasure in his heart. He never wanted to be angry with her, but this time, he couldn't indulge her anymore. If she is allowed to develop so willfully, will she, who thinks highly of herself, still have friends who can trust her back in the future? Ning Fengzi, who was sitting on the chair, exhaled silently, with a bitter smile on his lips, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, you are too indulgent to her, which is not good for Rongrong's future. Chen Xian stood up, crossed his arms, and tilted his head, Humph. I don't care, if Rongrong is angry with me this time, I will not forgive you. Ning Fengzi could only answer Chen Xian's temper with an awkward smile. Gu Rong frowned, thinking that Ning Rongrong might get into trouble alone. Fengzi, Rongrong won't get into trouble like this, right? I'd better go and see her to feel more at ease. Who knew that Ning Fengzi shook his head and rejected this suggestion, saying lightly, no need, let Rongrong think about it herself, and as long as she stays in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, no one can hurt her, right? Chen Xian and Gu Rong looked at each other and had to give up. Su Sheng, walking in the sunset forest, looked up at the dark surroundings, which were all covered by dense locust trees. Especially the occasional howling of soul beasts, even he was quite afraid. Su Sheng sat down and complained, this sunset forest is quite scary at first glance, it's grey and gloomy, much scarier than the Stardow Great Forest. I shouldn't have come here if I had known. He thought that the quality of soul beasts in the sunset forest was lower than that in the Stardow Great Forest, but who knew that it would feel completely different at night. A hiss sound suddenly came from the branches behind Su Sheng. It was a mandrake snake about 1.5 meters long and covered with poison. Its cold eyes stared at Su Sheng's neck, waiting for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Su Sheng didn't bother to pay attention, and stretched leisurely. At this moment, the mandrake snake's sinister pupils enlarged, gradually turning purple, and biting at lightning speed. Su Sheng rolled his eyes, and slapped the mandrake snake's jaw with his backhand, preventing it from moving any further. Then he easily pulled it off the branch, grabbed its head and rubbed it against the ground. Only the mandrake snake's soft wailing was heard on the spot, and soon, it stopped its life fluctuations. A yellow soul ring appeared on the corpse. Su Sheng saw that he had accidentally killed it, and he scratched his head embarrassedly and threw it aside. Shaking his head helplessly, he said, I really can't stand being beaten. Before he finished speaking, a woman's shrill scream rang out in front of him. Ah! Stay away from me, stay away from me. Su Sheng, who had originally not intended to meddle in other people's business, narrowed his eyes after hearing the female voice, as if he had heard this voice somewhere before. Ning Rong Rong, who collapsed on the ground, felt as if her legs and feet had lost their strength, and looked at the soul beast in front of her with a pale face. It was a giant spider with a pattern that was almost the same as a human face. The dozens of small eyes under its tentacles were staring at Ning Rong Rong, as if they had regarded it as a delicious food. Ning Rong Rong, who was completely frightened by the human-faced demon spider, was shaking constantly, and her tone was filled with indifference. "You ugly bastard, stay away from me! Get out of here!" Ning Rong Rong was filled with regrets. If she had known, she would not have come to this dangerous place alone. And she even encountered such an ugly soul beast. The human-faced demon spider, which could not understand human language, moved its thighs and slowly approached Ning Rong Rong with silk in its mouth. Ning Rong Rong huddled up, looking at the human-faced demon spider approaching with desperate eyes, but she had no power to resist. She could only keep crying and repeating, "Save me, someone save me!" The human-faced demon spider, which was less than 1 meter away from Ning Rong Rong, seemed to be unable to hold back its killing intent. It jumped up and pounced on Ning Rong Rong, who was unable to move, with its huge body. Ning Rong Rong hurriedly stretched out her arms to cover her head, closed her eyes in fear and exclaimed, "Ah!" With a bang, the sack of the human-faced demon spider sank several dozen centimeters, and its huge body flew back more than 10 meters and hit the tree hard. It slid down and stood up again, staring at Ning Rong Rong in front of it unwillingly. Who had not yet reacted? Ning Rong Rong, who was curled up on the ground, quietly stretched out her hands, and glanced around with fear. Seeing the human-faced demon spider disappear from her sight, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, holding her right hand that was cut by the sharp stone before and slowly stood up. She scanned the dark surroundings and tried to ask, "Is it Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian?" There was no response, and the light on Ning Rong Rong's face dimmed. Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian would definitely rush out at the first time if they heard her voice, but now they are obviously not here. With her 10th level soul power and auxiliary soul master who has not absorbed soul rings, she can't escape from the dangerous sunset forest. Anxious Ning Rong Rong began to stamp her feet and think wildly, "What should I do? What should I do? What should she do if the human-faced demon spider just now comes again? If she encounters other soul beasts, can she escape?" Su Sheng, who was standing behind Ning Rong Rong, began to twitch at the corner of his mouth. He stood behind her after repelling the human-faced demon spider. Who knows, this girl didn't even notice him. Su Sheng stretched out a finger and gently poked Ning Rong Rong's delicate and charming shoulder. The latter felt someone poking her from behind, subconsciously frowned and shouted angrily, "Don't bother me." The next second, she seemed to realize something terrible, and her face froze again. She covered her chest tightly, and her delicate body trembled and slowly turned around. Chapter 33 Ning Rong Rong's Shock. Ning Rong Rong saw a figure taller than herself behind her, and subconsciously took a few steps back. Her feet suddenly touched each other before she could react, and the whole person leaned back. Su Sheng, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, rushed out quickly and hugged her enviable waist when Ning Rong Rong was about to fall. Su Sheng's fingertips flowed with this comfortable touch, and he secretly took a breath of cold air. "His such a slender waist, can't it be a beautiful embryo that will bring disaster to the country and the people?" Then he smelled a fragrance coming, that was the smell of shampoo residue. Ning Rong Rong, who had buried her head, felt her sensitive waist being tightly embraced, and her face suddenly turned red, but it was well covered by the night. After she reacted, she escaped from Su Sheng's warm embrace like a frightened rabbit, clasped her hands together, and said nervously, "You, who are you? Did my father send you to save me?" Su Sheng gently shook his head, "No, I just happened to be hunting soul beasts in the sunset forest." Ning Rong Rong showed some disbelief on her face, covered her mouth and laughed softly, "Hunting soul beasts? You look about the same age as me, How can you hunt soul beasts alone in this sunset forest? There are many 10,000-year soul beasts in this sunset forest, and she doesn't think people of the same age can hunt soul beasts by their own strength. Perhaps even Ning Rongrong herself didn't know that when she talked to Su Sheng, her tone was less arrogant. Su Sheng was about to speak, but his mental power suddenly sensed that there were dozens of soul beasts approaching here quickly. So he frowned and reminded Ning Rongrong, "Stand beside me quickly." In addition to the human-faced demon spider, there are dozens of soul beasts gathered around. The target should be us. Logically speaking, they didn't do anything to attract soul beasts, so how could they suddenly be surrounded by a large number of soul beasts? Hearing Su Sheng's words, Ning Rongrong, who had just relieved a little of her fear, changed her expression again, and believed in this sentence in her heart. Thinking about the human-faced demon spider just now, if it weren't for her good luck, she would have died under its claws. Ning Rongrong hurriedly covered her right arm that was still dripping with blood, approached Su Sheng, and said with worry, You do it?" Su Sheng nodded solemnly, "Well, just be careful not to leave my side." Then seeing Ning Rongrong covering her right arm, he squinted his eyes and could barely see the blood dripping from her right arm. It seems that these soul beasts are attracted by the smell of blood. Sure enough, in the following period of time, the hidden soul beasts around surrounded Su Sheng and the others from all directions. Even among these soul beasts, there are 2 soul beasts with a cultivation base of about 30,000 years. Under the huge pressure, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but tightly grasp Su Sheng's hand, which barely gave her a sense of security. Standing behind Su Sheng, she felt that she was being stared at by countless eyes and couldn't even breathe. Dare not breathe. Her body pressed tightly against Su Sheng again, and she whispered in a nervous tone, "Hey, so many soul beasts, what are you going to do?" Feeling the slightly elastic warmth on his back, Su Sheng coughed, "Just kill them." In his eyes, these soul beasts were just guys that could be slaughtered at will, but for the safety of the girl behind him, he had to be cautious. Su Sheng stepped slightly, releasing the 9-heart blood tang, which gradually opened in a ring on the ground, covering the feet of the 2. The next moment, 4 extremely dark soul rings suddenly appeared under his feet. Ning Rongrong behind him suddenly covered her mouth, looking at the 4 10,000-year soul rings under Su Sheng's feet in shock. She was shocked and said, "He is actually a soul sect. Moreover, the 1st to 4th soul rings are all 10,000-year soul rings? This is simply impossible. Even she, the proud daughter of the 7 treasures glazed sect, can only bear the soul ring age of 100 years. Who on earth is this person?" Su Sheng looked at the spirit beasts around him who were eager to try, and said in a cold tone, "3rd spirit skill. Control of blood tangerine." Around Su Sheng and Ning Rongrong, strands of 9-heart blood tangerine slowly condensed them together, and then turned into a seemingly weak light shield. Awoo! Puff! Dozens of spirit beasts stretched out their claws and giant teeth, and rushed over from all directions impatiently. But when they collided with the light shield, they were mercilessly bounced away by the huge recoil force. Ning Rongrong, who had already gotten used to it, pursed her lips and couldn't help but reach out and gently touch this extremely weak light shield. The light shield touched by her fingers stretched outwards a little, just like a thin film. She couldn't believe that this light shield could block the simultaneous attacks of dozens of soul beasts. She gradually began to be curious about Su Sheng's identity. The cunning human-faced demon spider suddenly turned its eyes, and threw a silk web directly from its mouth, accurately covering the area where the 2 were. The other soul beasts that were bounced stood up again, and saw the spider webs around Su Sheng and the others, and didn't care. Once again, a new round of attacks was launched on Su Sheng and the others. Ning Rongrong resisted the feeling of vomiting in her stomach, and tremblingly pointed at the human-faced demon spider in front of her, which was gnawing on the soul beast that was firmly stuck to the silk web after consuming its energy. She did not hide the disgust in her eyes. This human-faced demon spider is so cunning, it actually calculated its own kind. Su Sheng glanced at the human-faced demon spider that ignored them and kept gnawing at other soul beasts. I guess it knows that it is no match for me, so it sits back and enjoys the fruits of its labor. He turned to look at Ning Rongrong, looking at her bloody arm. Does your arm still hurt? Ning Rongrong looked down, gritted her teeth and shook her head while enduring the pain. It's okay now. Su Sheng felt a little funny, and the first soul ring suddenly lit up. The first soul skill, Begonia Blossoms. A touch of the petals of the nine-hearted begonia pressed against Ning Rongrong's injured arm, and a tingling feeling gradually came. The injured area immediately began to scar, and then slowly fell off. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled, and she gently rubbed the wound, and she knew that the injured area had completely recovered. Then, Ning Rongrong's eyes were full of doubts again. Is this a recovery soul skill? Aren't you a control-type soul master? Su Sheng smiled and rubbed her head, saying affectionately, I'll tell you later. Let's leave here first, so as not to attract other soul beasts. Ning Rongrong's heart trembled, and she felt a strange feeling emerging from the bottom of her heart. She obviously hated other men touching her. But why did this man touch her? Not only did she not feel disgusted, but her heart beat so fast. She silently responded with a yet. Chapter 34. Add some cumin and some coriander. Su Sheng and Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged, and the former quickly lit a bonfire. The hot flames gradually surged, and the strong firelight slowly illuminated Ning Rongrong's cheeks. After Su Sheng raised his eyes and stared at this slightly delicate and cold face, his pupils shrank quickly, and he immediately recognized that this girl was the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Ning Fengzi's daughter, Ning Rongrong. Because it was too dark at night, he didn't look closely at her face until now, and he realized it was Ning Rongrong. Su Sheng secretly said, enemies often meet on narrow roads. He was also planning to meet the Shrek Seven Devils when he went to Shrek in the future, but he didn't expect to meet Ning Rongrong in advance today. Su Sheng was looking at Ning Rongrong, and the latter was also looking at him. Especially after seeing Su Sheng's handsome appearance, Ning Rongrong's eyes were occasionally rippled. It was the first time she saw a man who made her eyes light up, especially the lazy feeling that was looming all over his body, which made people want to get closer to him even more than his father Ning Fengzi. After all, appearance can improve the favorability in other people's hearts, and this sentence is not groundless. Ning Rongrong took the lead in extending her white arms and said with a smile, My name is Ning Rongrong. Thank you for saving me this time. Su Sheng was stunned for a moment, and also extended his hand and clenched it, and smiled back, My name is Su Sheng. If you meet such a beautiful girl, I guess any man will save her, right? Ning Rongrong's fingers are very soft and smooth, like jade, making people reluctant to let go. But he remembered that Ning Rongrong, who had not entered Shrek Academy, had an extremely arrogant and willful temper. At that time, he even spent a lot of money to let Tang San kill Dai Mubai. And now Ning Rongrong, who was here, did not give him the same feeling. Instead, she had a gentle and intellectual feeling. Ning Rongrong saw Su Sheng clenching her palm and was stunned. She slowly retracted her hand with some embarrassment. She asked in confusion, Then Su Sheng, can you tell me what type of soul master you are? She was a little confused. Su Sheng's martial soul was obviously more like an auxiliary soul master, but why could he also fight against soul beasts? Su Sheng threw a bunch of wood into the campfire and nodded, Of course, I am a dual-type soul master of auxiliary control. His soul skills can be understood as both control and auxiliary. There is no fixed way to think about what direction a spirit wants to go. For example, Hulina's spirit, the Sky Fox, can also obtain offensive spirit rings. Oscar's sausage, if it absorbs spirit beasts such as the Mandragora snake, may be used as a poison spirit master. Hearing Su Sheng's answer, Ning Rongrong frowned, Control and auxiliary dual system spirit masters? Why have I never heard of this type of spirit master? If a spirit master develops in two directions, it will only be able to do it but not be refined, which will seriously affect the future development of the spirit master. Su Sheng scratched the curled hair on his head and explained, "Ah, this is actually what I thought. To be specific, I should be an auxiliary spirit master." Ning Rongrong nodded slightly, looking thoughtful, and said solemnly, "Then your spirit power and spirit rings." Su Sheng shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, "Sorry, Rongrong, it's not convenient to tell you these things, but I think there will be opportunities in the future." The two sat in this silent atmosphere for an unknown period of time, and were suddenly broken by a cuckoo. Ning Rongrong hurriedly covered her stomach, her eyes showed an embarrassed look and quietly looked at Su Sheng, and her mouth couldn't speak. Su Sheng showed a strange expression and quietly asked, "Rongrong, didn't you miss dinner?" Ning Rongrong's cheeks were reddened by Su Sheng's straightforward concern. Under the illumination of the flames, she nodded silently a little more. When she left the Seven Treasures glazed sect in a rage, "She didn't have time to eat. It would be strange if my stomach didn't growl." Su Sheng stood up and said, "Wait here, I'll find something to eat. I can't let the little treasure of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect go hungry, right? If Ning Fengzi and Gurong Chenexen knew about this, they would probably hunt me down at all costs." Then he secretly said in his heart, "Okay, although they may not be able to beat me together." Seeing Su Sheng was about to leave, Ning Rongrong subconsciously reached out and grabbed Su Sheng's wrist, hesitating and saying, "Su Sheng, I'll go with you too." Seeing the worried look on her face, Su Sheng suddenly realized she must have been scared by the human-faced demon spider before, and was afraid that after Su Sheng left, another soul beast would come. She was also an auxiliary soul master, and had no power to protect herself at all. Su Sheng cast the 9 heart blood tang, and the third soul ring lit up instantly, directly condensing a light shield around Ning Rongrong. He gently patted the back of Ning Rongrong's hand and comforted her, "Rongrong, you are still waiting for me. As long as it is not a soul beast with a cultivation base of more than 30,000 years, it is basically impossible to break this shield." Ning Rongrong thought about it, sat down again, and said hesitantly, "This okay, then you should be careful." But thinking that dozens of soul beasts had not broken this shield with their full strength before, he was not so nervous. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly came from the campfire. Ning Rongrong, who was leaning against the back of the tree and almost falling asleep, woke up instantly and said vigilantly, "Who?" The person who came was Su Sheng, who had just returned from hunting. At this moment, he was holding 2 plump rabbits in his hands. Seeing Ning Rongrong wake up, Su Sheng slowly sat next to her, smiled gently, and raised the 2 rabbits in his hand and said, "Rongrong, are you awake? Wait for me to deal with these 2 rabbits and then you can eat them." Ning Rongrong suspected that she had hallucinations. Who eats rabbits? So she tried to ask again, "Deal with rabbits? Su Sheng, you don't want to eat rabbits, do you?" Su Sheng looked at her in surprise. "Yes, the taste of rabbit meat is quite delicious." He forgot that Ning Rongrong was born in a large sect like the Seven Treasures glazed sect, and would definitely not eat food like rabbits. Ning Rongrong said with embarrassment, "This is not good, right? Rabbits are so cute, how can they be eaten?" Su Sheng did not answer, but took out a dagger decisively, skinned and bled the 2 rabbits, and then inserted 2 branches into them. Finally, he took out the oil from the storage soul guide given by Bibi Dong, put it on the campfire and started to smoke it. Not long after, the smoked rabbit meat became red and plump, and it was appetizing just by looking at it. Not only that, it also continuously exuded a strong meaty aroma around it. Ning Rongrong, who originally hated rabbit meat, smelled the aroma, stared at the rabbit meat and swallowed it quietly, secretly saying, "Good, so fragrant." Compared with the expensive food of the Seven Treasures glazed sect and this simple food, the latter looks much better. Su Sheng naturally saw her little action, so he took a piece of rabbit meat and handed it to Ning Rongrong. "You must be hungry, try it." Ning Rong Rong took the rabbit meat with both hands elegantly, gently smelled the fragrance, and then quietly moved close to her thin lips. Wait, Rong Rong, adding some cumin and coriander powder might make it taste better. Su Sheng stopped Ning Rong Rong's action, then hurriedly took out 2 boxes of seasonings and sprinkled some on the rabbit meat in Ning Rong Rong's hand. Su Sheng was quite satisfied and said, "It's okay, how about trying it now?" Ning Rong Rong took a bite of the rabbit meat and felt the delicious taste of the crispy outside and tender inside instantly wrapped around her tongue. The slightly spicy taste of cumin added a bit of satisfaction to it. Ning Rong Rong's eyes sparkled. And only 3 words came to her mind. Delicious. Chapter 35 Gurong, Chen Xin is here. Ning Rong Rong's hunger made it impossible for her to maintain the elegant appearance of the daughter of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. After eating, she almost didn't care about the rules. She started to bite the rabbit meat one bite after another, tearing it off and swallowing it violently. She became more real by the campfire. Su Sheng handed over a tissue and smiled, "Rong Rong, don't be anxious, eat slowly." Seeing Ning Rong Rong eating so deliciously, Su Sheng felt a little more accomplished. He secretly said, "It seems that my cooking skills are indeed perfect. Although I came here from a different time, I still remember these basic common sense by muscle memory." Ning Rong Rong, who was stared at by Su Sheng, suddenly blushed. Could it be that Su Sheng saw her eating clearly just now? Her thin lips moved a few times, and she said as lightly as a mosquito's voice, "Thank you, Su Sheng." Su Sheng waved his hand, "You're welcome. I was just afraid that the rabbit meat would not suit your appetite. Now it seems that my cooking skills are quite good." Ning Rong Rong was stunned for a moment when she heard Su Sheng directly say her identity, and then said with surprise, "Su Sheng, how do you know my identity? I remember I didn't say it, right?" She didn't remember revealing her identity. Su Sheng asked back with a smile in his eyes, "Who doesn't know that the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect is called Ning Rong Rong?" Ning Rong Rong said angrily, "Hate it, Su Sheng, you have changed. Hurry up and eat first, and then we can talk about business after eating." In fact, it was not a big deal, but Su Sheng was very curious. Sword DOULUO and Bone DOULUO, who always regarded Ning Rong Rong as a treasure, actually had the heart to let her come to the Sunset Forest alone. "Oh," Ning Rong Rong responded, and looked at the rabbit meat in her hand again in a daze, and began to chew it slowly. Su Sheng saw her wipe her mouth, and then asked curiously, "Rong Rong, then I will ask directly, why did you come to the Sunset Forest alone instead of staying in the 7 treasures glazed tile sect? This place is not friendly to auxiliary spirit masters. Not only unfriendly, if there is no powerful strong attack spirit master to protect the latter, I am afraid that he will die in minutes. As long as the soul beast determines that you are weaker than it, it will basically not care about anything." Ning Rong Rong thought of Ning Fengzi's roar before, and she felt a little aggrieved in her heart. I had a quarrel with my father and sneaked out alone." Then Ning Rong Rong told the whole story. After Su Sheng understood the situation, he held his chin and thought, "I see, but this matter is indeed wrong. You are wrong. No matter what, you can't be so unreasonable with your elders." Ning Rong Rong's eyes gradually turned red when she heard Su Sheng's words, and she stared at the latter's eyes closely. "Su Sheng, do you think I'm wrong too?" Even Su Sheng thought he was wrong. Could it be that the whole thing was my fault? Su Sheng coughed, and felt that it was time to use his mouth-to-mouth trick that worked wonders in every plane. In order not to irritate Ning Rong Rong, he decided to explain patiently from another aspect. "Rong Rong, you come from the 7 treasures glazed sect, one of the top 3 sects. Your character is naturally higher than that of ordinary people. I can understand that. But you have to understand that all kinds of soul masters must pay attention to cooperation. If you lose teammates who can rely on your back because of willfulness, it will make the already weak auxiliary soul masters even more difficult. And the most important point in building friendship between teammates is equality. I guess Uncle Ning probably thinks so too, afraid that your temper will delay your future. After talking about such a long truth, Su Sheng calmed down and took a deep breath. But to be honest, he himself couldn't figure it out. Ning Rongrong on the opposite side had a thoughtful look in his eyes. After a while, he didn't know if he understood it or not, and smiled at Su Sheng lightly. Thank you, Su Sheng, maybe I was really wrong. Su Sheng used his soul power to extinguish the bonfire. Standing up calmly, this is just my understanding, you don't have to worry too much, Rongrong, while it's almost dawn, I'll accompany you to hunt soul beasts. Ning Rongrong looked at the sky that was gradually getting brighter, and secretly said, it's been so long since I came out, Dad won't be worried. Su Sheng looked at her staring at the sky in a daze, stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes, and reminded her, Rongrong, don't be in a daze, let's go. Yet, Ning Rongrong responded subconsciously, and she elegantly hugged the hem of her light blue skirt, stood up and followed Su Sheng. Su Sheng glanced at her, kicked the stone armor beast in front of him, who looked quite pleasing and had 300 years of cultivation, to Ning Rongrong's side. Rongrong, just absorb the soul ring of this soul beast. 300 years of cultivation is very close to the lifespan that a soul master's first soul ring can bear. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, it will allow Ning Rongrong's first soul ring to have a soul skill that enhances defense. Ning Rongrong stretched out her jade hand to hold the dagger, looked down at the stone armor beast that was lying on the ground with only one breath left, slowly squatted down, turned her head and killed the former with a knife. A light yellow soul ring floated up from the stone armor beast. Ning Rongrong then sat down cross-legged, glanced at Su Sheng, blinked her eyes and said playfully, then Su Sheng, then I'll trouble you to protect me. Su Sheng folded his arms and nodded slowly, well, absorb the soul ring with peace of mind. Chen Xin, who was dressed in white and still had a temperament, frowned and looked at Gurong next to him, old bone, did you feel Rongrong's soul power fluctuations? Gurong shook his head with an unsightly expression, there are too many soul beasts' auras, maybe Rongrong's aura is covered up. The two of them followed Ning Rongrong's soul power fluctuations all the way at night, and finally narrowed the scope to the sunset forest. But the sunset forest is so big that it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone. Damn it, if this goes on, Rongrong will definitely get into trouble. Chen Xin clenched his palms tightly, but before he finished speaking, he sniffed and smelled a very tempting meat aroma. Seeing this, Gurong also tried to smell it, his eyes suddenly startled, and said with great certainty, this is the smell of smoked meat. Who dares to light a bonfire in the sunset forest? This is likely to be attacked by Xi Guang, a powerful soul beast. Those who can do this are mostly powerful. Chen Xin pointed to the direction where the smell of meat came from, and immediately said, this smell of meat is coming from over there, let's go check it out first. After speaking, the two immediately set off to the direction pointed. When they arrived, they only saw a pile of extinguished bonfires and pieces of leftovers. Gurong glanced around, and when he saw the delicate handkerchief dropped on the ground in front of him, he rushed over to pick it up. Chen Xin saw that he was strange, and also walked over, looking at Gurong who was squatting, and asked in confusion, old bone, what's wrong with you? Gurong stood up with a handkerchief in his hand, and looked at Chen Xin with a serious face, it can't be wrong, this is the handkerchief I gave to Rongrong some time ago. She should be not far from here. Chapter 36 Misunderstanding. Su Sheng, who had his eyes closed, suddenly felt two breaths, slowly opened his eyes and said coldly, hey? There are two people with strong breaths approaching here. Is it Hohuiguan and Gaimei? The next moment, he squinted his eyes and shook his head, no. These two forces are even stronger than them. They are stronger than Hohuiguan and Gaimei, and they are in the Tiandu Empire. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Sheng's eyes will look at Ning Rongrong, who is absorbing the soul ring with cold sweat on her forehead. If this is the case, I'd better leave first, so as not to cause. Su Sheng slowly lowered his head and picked up the dagger. Before he could put it away, he heard a voice. Rongrong's breath disappeared here. From behind the woods, two figures rushed out quickly. Then they stopped. The two people were Chen Xian and Gurong, who had arrived. They began to scan the surroundings and saw Ning Rongrong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground absorbing the soul ring. Gurong said with some joy, "It's really Rongrong." The big stone that Chen Xian was holding finally fell, and he said thankfully, "Fortunately, Rongrong is fine, otherwise I will never let Feng Zhi go." They walked to Ning Rongrong and checked her very carefully, fearing that they would find any signs of injury. While they were checking, Su Sheng, who was standing next to him, gradually froze in his face. He looked at the dagger in his hand that he had not yet put away, and felt that something was going to go wrong. It seemed that it would be easy to attract attention if he left now, and he would be noticed sooner or later if he didn't leave. Before he could think about it, Gurong and Chen Xian's cold eyes shifted to him. Chen Xian's eyes flashed with endless coldness, and he asked angrily, "The kid opposite. Who are you? Why are you here?" Su Sheng took a step back, showing an awkward but polite smile on his face, quickly threw the dagger on the ground, and hurriedly explained, "Well, I was just protecting her." Gurong stared at the dagger that fell to the ground in Su Sheng's hand, and sneered, "Protector? Boy, what's the matter with the dagger in your hand? Does this kid think that the two of them, the battle-hardened titled DOULUO, are fools? Who would protect the law with a dagger? This kid definitely has bad intentions towards their Rongrong." Chen Xian on the side laughed haha. Then he said lightly, "Now the whole continent thinks that my 7 treasures glazed tile sect is easy to bully. Right? Even an unknown junior wants to attack our Rongrong. Since he has the intention to kill their Rongrong, don't blame him for not having the face to attack the junior." Chen Xian waved his sleeves like an immortal, and a sword exuding endless murderous intent gradually solidified in his palm. This sword is his martial soul, the 7-killing sword. Then slowly under his feet, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black appeared. It was the terrifying titled DOULUO. Chen Xian slowly stretched out his sword, and the sharp blade pointed directly at Su Sheng's head. "Boy! Are you ready to die?" Seeing Chen Xian like this, it seemed that he was going to attack him in the next second, and he suddenly became alert seeing Chen Xian couldn't wait to swing the sword. Gurong quickly reached out to stop him, and his eyes swept coldly at Su Sheng, and then said to Chen Xian, "Rongrong needs to be quiet now, take this kid to another place to deal with it, so as not to affect Rongrong's absorption of the soul ring." Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, nodded, and stared at Su Sheng, threatening nakedly, "Boy, do you come up by yourself, or do I catch you myself?" Su Sheng's face was a little unhappy. These two titled DOULUO, Chen Xian and Gurong, acted so recklessly even Su Sheng was very unhappy with them now. However, Su Sheng glanced at Ning Rongrong again, seeing that she was almost absorbing the soul ring. It was the most important stage. Silently shook his head, secretly said, "Forget it." Chen Xian looked at Su Sheng, who seemed very calm on the opposite side, and a trace of surprise flashed in his heart. This kid saw himself, a titled DOULUO, and there was not even a trace of fear or even shock on his face. This kid! Chen Xian inserted the 7-killing sword into the ground and said domineeringly, "Boy, if you have any last words, I can give you 10 seconds. If he wanted to kill Su Sheng, it would be just a casual thing, and now giving him 10 seconds to say his last words is already the last bit of mercy for the younger generation. Although, it can't stop me from killing him." Su Sheng's eyes also turned cold. "Last words? I'm not interested in this." Looking at this situation, he doesn't need to explain. Even if he explains, it's nothing more than being regarded as a quibble by Chen Xian. Since we have to fight sooner or later, then let's try it. After awakening his martial soul, he has never fought with a powerful titled DOULUO. This kind of battle of the same level might allow him to find an opportunity to break through the 92nd level under pressure. Although it is very dangerous. After thinking it through, Su Sheng was not going to hide his weakness. He slowly stretched out his arm. On the palm of his hand, the bloody 9-heart blood tang quietly bloomed. The surrounding woods were all dyed with a bit of trembling red light. Chen Xin saw that Su Sheng did not speak, but released his martial soul, and slightly raised his white eyebrows. Oh? You are releasing your martial soul, are you going to make a final struggle? Looking at Chen Xin, Su Sheng's mouth curled up slightly. When the 9-heart blood tang in his hand was fully released, one after another, the dark soul rings gradually appeared under his feet. 1 ring. 3 rings. 6 rings. 9 rings. It was exactly 9 neatly arranged 10,000-year soul rings. Chen Xin could no longer remain calm. Staring at Su Sheng's soul rings in shock, he said in astonishment, "What? This kid actually has 9 spirit rings. He is as powerful as himself at the titled DOULUO level. And the 9 spirit rings he has are all 10,000-year spirit rings. This terrifying ratio of spirit rings has far surpassed himself. It is expected that no one in the entire continent can achieve it." Chen Xin stretched out his hand to cover his heavy chest, and he actually felt a little blocked. His stable state of mind for decades began to waver today. He secretly said in his heart, "How is this possible? He is obviously just a child who is not even 15 years old, but he has reached the titled DOULUO level." Su Sheng looked at Chen Xin, who was burying his head in a daze, and knew that he must have been stimulated by himself. He was very upset by this guy's performance just now, so he would definitely not make him comfortable. Naturally, he had to take this opportunity to strike Chen Xin. After all, a person who practiced for 60 or 70 years to break through to the titled DOULUO met a child who had reached the titled DOULUO level at the age of 9. This is no longer something that can be changed by hard work. It is a real talent. So, Su Sheng took a step forward and said in a cold tone, "Junior Su Sheng, a level 91 titled DOULUO. Please teach me." Chapter 37, Fight, Chen Xin. Chen Xin gradually calmed down and slowly raised his head. In addition to the murderous intent towards Su Sheng, there were also some other emotions in his eyes. He silently pulled out the 7-killing sword, clenched it and said to himself, "Boy, your name is Su Sheng, right? I admit that your talent is the best I have ever seen. You have reached the level of titled DOULUO in your teens. If nothing unexpected happens, within 10 years, no one in the entire continent will be your opponent." Su Sheng's mouth twitched. What is Chen Xin yelling about? Do you want to fight or not? In his heart, he regarded this guy as a boss who killed monsters and gained experience. If he didn't fight, it would take him several months to break through to level 92. Chen Xion's words suddenly became heavier, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "But since you want to hurt wrong, I will never let you go because I cherish your talent." Su Sheng secretly focused his mind and said silently in his heart, "Let me see how big the gap is between a peak DOULUO at level 97, some say level 96, and me." Now that he had finished speaking, Chen Xinyi did not intend to hold back. The 4th soul ring under his feet lit up, and he shouted coldly, "4th soul skill. Killing intent." The 7-killing sword in Chen Xion's hand was filled with white fluorescence, and the edge of the sword was gradually outlined to be several meters long. The sword energy seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Su Sheng's 1st soul ring lit up, 1st soul skill. The blood tangerine blossoms. The petals of the 9-heart blood tangerine gathered together, like a rotating ring wheel, cutting towards Chen Xian. Seeing this, Chen Xian suddenly uttered a word from his mouth, "Kill." Then he suddenly grasped the 7-killing sword and slashed towards Su Sheng's position. The several meter-long sword energy collided with the wheel condensed by Su Sheng's 9 heart blood tangerine petals, bursting out amazing sparks. With a click, the petals of the 9 heart blood tangerine were instantly cut in half by the sharp sword energy, and after passing through, they went straight to Su Sheng. Su Sheng quickly jumped sideways and perfectly avoided the sword energy that was slashing in a straight line. Su Sheng's breathing gradually became rapid, and he secretly said, as expected of a sword DOULUO with extremely strong attack power, he easily pierced the 9 heart blood tangerine. This kind of attack must not be hit. Once he was hit, he would most likely lose his mobility. At that time, he would become a lamb to be slaughtered. But Chen Xin obviously didn't want to give him a break. With the opportunity to rest, the 5th soul ring lights up again. The 5th soul skill. Powerful in all directions. Chen Xin controlled and threw the sword, using the 7 kills sword itself as the prototype, and then one after another sharp 7 kills sword phantoms appeared around. The overwhelming 7 killing swords hung directly in the air, surrounding Su Sheng. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes. Area attack? The 4th soul skill, Blood Tang's control. After saying this, his 4th soul ring lit up. Since it is a range attack, the damage to a single target is definitely not as good as the previous sword energy. He was not sure whether he could withstand the overwhelming bombardment of the 7 killing swords. The next moment, Su Sheng was wrapped in layers of shields integrated by Juxin Switang. Chen Xin saw this scene in his eyes and said calmly, "My attack is not so easy to resist." With a wave of his arm, countless 7 killing swords that had been charged up and ready to go blasted towards Su Sheng with fierce killing intent. Sword after sword struck the shield, only making it slightly dim. However, what struck was not a 7-kill sword, but almost hundreds. Under the bombardment of countless 7 killing swords, the shield continued to make magnetic sounds like the collision of steel. Seeing that the shield had become so dim that it had no luster, Su Sheng frowned and looked at Chen Xin ahead. "It's almost unstoppable, we must stop her." When Su Sheng's 5th soul ring lit up, a weak tearing feeling immediately came from his body. He pursed his thin lips, stretched out his palm and pointed it at Chen Xin's figure, the 5th soul skill, Tang of Blood Poison. Chen Xin suddenly felt uneasy and found Su Sheng's palm pointed at him, and when the 5th soul ring on his body lit up, his face gradually became serious, and he quickly started to move his body. He secretly said, "As long as you move fast enough, this kid won't be able to capture your position." Unexpectedly, Su Sheng, who had already seen through this trick, raised the corners of his mouth imperceptibly. It is indeed a good way to move quickly so that you cannot lock your position. However, it is a pity that Su Sheng's 5th soul skill is a locking skill. Blood Poison Tang, Locking Technique. Begonia flowers can be made to grow from the blood of others, which is highly toxic. With a pop sound, Chen Xin's arm slowly drilled out bunches of light green Juxin Switang. Chen Xin, who was moving, felt a sudden dizziness in his brain, and said with an ugly expression, "No. This kid's 5th soul skill can actually parasitize out of thin air. Moreover, in addition to being able to lock, it also contains terrifying poison." With level 91 soul power, he was able to poison himself instantly. It's enough to show how sophisticated this soul skill is. Chen Xin, whose right arm was already swollen, endured the pain of his meridians being burned and quickly summoned the 7 killing sword itself, which flew back to his hand with a whoosh sound. Of course, the countless phantoms of the 7 killing swords in the air also shattered like glass and disappeared. The shield around Su Sheng also reached its limit and exploded into crystal particles that scattered. After getting the 7 kills sword, Chen Xin immediately sent huge soul power to neutralize the poison. However, it caused the poison to spread even faster. Knowing that the poison could not be dispelled in a short period of time, Chen Xin's expression turned ugly. "We can only seal it temporarily." The 6th soul skill, Feng Ju. The 7 kills sword burst out with a holy light. Chen Xin held it tightly and gently cut the right arm that had become black. These holy lights were injected into the right arm from the torn wound, sealing all the spreading poison. I originally thought it would be easy to deal with a kid who had just been promoted to titled DOULUO, but now it seems I still underestimate him too much. If I continue to do this, even I will probably fall into this weird martial spirit. After removing the poison on his arm, Chen Xin looked at Su Sheng again. This time his eyes were more serious and less contemptuous. He recognized Su Sheng's strength, so naturally he had to use his true strength to deal with it. Chen Xin thought silently in his heart, the 7th soul skill, the 7 kill real body. The 7th black soul ring slowly lights up. I saw the 7 killing sword in his hand, and his temperament suddenly changed. Su Sheng looked at Chen Xin, who was using his martial spirit true form in front of him, feeling an unprecedented sense of tension in his heart. He murmured, "Martial soul true body, is Chen Xin planning to use all his strength?" Chapter 38, Take it to the Kaibao glazed sect first. The light yellow soul ring gradually integrated into Ning Rongrong's body, and her closed eyes gradually opened. Then he lowered his head, immediately stretched out his palm, and released his martial spirit, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda is distributed in layers, shimmering with colorful light. This exquisite space has 7 floors, and each floor adds a bit of aura that belongs to the mainland's first auxiliary martial spirit. The next moment, a pale yellow soul ring emerged from under her feet. Ning Rongrong turned her head to the back with a joyful expression and said, "Su Sheng, I succeeded." But when her eyes focused on Gurong, her face suddenly turned cold. Gurong looked a little embarrassed. He could see that Ning Rongrong had not calmed down yet. He rolled his eyes and praised very kindly, as expected of our Rongrong. He went to Sunset Forest alone and obtained a soul ring. He is much stronger than Feng Ji. Ning Rongrong snorted, pursed her lips and whispered, "I don't want to pay attention to you. It's all the fault of Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian. I was scolded by my father." Gurong's eyes were full of doting, and he kept praising, "Yes, yes, Rongrong, this time it's all my and your Grandpa Jian's fault. Since you have absorbed the spirit ring, come back to the sect with us. It's not safe outside. Return to the sect. Wait. Grandpa Gu, when you came to me just now, did you see Su Sheng?" Gurong frowned and said in confusion, "Su Sheng, I have never heard of this name. As for the people I met here, I only saw the boy who intended to do something bad to Rongrong, but he should have been dealt with by Chen Xin now, right? I just don't know if he is old, and he has to deal with a boy like this." Ning Rongrong saw this scene, and a sense of foreboding came to her heart. While speaking, she looked at Gurong and said worriedly, "Oh, Grandpa Gu, Su Sheng is a boy who protects me." Gurong's eyes flashed with some thoughts, and suddenly, he seemed to remember a scene that happened before. The boy who intended to do something bad to Rongrong said that she was protecting the latter. Could it be that? His face became complicated, and he couldn't help but blurt out, could it be that the boy before was Su Sheng, and he took the dagger just to protect Rongrong? This sentence suddenly rang in Ning Rongrong's ears, and she anxiously grabbed Gurong's sleeve. "Grandpa Gu, you said that boy before. Did you do anything to him?" Gurong, who was being pulled by Ning Rongrong, looked unhappy and said with some shame, "Rongrong, I'm afraid it's bad. Your Grandpa Jian probably has killed that kid." Killing a kid by mistake is nothing, but he is afraid that this incident will make their relationship with Rongrong worse again. That is what worries him the most. Ning Rongrong was hit by a heavy hammer, and her body couldn't help but sway. Su Sheng was killed by Grandpa Jian. Ning Rongrong's eyes were absent-minded, and her eyes were red when she said this. How could it be? How could it be like this? Obviously he just wanted to protect me, but he was killed by me. And it was my Grandpa Jian who killed him. Gurong walked over and was about to whisper comfort. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The forest in front suddenly erupted with a deafening explosion. The absent-minded Ning Rongrong and Gurong looked over subconsciously. The latter's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light, and he looked at Ning Rongrong eagerly, staring at her quickly and said seriously, "Rongrong, don't cry first, that Su Sheng may be fine." Because the direction of the explosion just now was exactly the direction where Chen Xin's soul power fluctuations stopped. That kid is very likely not dead. Ning Rongrong's dazed face gradually showed a trace of joy, then let's hurry over. After speaking, he turned around and trotted towards the direction of the explosion. Hey, Rongrong, wait for me, it's dangerous ahead. Gurong reminded him, and seeing that Ning Rongrong ignored him, he sighed helplessly and hurriedly followed. Su Sheng, who was supporting himself on one knee, suddenly felt his stomach churning and spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Puff. He used the seventh soul skill, the true body of Switang, and felt that his whole body was being torn apart. Even so, Su Sheng's cold pupils stared at Chen Xin, who was floating in the air and stepping on the 7 killing swords in front of him. Chen Xin, who was stepping on the 7 killing swords, glanced at Su Sheng with an indifferent look and said coldly, "Boy, being able to fight with me to this point is enough to be proud of the heroes, but it's time to end here." However, his story should end here. Each level of title DOULUO is like a vast ocean, not to mention that the two of them are 6 levels apart in soul power. After all, there is still an insurmountable gap. As the words fell, the 8th soul ring under Chen Xin's feet suddenly lit up. 8th soul skill, 12 flat slashes. Countless of himself suddenly appeared around him, which was very similar to a certain soul skill before, but now every clone around him has nearly 80% of the attack power of the original body. Chen Xin closed his eyes silently and murmured, "Goodbye, kid." His mind moved, and dozens of clones rushed straight towards Su Sheng with a terrifying micro-momentum that was enough to tear the world apart. The tearing pain made Su Sheng narrow his left eye, and his eyeball was full of countless bloodshot. He bit his thin lips tightly. "If I don't use the Ice Rose Sword, with the defense of the 9 Heart Blood Tang, I can't resist this move now." Relying solely on the 91st level soul power of the 9 Heart Blood Tang, I am afraid that I will be annihilated in an instant under Chen Xin's attack. Just when Su Sheng mobilized the second martial soul in his heart, a figure rushed out from behind him at a very fast speed. The 8th soul ring under the feet of the person who rushed out lit up. This person was Gurong, who rushed over quickly. He knew how terrifying the attack power of his old friend was, so he had to block it with all his strength. Su Sheng, who was holding on, had lost feeling in the pain all over his body. His eyelids were very heavy and squinted. Ning Rongrong, who came later, saw Su Sheng's painful appearance, and hurriedly squatted down and hugged him tightly, shook his body violently, and said hurriedly, Su Sheng, are you okay?" However, in Su Sheng's vision, Ning Rongrong's face finally appeared. Knowing that it was Ning Rongrong, he twitched his lips slightly, and his whole body drooped down, losing consciousness. Ning Rongrong, who was hugging Su Shengao without knowing it, subconsciously thought that Su Sheng was dead, and said in a crying tone, Su Sheng, don't scare me." Su Sheng. Gurong and Chen Xin, who had blocked the attack, came over. Seeing that Su Sheng still had soul power fluctuations, Gurong coughed and interrupted, "Rongrong, this kid is not dead yet, he just fainted." Ning Rongrong was stunned for a moment at. Chen Xin approached Gurong and whispered, "Old Bone, why did you save this kid?" He was a little confused about why Gurong came out to make trouble when he was about to kill this kid. Gurong just gave him an ambiguous look. When Chen Xin looked at it again with full of doubts, he suddenly got an epiphany. Ning Rongrong glared at Chen Xin fiercely, and then became worried again. "Grandpa Bone, what should we do now? Su Sheng seems to be seriously injured. It's impossible to leave the injured Su Sheng alone in the Sunset Forest, right?" Gurong looked at the unconscious Su Sheng, shrugged helplessly, and suggested, "We can only take this kid to the sect for the time being." A female voice rang out from outside the door, "Su Sheng, I'm coming in." Then Ning Rongrong opened the door and walked in. When she saw Su Sheng staring at her, her face suddenly turned red, and she walked over briskly, with a hint of worry in her eyes. "Su Sheng, are you okay?" She was afraid that Chen Xin would cause indelible damage to Su Sheng's body. "Don't worry, Rongrong, I'm fine, my body is not that fragile." Before Su Sheng finished speaking, the extreme pain made him gasp again. But since Ning Rongrong was here, this place was most likely the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Ning Rongrong looked at Su Sheng with a pang of pain in her heart. She slowly lowered her head and said weakly, "That Su Sheng, I'm sorry for you this time. I made Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian misunderstand you, and it was almost if it weren't for her, Su Sheng wouldn't have been so seriously injured." Seeing her self-blaming look, Su Sheng gently reached out and rubbed her hair, and said softly, "It's not your fault, and I'm fine now, right? Don't think too much." Ning Rongrong was able to apologize to her, which meant that her words of persuasion that day worked. Otherwise, with her original temperament, how could she bow her head and apologize in person? Feeling the warmth on her head, Ning Rongrong raised her head again. After a while, the thin-skinned Ning Rongrong apologized, "Su Sheng, since you are fine now, can you come with me? Dad said that when you wake up, he asked me to take you to see him." She couldn't figure out what her father wanted to do. Obviously, before this, he could directly use the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower to recover Su Sheng. With Ning Fengzi's means, it would be easy to recover Su Sheng's injuries. Su Sheng did not refuse, and agreed with a smile, "Okay, then please lead the way, Rongrong, I actually want to meet your father, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect." Ning Fengzi is gentle and generous to everyone, but not so in Su Sheng's opinion. He just always maximizes his interests. Of course, it can also be said that he has a long-term vision. Otherwise, why did Tang San save him when he was intercepted in the original work? The reason is that there are 2 points. First, it is because Tang San's father Tang Hao is the youngest titled DOULUO on the continent. Being able to win over Tang San means that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect will connect with Tang Hao. I believe that with Tang San and Ning Rongrong's friendship, when the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is in crisis, Tang Hao, as the father of the former, will never stand idly by. Second, it was the terrifying potential of the 3 Tangs and their somewhat indifferent relationship with them. What does Su Sheng mean by this? Could it be that he is Ning Rongrong's thoughts were wrong, and her hot cheeks seemed to think of something exciting? So, she naturally took Su Sheng's arm, with a very satisfied smile on her face, and whispered in a very gentle tone, "Su Sheng, let's go, Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu are also there." Su Sheng looked down at Ning Rongrong's arm around him, and said faintly, "Rongrong, if you do this, won't Jian DOULUO and Gu DOULUO be so angry that they will fight? The baby that I have pampered to my heart, but it has only been a few days since he was intimate with others. Tisk tisk tisk, I am afraid that Chen Xin's face will be as ugly as it can be. However, I feel relieved." Ning Rongrong consciously loosened her arm around Su Sheng, pointed to the hall in front of her, and whispered to Su Sheng, "This is it, let's go in." Su Sheng nodded, and the 2 of them walked straight into the hall. As soon as Su Sheng stepped into the hall, he noticed that Gurong and Chen Xin, who were sitting in the back, were staring at him, while Ning Fengzi, who was sitting between them, unexpectedly smiled at him calmly. There was also a chair placed right in front of them, not it was obvious that it was prepared for Su Sheng. However, Su Sheng first glanced at Gurong and Chen Xin, "Are Gurong and Chen Xin trying to intimidate me? I can't beat them with my current soul power with 9 heart blood tang, but the other martial soul is another story." After all, he tried to switch to the Ice Rose Sword last time. He only had one feeling, so powerful that it was terrifying. especially the 800,000-year soul rings and 1,000,000-year soul ring, which gave him a total of 20 soul skills. However, with his current body, if he used it forcefully, he would probably be unable to withstand the power of the sword after killing the enemy and explode into pieces. Ning Rongrong walked to Ning Fengzi gracefully, pouted and said, "Dad, I brought Su Sheng here, tell me what you want to say." Ning Fengzi took a sip of tea elegantly, winked at Ning Rongrong, and asked intimately, "Rongrong, can you go out and play for a while? Dad, Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian want to talk to Su Sheng about something." Ning Rongrong glanced at Su Sheng, who looked calm, and then clenched her fists and raised them to Gu Rong and Chen Xin, saying, "Then you are not going to attack Su Sheng again." Gu Rong felt very uncomfortable at the moment. "Don't worry, Rongrong, we won't attack him." And Chen Xin, not to mention, was calm on the surface, but he was almost furious in his heart. He whispered in his mouth, "If I had known, I would have killed Su Sheng earlier." Of course, it was just his angry words. Chen Xin later knew that it was because of Su Sheng's protection that Ning Rongrong was able to return to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect intact. So he had no hostility towards him. After getting the assurances from the two, Ning Rongrong raised her noble chin and left in a very happy mood. "I just don't know what Su Sheng will talk about with Dad? Could it really be?" After Ning Rongrong left, Ning Fengzi's soft eyes looked at Su Sheng, and he extended his hand slightly to invite him. "Su Sheng, you are the benefactor who saved Rongrong. Don't be so restrained. Please sit down." Ning Fengzi said so, and if Su Sheng didn't sit down, it was his etiquette problem. "Then I will obey your order." After Su Sheng replied, he slowly sat on the chair, waiting for Ning Fengzi's next words. He believed that Ning Fengzi would definitely not call him over for no reason, and there must be something complicated here. Chapter 40, Betroth Ning Rongrong to me? Ning Fengzi stared at Su Sheng on his handsome face for a long time, and then a smile appeared on his lips and he said, "Su Sheng, can I call you that?" Su Sheng frowned slightly. "Master Ning, you are joking, of course you can." Ning Fengzi nodded slightly, "Then I will call you Su Sheng directly." Rongrong was in danger in the Sunset Forest this time. "Thank you for saving my daughter. Ning is very grateful." Su Sheng said lightly, "Master Ning, you don't have to be polite. Rongrong is such a good girl, I naturally can't watch her die." What is Ning Fengzi trying to do? He felt that the answer would be revealed soon. Ning Fengzi's tone gradually became heavier, and a convincing temperament overflowed from inside and outside. "Of course, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, as long as we can do it, our Seven Treasures Glazed sect will never refuse." Su Sheng's displeasure in his heart increased again. He really didn't want to have such a vague conversation, so he said directly, "Master Ning, I appreciate your kindness. I believe you should also know that I don't have these intentions to save Rongrong." Ning Fengzi stood up, then slowly bowed his body, bowed his head and said, "Ning knows it, but Su Sheng, Uncle Jian accidentally injured you this time. Today I apologize to you on his behalf." Su Sheng secretly said, "This Ning Fengzi is a man who can bend and stretch, and it is worthy of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to develop to the status of the top 3 sections." The dignified Seven Treasures Glazed sect master actually bowed to apologize to him personally. This can also show his ambition. Seeing this scene, Chen Xin, who was sitting behind Ning Fengzi, had a gloomy face and could not help but scold, "Fengzi, what are you doing? I still need you to apologize for me." However, Ning Fengzi stopped him with his hand. He stood up again and smiled at Chen Xin. "It's impossible to ask Uncle Jian to apologize in person, right?" Gu Rong next to him patted his shoulder and said calmly, "Fengzi must have his own ideas, don't be so hypocritical." Chen Xin glanced at him coldly and said unhappily, "Humph. Of course, it's not for you. Naturally, there is no need to be hypocritical. If Gurong were to experience his situation, he would probably be more angry than himself. Su Sheng was not going to embarrass Chen Xin, but it was necessary to make him uncomfortable. He beat himself so hard before, and now he can't even bear this little discomfort. What is that? Su Sheng looked pretentious. What is Sect Master Ning doing? If it weren't for Jian Doluo's intervention, I might not be able to come to your sect to visit. Chen Xin wanted to stand up and refute. Boy! You are Wu, but just halfway through his words, Gurong pressed his shoulders and pressed him down. He covered his forehead with his other hand, and felt that it was really embarrassing to sit with Chen Xin today. They were all titled Doluo-level strongmen who had experienced many life and death difficulties, and they were easily angered they had to be so fussy with a junior. Moreover, they were indeed wrong in this matter. In order to ease the situation in terms of my relationship with Rong, what's the irony of this? Ning Fengzi looked at Su Sheng's naked irony, his mouth twitched a few times, then flashed away, and he calmly sat back on the chair. He asked again kindly, Su Sheng, according to Uncle Jian, your soul power has reached level 91 now. Su Sheng smiled darkly and said, well, I barely have a little talent. When I awakened, it seems that my innate soul power was level 90. Ning Fengzi clenched his fingers slightly, enduring the pain in his heart. No, he is Rong's savior. I can't turn my face. Because of the restrictions of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, he will never be able to step into the 80th level Soul Doluo in his life. And he has to be stuck at level 79. Su Sheng's words ruthlessly destroyed his confidence in his heart as the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Ning Fengzi, this kid's words are full of thorns. I can't take it for granted anymore. Even Ning Fengzi almost couldn't help but turn his face, let alone Chen Xin and Gurong behind him. After the two heard it, they only heard a puff sound, as if their hearts were stabbed with a dagger and were riddled with holes. Gurong and Chen Xin looked at each other and nodded silently. This guy can still say that he has a little talent without changing his expression after saying such a thing. Doesn't that mean that they are both useless? I can't stay here any longer. I'm afraid I can't help but kill this guy on the spot. After the two stood up tacitly, Chen Xin coughed and said, well, Fengji, I'll leave this to you first. I've been feeling itchy lately. I'll go over and deal with this guy first. Gurong raised his eyebrows and said, who is feeling itchy? Do you want to have a fight? Chen Xin got angry and sneered, fight if you want. You act like no one is afraid of you. Don't forget that I'm always one step ahead of you. Bullshit, it's obvious that I'm always slightly better. The two pretended to be angry and walked quickly out of the hall. Just like that, they left. So, Su Sheng and Ning Fengzi were the only ones left in the hall. Ning Fengzi, after Gurong and Chen Xin left, Su Sheng's previous black belly was restrained, and he smiled lightly, I'm sorry to make you laugh, Master Ning. I'm just unhappy after being seriously injured by Jian Doluo. I want to vent. I don't mean to laugh at you. This short sentence instantly raised Ning Fengzi's impression of Su Sheng several times. He thought that what Su Sheng showed before was his true nature, but he didn't expect that he just wanted to vent to Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu. Moreover, the intensity of the venting was appropriate, and there was no excessive verbal conflict. He secretly evaluated Su Sheng, not bad, with such a clever mind and such a terrifying talent, I'm afraid he will be a strong man in the future. Looking at Rong's attitude towards Su Sheng before, if Rong can, Ning Fengzi narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Sheng saw that Ning Fengzi on the opposite side was inexplicably lost in thought, thinking that he should be thinking about something important, so he didn't say anything to interrupt his thinking. Ning Fengzi came back to his senses, staring at Su Sheng with a gleam in his eyes, and asked with a smile, Su Sheng, what do you think of Rong? Rong? She's quite well behaved and sensible. What does Sect Master Ning mean by asking this? Su Sheng's face showed surprise, and he asked back seriously. Could it be that Ning Fengzi intends to marry Ning Rongrong to him? Don't play like that, you are still young. Ning Fengzi raised his mouth slightly, and sighed softly. Su Sheng, Rongrong has never been so close to anyone in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect for so many years, and she also has a bit of willful temper. Ning Fengzi looked directly into Su Sheng's pupils with great seriousness, and suggested, but since I met you and came back, everything has begun to develop in a good direction, so if I betroth Rongrong to you, are you willing? Ning Rongrong, as his daughter, also inherited his martial soul. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. The future needs a powerful soul master to protect, and Su Sheng is undoubtedly a good choice. Chapter 41 Return. Su Sheng's face sank. Sure enough, Ning Fengzi said so much just for this sentence now. But he couldn't agree easily. Ning Fengzi was a shrewd man, and betrothing Ning Rongrong to him was nothing more than a little bit of a win-over. In general, the future of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is more important. Even though Su Sheng does not reject Ning Rongrong in his heart and even has a good impression of her, he is not someone Ning Fengzi wants to trade with. Su Sheng tactfully rejected Ning Fengzi's suggestion. Master Ning, you think too much. Although I have a good impression of Rongrong, it's not the stage of talking about marriage yet. Ning Fengzi did not show any unexpected expression on his face after receiving Su Sheng's reply. If Su Sheng really agreed to it, he would still be full of doubts about Su Sheng. Is he a lecher? It seems that Su Sheng has a general impression in Ning Fengzi's heart. Ning Fengzi smiled elegantly and said in a neutral tone, "You are right. This is not appropriate for me to consider, but if possible, I hope we can become a family." Su Sheng slowly stood up and said with a smile, "I understand Master Ning's intentions, but whether Rongrong and I can get together depends on fate. After all, nothing is impossible." Ning Fengzi nodded slightly, "But before that, I will treat you first." After he stood up, he placed the scepter in the middle, and then, compared with Ning Rongrong's, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, which was more full of fairy spirit, was in his palm. Slowly emerging. The faint spiritual energy kept moving on the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, reflecting dazzling silver light from time to time. Then, 7 colorful soul rings slowly rose under his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 which is also the best soul ring ratio. However, the most peculiar thing is that Ning Fengzi's 7th soul ring is completely different from the other two 10,000-year soul rings. It is as dark as ink, and it seems to have at least reached the level of a 100,000-year soul ring. It was almost the same as the 9th soul ring of Su Sheng's 9 Heart Blood Tang. He uttered 7 words without emotion: 7 treasures glazed glass, 6 days increase. As the words fell, his 6th soul ring suddenly lit up, and the 7 treasures glazed glass emitted a dazzling white light that was even more powerful than before. A warm light like a spring enveloped Su Sheng from top to bottom. Su Sheng stared at his injured skin, and saw that under the warm light, the broken flesh began to sprout again. In just a dozen seconds, all the injuries on his body were healed. Is this the terrifying recovery ability of Ning Fengzi using the 7 treasures glazed tower? It is worthy of being the first auxiliary martial soul on the continent. Even though Ning Fengzi may not be able to break through to Soul DOULUO in his lifetime, I believe no one will underestimate him. Su Sheng glanced at Ning Fengzi and said politely, "Thank you, Sect Master Ning. The 7 treasure glazed pagoda's auxiliary ability is indeed well deserved. If Ning Fengzi can reach the titled DOULUO, how terrifying will it be?" Ning Fengzi nodded slightly, and said humorously, "Go, Rong should still be waiting for you outside. If you are late, she might think I did something to you. Master Ning, I will leave first." After speaking, he casually gestured to Ning Fengzi, and turned to walk out of the hall. Looking at Su Sheng's back as he left, Ning Fengzi held his chin and said silently, "Su Sheng, I wonder what changes you will make on this continent. It's really exciting." When Ning Rongrong saw Su Sheng coming out, she hurried over and carefully looked at Su Sheng's whole body. When she saw that he was fine, she was relieved. After all, she was still a little afraid of Gurong in her heart, and Chen Xin deliberately targeted Su Sheng. She blinked her watery eyes. Su Sheng, did Dad and the others do anything to you? Wrong, how should I answer your question? We just talked about some insignificant things. Su Sheng's mouth twitched, and he said intimately. Does he look so easy to be bullied? Ning Rongrong heard this and a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. She lowered her head and whispered, it's an unimportant matter? That means Su Sheng didn't give it to Dad. It seems that I was overthinking before. Su Sheng naturally saw the disappointment on Ning Rongrong's face, rubbed her head again familiarly, leaned close to Ning Rongrong and whispered in her ear, Rongrong, it's a good gain to come to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect this time, but I have to leave as soon as possible. The sensitive Ning Rongrong broke free at once, and her hot cheeks seemed to be telling her feelings just now. Ning Rongrong's eyes dimmed, she lowered her head in disappointment, bit her thin lips, and stared at Su Sheng, wanting him to give her an answer. Su Sheng, do we have a chance to meet again? She was very scared, afraid that after Su Sheng left the Seven Treasures Glazed sect today, they would never meet again. Of course, but you have to believe in the wonderful thing called fate. Then I'll leave first. Su Sheng turned his back and waved his hand casually. But he regretted it after turning around. He turned back again with a stiff face. Under Ning Rongrong's confused eyes, he touched his nose awkwardly, Rongrong, where can I leave the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? I seem to be lost. This is the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. He has never been here before. If he relies on himself, I'm afraid he won't be able to find the right way out even if he walks around the Seven Treasures Glazed sect for a day. Puchi Ning Rongrong suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, and all the previous disappointment was swept away. She said playfully and suavely, Su Sheng, I didn't expect you to have such a humorous side. Let's go, I'll take you out. Su Sheng. It seems that I have to solve the problem of getting lost in the future, otherwise hiss. After returning to the Wuhan Hall Academy, Su Sheng opened the door and walked into the classroom. He glanced casually at Chi Ruo who was writing with his back to him, and said Teacher Chi Ruo. Su Sheng's voice broke the silence of the classroom, and Xiaoyu and the other two turned their eyes to Su Sheng. Yan snickered unhappily, Su Sheng was actually late for several hours. I'm afraid he will be scolded to death by Teacher Chi Ruo. Xiaoyu next to him raised his eyes and said mercilessly, don't think about it. Su Sheng is different from you and me. And Hulina's beautiful eyes just stared at Su Sheng curiously. After hearing the voice, Chi Ruo silently stopped what he was doing, turned around and looked at Su Sheng at the door. He was ready to get angry, but he swallowed his words halfway through. It doesn't matter if the other three are a little harsh, but Su Sheng is a unique existence. I can't afford to offend him, I can't afford to offend him. This is a real title DOULUO, it's easy for him to kill a little soul saint like me, isn't it? So, he coughed calmly, it's Su Sheng, go sit down first. After Su Sheng sat down, Chi Ruo continued the previous topic again, saying loudly, just now we talked about the martial soul fusion technique. Chapter 42 3 years later. In the Wuhan Hall, in the son's room. In Rurun a man was lying quietly on the friendly cotton bed. Not long after, his cold eyes, like a pool of ancient spring water, trembled slightly, and then slowly stretched out. He looked out the window, and said in a voice full of magnetism, is it dawn? Then, he stretched lazily with a cold breath all over his body, and then slowly got up from the bed. This person was Su Sheng, who had spent 3 years in the spirit hall. Now he has long lost his youthful aura and has reached the prime of his life. Su Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at himself in the mirror in front of him, pursing his lips slightly, and murmured, in the past 3 years, has the 9-heart blood tang finally influenced me? I saw Su Sheng in the mirror, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a white robe, with his wrists loosely tied up, simple and beautiful. His slightly drooping slender hair was scattered behind him like a waterfall, and the coldness exuded from the whole person was even more invisible, as if it could freeze everything. If someone looked at Su Sheng, it was a pair of dark amber pupils without any emotion, which looked even colder, with the cold light constantly flashing in his eyes, a high nose, and beautiful lips, all of which released his unique charm. Between a glance and a smile, it was enough to pull a woman into the abyss of intoxication. He was really a man like jade on the road, and a young man was unparalleled in the world. Suddenly, a woman's voice that made people's hearts waver broke the tranquility. Su Sheng, I'm coming in. As the words fell, a woman with a slim figure and golden hair walked in from the door. She was full of charm. A slight smile from her thin lips could arouse the passion of the opposite sex, which undoubtedly added a bit of hazy charm. It was Hulina. However, because of her spirit, the fox, her original innocence was gone. Hulina smiled charmingly at Su Sheng, took his arm affectionately and said, Su Sheng, are you ready? It seems that we have to leave the academy today and receive the teacher's teachings in person. Well, let's go. Su Sheng's amber eyes condensed slightly, and he loosened his arm that was held by Hulina, and said lightly. Hulina rolled her eyes in annoyance. Su Sheng, you have changed a lot in the past few years. Su Sheng was speechless and said coldly, aren't you the same? Isn't what Hulina said talking about herself? Not only him and Hulina, but also Xiaoyu, who is also from the golden generation, are completely different from 3 years ago. There was no way he could become like this. In the past 3 years, the 9-heart blood tangerine needed to absorb more and more blood every day, and in the end it began to affect his state of mind. Previously, Su Sheng would feel a little regretful after killing someone, but now, he would not feel any emotion. Just like crushing an ant. Su Sheng shook his head and threw away these thoughts, and walked out indifferently. Let's go, don't keep the teacher waiting for too long. Hulina, who was left out, pouted her thin lips, and a few wisps of ambiguous light flashed in her beautiful eyes. I'm the one who called you, really? Then she sighed and followed Su Sheng's steps. Xiaoyu's strange eyes froze, and he felt cold sweat all over his body. No matter how many times he had met Bibi Dong, Bibi Dong's powerful and terrifying deterrence never diminished. He replied respectfully, Your Highness, if nothing unexpected happened, Su Sheng overslept and may have forgotten today's arrangements. As for my sister, she should have gone to call Su Sheng, and she may be here soon. Yan, who was beside Xiaoyu, looked at Bibi Dong cautiously, then lowered his head, and tried not to talk if he could. Sometimes it is better to be dumb. But the more you don't want to do something, the more likely it is to happen. Bibi Dong's eyes turned to Yan, and her thin lips slightly opened. Yan, your martial soul flame lord has great potential. If you can cultivate it well, it is not impossible for you to be a titled DOULUO. Yan, who was trembling in his heart, replied tremblingly, Thank you Your Majesty the Pope for cultivation. Yan will definitely practice with all his heart. It's too scary. The pressure of His Highness the Pope is simply not something that ordinary people can bear. He couldn't understand how Hulina and Su Sheng could remain calm under such strong pressure. Huohuiguan, who was on Bibi Dong's left, secretly complained in his heart, this Su kid is really not afraid of death. He dared to let His Holiness the Pope wait for him. This was the nth time he had seen it. Since Su Sheng and Bibi Dong became familiar with each other, the former's attitude towards Bibi Dong seemed too loose. I didn't dare to ask. Ghost DOULUO on the other side was thinking about another thing. Probably last year, he had a sparring match with Su Sheng, and finally ended in a draw, and now Su Sheng's strength is probably far beyond Huohuiguan and himself. When they were silent, Teacher, we are here came from outside the hall. Su Sheng, who looked like ice, and Hulina, who was full of charm, walked in side by side. The arrival of the two instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, especially Bibi Dong. She was no longer surprised by Su Sheng's cold appearance, knowing that this was not his nature. Bibi Dong shook the purple gold scepter in her hand to the ground, and her tone gradually becoming serious. Now that everyone is here, I will now tell you about your future training plan. From today on, the four of you need to work together to hunt soul beasts with a cultivation of at least 10,000 years in the Xingda Great Forest every day. Bibi Dong's tone of voice was unquestionable. Since the four of them have been trained as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, the training content they are given must be far beyond the limit. Yan couldn't help but be shocked and said, "What? 10,000-year soul beast? Just the four of us?" It's not clear what level Su Sheng's soul power is, but the soul power levels of him, Hulina, and Xiaoyu are all around level 34 to 35. With this little strength to hunt a soul beast of 10,000 years, I'm afraid the whole army will be wiped out in an instant. Xiaoyu's mouth twitched a little, and he glanced at Hulina, who had no objection, and replied with a stiff face, "Yes, His Majesty the Pope." Seeing the doubts on Xiaoyu and Yan's faces, Bibi Dong's eyes turned cold. "This task is impossible for others, but you are the golden generation that symbolizes the dignity of the Spirit Hall. If you can't even do this little bit, are you worthy of this title?" Xiaoyu, Hulina, and Yan immediately replied, "Yes, His Majesty the Pope, teacher, this is the Pope's personal order, they have to do it even if they can't." "Teacher, I have something to discuss with you." Only Su Sheng's voice filled with coldness sounded out of place. Chapter 43 Leaving the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong frowned and looked at Su Sheng. "Su Sheng? Do you have any questions?" Yan subconsciously thought that Su Sheng was dissatisfied with the cultivation of killing a 10,000-year soul beast. She said anxiously in her heart, "Why is Su Sheng contradicting His Holiness the Pope now? Isn't it just a 10,000-year soul beast? Are four people afraid that they can't defeat it? Besides, don't we have Xiaoyu and Lina's martial soul fusion skills?" Xiaoyu and Hulina stared at Su Sheng, waiting for his next words. The latter knew that with Su Sheng's strength as a titled DOULUO, even if he was an auxiliary system, it would be easy to fight against a 10,000-year soul beast. Moreover, she learned from her teacher that the reason why she didn't practice with them at noon and in the afternoon was to participate in the soul fighting and hunt 10,000-year soul beasts. In Hulina's opinion, Su Sheng must have something important to do, so he interrupted Bibi Dong's words at an inappropriate time. Su Sheng looked directly into Bibi Dong's pupils and whispered, "Teacher, I want to leave the Spirit Hall temporarily for a while, maybe it will take a year, maybe a few years." After saying this, the entire Pope's Hall became surprisingly quiet. The next moment, Xiaoyu and Hulina's eyes flashed with astonishment, and the former said in confusion, "Su Sheng, what are you doing? If it's because of the mission of the 10,000-year soul beast, the four of us can definitely hunt it down." Hulina stared at Su Sheng, then pursed her thin lips and murmured, "Su Sheng." Yan secretly glanced at Bibi Dong's gradually gloomy face, knowing that Su Sheng's words must have made His Majesty the Pope angry. He hurried over and patted Su Sheng on the shoulder, reminding him, "Su Sheng, don't talk nonsense. You're leaving for another year or many years." Su Sheng just glanced at Yan expressionlessly without saying anything. There are actually many reasons why he left temporarily. He wanted to see the Shrek Academy that collects monsters, and then visit the bloody killing city. "Your Highness the Pope, calm down." Su Sheng is probably confused for a moment. "That's right, Su Sheng, why don't you explain to His Highness the Pope?" Hohuagwan and Gaimei explained a few words to Su Sheng, and kept winking at the latter. Bibi Dong, who was sitting on the Pope's chair with a gloomy face, felt extremely complicated and looked at Su Sheng a little at a loss. Su Sheng said calmly, "Teacher, when you accepted me as your disciple, I said that if I had to leave temporarily one day, you would not stop me." He believed that Bibi Dong would not break his promise with his character, and he just needed to return to the Spirit Hall before the Spirit Master Elite competition. After hearing Su Sheng's words, Bibi Dong was silent for a long time, and then sighed helplessly, and scanned his cheek closely, as if trying to see something. Su Sheng, can you tell me why you want to leave? If his disciple left to improve his soul power, it would obviously be impossible. Su Sheng's soul power level has reached the terrifying level 93, which is a demon-like speed. So Bibi Dong is very curious about what Su Sheng wants to do. Su Sheng's eyes flashed with thinking, and he replied, Teacher, I left this time to find an opportunity to suppress the side effects of my martial soul, 9 heart blood tang. In fact, he was not very interested in staying in the spirit hall all the time. Even if he wanted to be a salted fish, he had to be the saltiest one. Bibi Dong listened to Su Sheng's answer, thought about it, and agreed, so that's it. If that's the case, Su Sheng, I allow you to leave the spirit hall, but you must come back before the elite competition in a few years. Su Sheng is the hand that can subvert the continent in the future of the spirit hall. It is extremely important. Seeing that Bibi Dong agreed to Su Sheng's ridiculous request, Ho Huiguan and Gai Mei looked at each other, and there was only one sentence in their hearts. My lord, times have changed. Su Sheng's mouth curled up indifferently, and he said respectfully, Thank you, teacher. After leaving the Pope's palace, Su Sheng was surrounded by Xiaoyu, Hulina, and Yan Yan was doubtful and said, Su Sheng, you are not really going to leave for a few years, right? He seriously suspected that this guy was taking advantage of his good appearance now to find other good-looking people alone. Beautiful lady. Su Sheng, who had a paralyzed face, forced a smile and said, Well, in the next few years, the appearance of the spirit hall will depend on you. Xiaoyu frowned and said unhappily, We are a team. What does it matter if one person leaves for a few years? The 4 of them finally reached a tacit understanding as a team, but before they met an opponent who could compete, one of them had to leave. Just thinking about it makes me feel very uncomfortable. Su Sheng's mouth twitched slightly, and he rolled his eyes silently in his heart. He was afraid of hurting their self-esteem. The light in Hulina's eyes dimmed a lot, and she looked at Su Sheng with some disappointment and said, Su Sheng, are you really leaving? Su Sheng gently reached out and touched her cheek, and said as gently as possible, Well, I'm not coming back, don't show such a disappointed expression. Hulina's eyes turned red, and when she thought about being separated from Su Sheng for several years, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. Su Sheng glanced at the 3 people, Xiaoyu, Lina, or that person. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Yan decisively retorted, Hey, Su Sheng, who are you calling that person? My name is Yan, Yan. Su Sheng is really, he still wants to be angry with himself before leaving, and I was a little sad just now. Thinking of this, all those feelings are in vain. Just as Su Sheng turned around, Hulina wiped her eyes and called Su Sheng, Su Sheng, wait for me, I'm going to get something. After that, Hulina trotted away. Su Sheng and the other 2 were confused. After a few minutes, Hulina came over breathlessly, holding a black gauze hat and a cloak in her hands. Hulina walked in front of Su Sheng, blushing as she handed over the 2 things in her hand, Su Sheng, this is for you. If there is nothing to cover it, it will easily attract other people. Hulina was actually going to say to attract the opposite sex, but I don't know if Xiaoyu and Yan were present, so she changed the word abruptly. Yan laughed out loud when he saw these 2 things, ah ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Lina. This thing you gave me is very suitable for Su Sheng's temperament. Xiaoyu next to him also suppressed his laughter after seeing it, and turned his head away pretending to be indifferent. Su Sheng looked at the things Hulina handed over, and took them with trembling hands. If these 2 things were normal, it would be fine, but this is clearly an old gauze hat with messy threads and a rag-like evil cloak. Is she trying to make herself a beggar? Although Su Sheng's heart was throbbing, he had to pretend to be grateful and said, Thank you Lina, this thing I like it very much. Hulina, with red eyes, did not speak again. She suddenly hugged Su Sheng into her arms and cried slightly. Su Sheng was stunned by her wild behavior. When he wanted to speak, he closed his mouth and silently stretched out a hand to pat Hulina's back gently. Chapter 44 Soto City Flanders' Shop. Hulina wiped her tears, slowly let go of Su Sheng who was hugging her tightly, and said with a forced smile, "Su Sheng, no matter how long you leave, we are the golden generation of the Spirit Hall." Su Sheng's eyes were filled with a few traces of pampering, and he slowly rubbed her hair. "Well, wait for me to come back. I hope to see you again in a few years. Your soul power can be further improved." Although he could not show it on his face, he was also very fulfilled in the 3 years in the Spirit Hall. Su Sheng knew very well how Hulina felt about him, but his feelings for her had not yet reached that level. Now, they were just more like close teammates. Yan put his hands on his waist and said sourly, "Hey, Su Sheng, we didn't even know your soul power level during the 3 years of training together. Now we are leaving, are you still planning to hide it?" 3 years ago, he still regarded Su Sheng as a rival in love, but since he felt that Hulina didn't have that kind of intention towards him, he gradually let go of this relationship. Xiaoyu, who was watching coldly from the side, saw Hulina's attitude towards Su Sheng, which she had never shown to her biological brother. Some sighed silently. Su Sheng snatched his sister away unconsciously. "I really don't know whether I should be happy that my sister found someone she really likes, or sad that my sister, who has been with me for so many years, was snatched away just like that. Yan, if you want to know my soul power level, then you should work hard to improve it. You are not worthy of it now," Su Sheng said lightly. Yan immediately turned his face and said with disdain, "Tisk, what are you so arrogant about? If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I don't care. Even if Su Sheng's soul power is higher than the 3 of them, how high can it be?" With this arrogant tone, does he really think he is a powerful person at the level of titled DOULUO? After Su Sheng left Wuhan City, he quickly headed north. It took him almost a day to reach the kingdom of Barak. Su Sheng stopped on the street. At this moment, he was wearing a black cloak given by Hulina, and a hat on his head that completely covered his cheeks. Su Sheng slowly reached up and lifted the hat, and his cold eyes swept across the slightly prosperous street. He said in a light tone, "Is this Soto City? It looks pretty good." In fact, he was still somewhat grateful to Hulina in his heart. Fortunately, Hulina gave him these 2 things. Although they were a bit shabby, they did avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. It was because Su Sheng did not hide his appearance during the long journey to the kingdom of Barak, and coupled with his extraordinary temperament, he was very conspicuous when walking in the crowd. Many young women and beauties came to chat with him. He learned to be smart and successfully arrived here with the 2 treasures given by Hulina. But the next moment, Su Sheng looked around and gradually fixed his eyes on a shop that looked like an antique collection. He narrowed his eyes and said, "This shop." Then he put his hat down, walked to the front of the shop, looked up at the handwriting written in a flamboyant style, pushed the door open and walked in. Before Su Sheng could observe the surrounding situation, he felt an ancient and elegant atmosphere from the whole shop. He looked slightly forward and saw a wooden rocking chair in front of him. A middle-aged man with a beard and silver-rimmed glasses was staring at the magazine in his hand leisurely. From the moment Su Sheng entered the store, he didn't even glance at him. He thought to himself, "Sure enough, no wonder this store is very similar to the description in my memory. The owner of this store is the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flanders." Flanders' glasses suddenly reflected a burst of white light, and then he said in a light tone, "If you want something, just look at it yourself. If you don't want it, just go out. Anyway, don't bother me." Su Sheng pursed his lips, didn't say anything, and began to move carefully to look at the objects placed in the room. He reached out and touched the bronze utensils squatting on the ground. The cool touch made him reluctant to let go. Then he went straight forward, and when he walked to a shelf, his eyes were curiously placed on it. There was a simple ring on it. Su Sheng silently took it in his hand to play with it, and looked at it carefully. He saw that its appearance was silver, flashing a faint light, and in the center of the ring was cast a prismatic blood-red ruby, which looked extremely gorgeous, but perhaps because of the dust, it seemed inconspicuous. Su Sheng shook his head, and his interest in the ring was mostly gone. This ring doesn't look special. It may look better after washing. Su Sheng turned around and was about to look at other small items when he suddenly heard a fierce buzzing sound in his mind. It seemed that something was urgently calling him. Su Sheng glanced around coldly and didn't find anything wrong. When he took another step, the fierce trembling sound rang in his mind again, and this time, it was much more intense than before. He looked at Flanders sitting in the rocking chair in confusion and said lightly, "Boss, did you hear any trembling sound just now?" Unexpectedly, Flanders, who was lying on the rocking chair with his legs crossed, stretched out his middle finger to touch the frame of his glasses, glanced at Su Sheng impatiently, and said unhappily, "It's very quiet here, there is no sound." After that, he looked back at the magazine in his hand. It seemed that he was so close, but he didn't hear the trembling sound that Su Sheng mentioned at all. Su Sheng silently shook his head and said secretly, "Am I hallucinating? But the strong trembling sound just now. Wait." Su Sheng took a step back and returned to his previous position, staring at the ring inlaid with a prismatic blood-red ruby. The trembling sound just now was made after touching the ring. Could it be that? In order to verify his guess, Su Sheng took a deep breath, stared at the ring, and then took a step forward. Before it completely landed, the ring in Su Sheng's eyes began to tremble wildly, and his mind began to make a buzzing sound again. Su Sheng picked up the ring, looked at this ordinary ring, and murmured, "Is this the ring? It looks not simple, buy it first and keep it." However, he thought that in the original book, Tang San took a huge yellow crystal from Flanders' shop, and it seemed that he used it to make a hidden weapon called Dragon Beard Needle. It has strong penetrating power, and it seems that it can penetrate Zhao Wuji's defense. After a few minutes of searching, a yellow crystal that looks very valuable was placed in front of Su Sheng. Su Sheng patted the unusually hard crystal, and was quite surprised in his heart. "Is this the thing?" Then he picked up the hair crystal and the blood-red ring and put them on the counter for display. Su Sheng looked at Flanders without a trace of emotion, and said lightly, "Boss, how many gold soul coins are these in total? I want them all." Flanders just looked at Su Sheng in surprise. When he saw that he was wearing a strange outfit, he didn't even show his cheeks. After buying two things that he thought were worthless, he gradually narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but think about Su Sheng's identity. That crystal stone is 500 gold soul coins, and the ring is 300 gold soul coins. In this case, let me see if this guy really needs this thing. The prices of the two items that Flanders casually mentioned were 5 times higher than those in the original book. Chapter 45. Don't panic, small scene, steady. Su Sheng's eyes flashed with a bit of surprise, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This hair crystal actually costs 500 gold soul coins. What a joke, this Flanders is simply a profiteer, with a lion's mouth. In the original book, when Tang San bought it, the initial price was 100, and when he bought it for 100 gold soul coins. How come the price has increased 5 times here? No matter how rich he is, he can't be such a sucker. Su Sheng's eyes, covered by his hat, turned cold, and he asked calmly, "Boss, can't you give me a discount?" Flanders, who was sitting on the rocking chair, stretched out his legs and lay down. Duo rolled his eyes and said mercilessly, "Whether you want to buy it or not, it's this price anyway, no negotiation. If you want to buy Flanders' things, you lose if you don't get more." Moreover, it was just right to see if this guy really needed these two things, so that he could see some clues. Su Sheng gritted his teeth, then suppressed his dissatisfaction, took out 2 bags of gold soul coins from the soul guide, and threw them on the table indifferently. Okay, I'll buy it. This is 800 gold soul coins. When Su Sheng picked up the ring and was about to deposit the hair crystal into the soul guide, Flanders glanced at Su Sheng and said again, "Wait, the hair crystal and the ring together are 1000 gold soul coins. You don't have enough money. Are you deliberately provoking me?" Su Sheng's already cold cheeks suddenly darkened, and when he spoke, a terrifying chill permeated his whole body. He endured the mention of 500 gold soul coins, after all. He was not a person who lacked that little money. But now suddenly raising the price again, this is clearly provoking his bottom line. After feeling Su Sheng's terrifying momentum, Flanders put down the magazine in his hand, picked up the frame of his glasses again, slowly stood up and said lightly, "I said it's 800, it's worth 800. Su Sheng's cold eyes hidden under his hat seemed to penetrate Flanders. After a few seconds, he turned around expressionlessly and prepared to leave. Flanders raised his eyebrows. After looking at Su Sheng's actions, he knew that he was obviously not going to buy it. However, his goal was achieved. It seemed that he knew nothing about these 2 things, or maybe he just happened to value them. "I can sell these 2 gadgets to you for 500 gold soul coins, but the premise is that you take off the hat and cloak." Su Sheng turned around again, slowly took off his hat, revealing an extremely cold handsome face, and said coldly, "Get lost. Just 2 things, he doesn't want them." After seeing Su Sheng's face clearly, Flanders' eyes flashed with astonishment, and he secretly sighed, "He is so young, he looks like he should be about the same age as Mu Bai, but what's the matter with that terrifying soul power fluctuation that is constantly increasing?" So he lifted his chin and began to think, how about testing this kid? If he has good talent, he can be recruited into Shrek Academy one day in advance. After thinking it through, Flanders stared at Su Sheng and slowly said in an extremely unhappy tone, "Boy, you cannot sell things, but you dare to speak rudely, then don't blame me for teaching you a lesson." A few red lights glowed in the cold pupils of the angry Su Sheng, and he sneered, "Teach me a lesson? Interesting, Flanders, I really give you face." Flanders was shocked, he actually knew his name. But so what, he still didn't believe that he, a 78th level soul saint, would lose to a teenager. That was an insult to his personality. Flanders glanced at Su Sheng with contempt, stretched out a handsome palm towards Su Sheng, and said wantonly, "Boy, since I am older than you, let you take action first. If you take action later, you'd better be gentle. If you accidentally beat this kid into a disability, it would be a sin." Su Sheng didn't speak, and took a step slowly. Seeing Su Sheng take a step rashly, Flanders frowned, "What's wrong with this kid? He didn't even summon his martial soul. Is he going to touch me, Flanders?" Tisk, the person who can trick Flanders in this world has not been born yet. Bang! Su Sheng buried his head and took another step towards Flanders, and a dark 10,000-year soul ring slowly rose from his feet. When the latter looked at the deep black soul ring, he couldn't help but be shocked and said, "The first soul ring is actually 10,000 years. This child's talent is so terrifying. Must be recruited to my Shrek Academy." Although his soul power is a bit low, he is also a real monster. This kid is simply a monster among monsters. Compared with the monster level, Mu Bai and others can only be regarded as rookies in front of this child. "Xiao Gang, it seems that your 10-core competitiveness is not correct. Today, a kid broke your authority in the academic field of soul masters." Su Sheng sneered and took 2 steps again. 2 dark soul rings rose from his feet again. Flanders' face was extremely excited, and his heart was extremely excited. He secretly said. It turned out to be a soul master with 3 10,000-year soul rings. He is a genius among geniuses. I, Flanders, swear that I will do everything I can to get him into Shrek Academy. If this kid is accepted into Shrek, Flanders will not have to worry about excellent students. Shrek's future is simply bright. A level 30 soul master is enough to crush all geniuses of the same age on the continent. While he was daydreaming, Su Sheng took another step, and 3 more terrifying 10,000-year soul rings floated up from under his feet. Flanders couldn't help but take a step back, looking at the 6 soul rings under Su Sheng's feet, and said in disbelief, 6 10,000-year soul rings, Soul Emperor. With him, Flanders is only a level 76 soul saint. Is this guy going to be serious? But he comforted himself in his heart, it's okay, I'm a soul saint. My talent is a bit terrifying, but I'm just a soul emperor. There is still a gap of 10 levels between me. It's not a big problem, it's just a small scene, Flanders can handle it. Su Sheng slowly raised his head, his eyes full of murderous intent locked on Flanders, and said coldly, Flanders, are you ready? Flanders was confused and asked, what do you mean? But the next second, he knew what Su Sheng meant. 3 10,000-year soul rings appeared again under Su Sheng's feet, and the last 2 10,000-year soul rings were so deep that they were close to 100,000 years old. Title DOULUO playing with me, right? That your majesty? Can you listen to my explanation? I didn't mean it. Flanders waved his hands and explained hurriedly. At this moment, he didn't have the intention to invite Su Sheng to enter Shrek. If the latter didn't destroy him, he would be moved by heaven and earth. This is a title DOULUO. Bullshit Soul Emperor. It's not at the same level at all. Oh my god, you are going to play with me, Flanders. Su Sheng glanced at him with his indifferent eyes, without stopping his slow pace. Flander, weren't you very arrogant just now? Are you scared? Looking at Su Sheng, who was getting closer and closer in front, a sense of fear spread in Flander's heart, and under the pressure of the title DOULUO, Flander was forced to release his martial soul, the four-eyed cat owl. A huge eagle with 4 eyes appeared behind him, and the huge cat owl looked down at Su Sheng, staring at his every move with a straight gaze. And 7 soul rings appeared under his feet, with the standard soul ring configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Seeing that Su Sheng still didn't intend to stop, Flander took another step back, pointed his finger at Su Sheng, and said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, if you come over again, I'm going to take action. Chapter 46 Rose Hotel. 7th Soul Skill, Cat Owl True Body. Flander uttered a word. The 7th soul ring under his feet suddenly lit up. In an instant, the cat owl behind Flanders began to merge into his body. Dense feathers slowly grew on his arms and entire back. A strange light yellow eye ornament appeared on his eyes, revealing 2 small holes in the middle. Flanders under the real body of the cat owl was full of confidence, of course not in terms of fighting. He whispered in his heart, I definitely can't beat him in terms of strength, but can I still run away? Think about how many bloody disasters he avoided with this unique flying martial spirit. Flanders smiled at Su Sheng, and the wings behind him slowly flapped and flew into the air. Your Majesty, this time it's my fault, Flanders, if you want those 2 things, take them all, I'll leave for now. Then he flew out of the window. Su Sheng, who was standing in place, pursed his lips slightly and said lightly, Want to leave? Is it that easy? He is just a soul saint. How can he escape from himself, a titled DOULUO, by relying on a flying martial spirit? But Flanders in midair didn't think so. Looking at the window that was so close, he said in his heart, So what if I'm a titled DOULUO? I can only watch myself leave. After saying that, he was about to rush out of the window. Come back. Su Sheng shouted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, countless vines of the 9-heart blood tang wrapped around Flanders' legs at a very fast speed. Then he pulled Flanders, who was about to rush out, back with a fierce pull. Flanders, who flew backwards over the house, stabilized his body, looked at the vines that were tightly pulling his legs, and shouted angrily, Damn it! Then, his legs were filled with a wave of numbness. Flanders was shocked. What? This vine is actually poisonous. It's over. If I don't escape, I really can't escape. Flanders' second soul ring lit up, and he shouted coldly, second soul skill, tearing claws. Flanders's beastly legs were horrible, and a layer of light blue blade energy slowly condensed on them. Then he swung towards the root of the 9-heart blood tang vine. Su Sheng, who was watching this little trick, couldn't let him succeed easily, and said lightly, third soul skill, blood tang's control. The third soul ring under his feet lit up, and a shield appeared at the root of the vine, firmly protecting it. Flanders' second soul skill attacked, and the sharp blade energy was instantly annihilated by the light shield after hitting it. What? This thin film-like shield has such a strong defense. Flanders was sweating on his back while speaking. Su Sheng stretched out his palm to Flanders and said coldly, fifth soul skill, blood poison tang. He didn't want to play cat and mouse with this guy, he just wanted to beat him up. As the words fell, the fifth soul ring lit up, and several green glowing 9-heart blood tangerines suddenly appeared on Flanders' neck while he was flying in the air. A strong burning and dizzy feeling filled Flanders' body, and his face turned extremely pale in an instant, and the frequency of flapping his wings instantly dropped a lot. Su Sheng's fourth soul ring lit up again, fourth soul skill. Crazy growth. Several 9-heart blood tangerines on Flanders' body instantly grew wildly and spread all over his body. The next moment, the 9-heart blood tangerine suddenly glowed, and in an instant, it devoured Flanders' soul power. It was forced to withdraw from its true form and fell helplessly from the air to the ground. With a bang, the whole room erupted with a huge crash, like thunder. Flanders fell to the ground and rubbed his dizzy head, curled up in a ball, and looked at Su Sheng, who was walking over with fear. Your Majesty, I really don't mean to offend you, don't do it, let's talk it out. Su Sheng just sneered and said, explain? Ha! Walking out of Flanders' shop, Su Sheng glanced at the unconscious man in the room. A glance at Flanders. He put his hat back on. But there was a ring with a red glow on his right index finger. Although Su Sheng's expression was still cold, he felt more comfortable. He looked at the boundless and clear sky. I feel much better after beating Flanders. Without the spirit ring, beating people with pure physical strength, this is the most effective way for Su Sheng to vent from Tang Hao. After walking around again, Su Sheng stopped in front of a hotel. He slowly raised his eyes and looked at the luxurious hotel in front of him. He clearly saw the 4 fluorescent characters Rose Hotel. After Su Sheng pondered for a few seconds, he walked into the Rose Hotel. After walking in, he was greeted by the fragrance of roses, which seemed to arouse people's strong interest. He looked around and walked to the counter. The woman who was counting the bill slowly came back to her senses when she saw someone coming, but when she looked up, she saw Su Sheng dressed so strangely, and she was really shocked. She suppressed the contempt in her heart and asked politely, "Sir? Do you want to stay in the hotel?" The Rose Hotel is a place often visited by couples because of its elegant and romantic layout, but Su Sheng's dress has lowered the grade of the Rose Hotel by countless levels. It may even seriously affect the next batch of guests. Su Sheng, who covered his cheek, nodded silently, handed over the black card, and said lightly, "Well, open a room for me." It doesn't matter if the waitress doesn't look at it, but when she does, she gasps and says in shock, "This is the exclusive card of the Pope of the Spirit Hall." But before Su Sheng could speak, the woman realized her own gaffe and laughed awkwardly, "Sir, can I ask about your identity? This is the exclusive card of His Majesty the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and the identity of the user must be confirmed. If it is used by someone else, the user will be hunted down by the Spirit Hall." Su Sheng just glanced at her coldly, and the latter was instantly speechless, lowered her head and began to handle the accommodation procedures for Su Sheng. "Your card," and after the waitress finished, she was about to hand the key in her hand to Su Sheng. "Wait. Excuse me, are there any remaining rooms?" A graceful figure trotted to the counter and asked breathlessly. The two looked sideways and saw that the woman was wearing a light blue dress, which outlined her plump figure. Her slender waist made people imagine, especially her unique nobleness, which made people see at a glance that her background was definitely not simple. After seeing the woman clearly, Su Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought to himself, it can't be such a coincidence. He didn't expect to meet Ning Rongrong in this Rose Hotel. Ning Rongrong has grown up now, and she is well proportioned. Her casual conversation is full of elegance and tranquility, and there is almost no trace of willfulness. The waitress smiled apologetically, "Sorry, ma'am, the last couple room left in our hotel has been booked by this gentleman." Ning Rongrong glanced at Su Sheng, whose face could not be seen clearly, and her cheeks showed a helpless look. She sighed softly, "Ah! But there are no rooms in the surrounding hotels." Chapter 47 How about living together? The waitress looked a bit embarrassed, as the couple's room for Su Sheng was the last one. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she glanced at Su Sheng, then said to Ning Rongrong in a soft tone, "How about this lady? You and this gentleman talk about sharing a room? Each of you will pay half of the room fee." Ning Rongrong, who was holding her hands tightly, blushed a little when she heard this, and said in a soft tone, "Ah." She had never lived in the same room with another man since she was a child, and, most importantly, this Rose Hotel is a famous couple's hotel. If she lives with this man, doesn't it mean that she... Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong timidly looked at Su Sheng next to her, especially when she saw his extremely sloppy outfit. Like a beggar, she felt a sense of rejection from the inside out. Despite this, Ning Rongrong also shook her head very politely, then blinked and frantically winked at the waitress. "I think I'd better forget it, I don't like sharing a room with others." The waitress, who was observing Ning Rongrong's little action, suddenly realized. This lady didn't dislike sharing a room with others, but she obviously disliked this man who looked very sloppy. In this case, there was nothing she could do. The woman handed the key back to Su Sheng, smiling, "Since this lady is unwilling, sir, here is your room key. I wish you a pleasant stay." Hearing her say this, Ning Rongrong suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had tried her best to suppress her disdain for others, the thought of being with such a sloppy she even had goosebumps all over her body, and Su Sheng's mouth twitched a few times under the hat, and he secretly said, "I was actually disliked by Ning Rongrong. How sloppy is this thing who Lena gave me?" He shook his cloak, silently took the key, then raised his eyes, carefully glanced at Ning Rongrong with a meaningful look, turned around and slowly left. The woman looked at Ning Rongrong, who was standing there again, and asked kindly, "Madam? What should you do now? Now there are no rooms left, and most couples will not check out at night, so she may have to leave here." Ning Rongrong came back to her senses from her daze, bit her thin lips and thought. She had already looked for several hotels around, and her legs were tired and sore. If she looked for more, she was afraid that her soul would leave. The woman pointed to the bench beside her, "Madam, if you don't mind, you can sit there and think about it, but our hotel will close at 11 o'clock in the evening." It was such a sudden sentence that made Ning Rongrong's eyes light up. Closed? Then where do these waitresses sleep? She can rent a room to rest temporarily, and no one said it's impossible to live in the staff's room. Ning Rongrong asked excitedly, Sister, do you have your own room to sleep at night?" The woman was stunned for a moment, and then showed some doubts on her face. "Yes, we have a specially equipped lounge, but why are you asking this? Shouldn't she be concerned about where she will rest later? Why did she ask about her sleeping place?" Ning Rongrong's eyes were full of hope as she stared at the woman. "Well, can I stay in your lounge for one night? I can pay you the same price as a hotel room in private." The woman's eyes widened instantly and whispered, "Privately? You mean this was the first time she had met such a guest, who actually wanted to rent her lounge?" Ning Rongrong saw that the woman did not refuse at the first time, and her heart suddenly became happy looking at this situation, there is a chance. It's just a room to sleep, so it's easy to get. Who said that for Ning Rongrong? Things that can be solved with money are not a problem. The wealthy Kaibao Liulai sect has no shortage of money. She put her finger on her lips with a hint of meaning, and silently pushed a bag of gold soul coins over with her right hand, saying playfully, "Shh, if my sister can make some concessions, double the amount is not impossible." The woman looked at the heavy bag of gold soul coins in front of her, and her eyes gradually became hot. This money is enough for her salary for almost half a year, it is impossible not to be tempted. She explained to herself in her heart, the boss didn't say that it can't be rented privately, right? No. Well, that's tacit consent. She calmly put the bag of gold soul coins in her pocket, and then coughed a few times to resolve the embarrassment, secretly covered the key of her exclusive lounge under her hand and pushed it over, looking at Ning Rongrong and explaining, "Madam, although my lounge has all the basic facilities, it is a bit narrow. The rooms equipped for their staff are naturally not very good, but the basic facilities are also complete." Ning Rongrong reached out and took the key, smiling and saying, "It's okay, I'm just staying for one night, thank you." After that, she hummed a little tune and walked towards the exclusive lounge in a comfortable mood. After Ning Rongrong left, the woman looked at the bag of fascinating gold soul coins and murmured, "It seems that we can do this in the future." She made a lot of money in one go. If she does it again, she won't have a problem not working for a year. Very good, she successfully acquired a new skill. Maybe she can also take the other peoples together in this way. Hiss. Su Sheng stopped and looked at the room number, 32. Seeing that the house number matched the one on the key, he inserted the key and twisted it. After hearing a click, Su Sheng slowly walked in. Then he glanced around calmly. This is an arc-shaped room, with fresh and tender rose petals scattered all over the floor, and countless decorations that complement each other add a bit of desire to the guests' hormones. On the big bed in the middle, in addition to roses, there are also a few romantic love balloons, which further enhance the instinctive mood of the human body. On the left is a pool with hot steam, which is large enough to accommodate 2 people. Su Sheng slowly took off his hat and cloak, revealing his cold face that would make people feel moved at a glance, and silently sighed, "It is worthy of a room worth 188 gold soul coins per night, but it's a pity that I don't have a girlfriend." Su Sheng walked to the edge of the pool, slowly took off his clothes, and slowly swam in it. Until the gentle and slightly scalding water wrapped around his body below the neck, Su Sheng quietly closed his eyes, enjoying the comfort of the water opening his pores. Ning Rongrong's side was a completely different scene. She inserted the key, pushed open the door of room number 30X, and walked in with great expectations. But when she saw the scene inside, her face suddenly darkened. Can this room be called fully equipped? Chapter 48. I'm not interested in you. Ning Rongrong sighed helplessly. Although the room was narrow, there was nothing she could do. Who told her to say it? The facilities were far inferior to those of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, or even extremely inferior. Even the lights were very dim, as if they would go out in the next second. However, when she looked at the narrow, steaming pool next to her, her mood eased a little. She patted her chest and comforted herself, "Fortunately, there is a pool here, otherwise I really can't stay in this room." Then she silently closed the door, walked carefully to the bed, and slowly put on every item on her body. She took off her clothes one by one and folded them carefully before she walked into the sparkling pool with her smooth naked body gracefully. Every inch of her tender skin was frozen and shivered by the extreme coldness when it touched the water. The water vapor she just saw was not hot water at all, but ice water that was so cold that it emitted mist. Ning Rongrong suddenly felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar, her limbs were frozen and she couldn't help but curl up. Finally, she couldn't help but curse, "Damn, even the water for the shower is slightly cold. What kind of a crappy place is this lounge?" Ning Rongrong subconsciously wanted to get out of the pool, but when she saw the dark grey bed and pillows again, she could feel the stench on the bedding without even lying down. The thought that just emerged in her heart was suppressed. At least, the pool looked very clean and there was no odor. Compared to the bed. Not long after, Su Sheng, who was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed on the couple's bed covered with rose petals, was suddenly awakened by a hasty knock on the door. He rubbed his eyes in confusion, and then slowly stood up. The first thing he did when he stood up was to look at himself in the mirror opposite. He had just woken up and his long hair looked extremely messy. He walked to the mirror silently and started to play with his hair. Bang, bang, bang. Just after tidying up for a few seconds, there was another hurried knock on the door. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes immediately. It was so late now, who would knock on his door? Could it be someone was following him? His eyes became cold and fierce in an instant, and a few vines of the nine-hearted begonia were hidden in the palm of his hand. If the person is not kind, then kill him. Ning Rong Rong, who was cold outside the door, just wrapped her enviable body with a white cloth, holding her soaked clothes in her hands. It made her less noble and more charming, and unconsciously filled with a unique exotic style. Ning Rong Rong coughed lightly, then shook her wet hair, then looked at the door in confusion, pouted her lips and whispered, "Is there no one? Why didn't the waitress let me check in before?" If there was no one, what should she do in such a different situation? The only clothes she could wear were soaked in the leaking room next door. Otherwise, as the eldest lady of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, how could she be so unrestrained as to cover her shame with a piece of white cloth? Just as she was thinking, the door was slowly opened. Su Sheng, with a cold face, slowly walked out of the door. He stared closely and saw that the person coming was Ning Rong Rong, and the guarded nine-heart blood tang in his palm also retracted into his body. When Ning Rong Rong saw Su Sheng, who had long hair scattered behind his shoulders, a stunning appearance, and a cold aura all over his body, a hint of surprise gradually emerged in her eyes. Are all men who stay in couples' hotels handsome? I can meet such a man with a demonic appearance just by knocking on the door next door. But judging from his expression, he is not an easy person to get along with. But thinking about her own situation, Ning Rong Rong said apologetically, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, I'm the tenant living next door to you. Rong Su Sheng subconsciously opened his mouth to call Ning Rong Rong's name, but after seeing her stiff attitude towards him, he swallowed it back silently. But Su Sheng didn't blame her. After all, the two of them had only known each other for one day, no, it should even be said that it was only one night. Then in the long 3 years, it is not impossible to forget the unimportant self. Su Sheng suppressed the emotions in his heart and said in a slightly indifferent tone, "What's the matter?" Since Ning Rong Rong no longer recognized him, then forget it, there is no need to mention it. Ning Rong Rong trembled again, "Well, the room next door is leaking, and my clothes are all wet, so I want to ask you, can I stay for one night temporarily?" When she said it, Ning Rong Rong's face flushed with shame, and her head was almost completely buried. I even felt that what I said was too ridiculous. After all, this hotel is a 5-star hotel in Soto City, and it is basically impossible for a water leakage accident to occur. And if I ask to stay in someone else's room for a night, I'm afraid everyone would mind, right? Even she herself is like this. Su Sheng glanced at her trembling legs, turned around, and walked into the room. Ning Rong Rong saw Su Sheng's action, and a bit of disappointment appeared on her face. She secretly said, "Is it true? My request is still a bit too much." But the next second, a cold voice came from the room, "Come in." Ning Rong Rong, who thought she was rejected, heard this voice, and her eyes flashed with joy. She uttered 2 words gratefully, "Thank you." Then she walked in with clothes and slammed the door. After Ning Rong Rong walked in, she felt that the whole room was full of ambiguous atmosphere, especially those fragrant rose petals, which made her blood in her body as a woman a little excited. She raised her eyes slightly, and when she saw Su Sheng sitting silently on the big bed covered with roses, she could vaguely feel that the latter's eyes were always staring at her. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but tighten the white cloth wrapped around her body. When she thought of the man and woman alone in the room, she felt extremely nervous, as if a heavy stone was hanging on her. And it seemed, if this man who seemed to be walking on thin ice wanted to do something to her, as an auxiliary spirit master, I would have no power to refute. After she put her clothes on the chair beside her, she forced a smile and said to Su Sheng, that. After Su Sheng glanced at her cheek with a cold look, he silently closed his eyes and said with a cold tone, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you." Ning Rongrong always felt a little harsh when she heard this. She lowered her head to look at her figure, gritted her teeth, and said angrily in her heart, "How can this man talk like that? What do you mean he is not interested in me? My development is not bad, right? The convex is convex, and the curvature is curvature. Where is there no interest?" Chapter 49. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. After Ning Rongrong hung up her clothes, she slowly sat down on the chair, and said with a grateful look on her face, "Well, thank you for this time, otherwise I really don't know what to do." After saying this, Ning Rongrong said in her heart, "Wait, why should I be grateful to him? Isn't he just a little more handsome? Just now he said he was not interested in me. Is this girl interested in his icy face? Besides, in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the people who pursue me can line up from the hall to the outside of the hall." Su Sheng glanced at her and said lightly, "No need." He naturally saw all the little expressions on the latter's face, and said with a little laughter in his heart, "It seems that he has not completely changed. He is still a little arrogant in his heart." Seeing Su Sheng's indifferent attitude towards her words, Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and said viciously, "Damn it, you are so cold, how can I respond?" She was still thinking about taking a hot bath, but she didn't expect this guy to end the conversation directly, so Ning Rongrong sat there in silence, and her eyes looked at the petals scattered next to her from time to time, which looked extremely romantic under the sparkling water. Su Sheng's cold eyes followed her sight and finally stopped at the pool with hot water. Even if the room was leaking, wasn't there a pool next door? Ning Rongrong looked like she hadn't taken a bath for a long time. Her pitiful eyes almost made him want to comfort her. But thinking of something, he decided to forget it. So, Su Sheng's expressionless face slowly uttered a sentence, "The water in the pool over there is still hot. If you want to take a bath, go ahead. Of course, the premise is that you don't mind that it's my bath." A daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect like Ning Rongrong should have some misophobia. But whether she is willing or not is up to her, and this is all he can do. Ning Rongrong's thoughts were exposed, and her blushing cheeks were as delicious as red apples. She whispered, "Thank you, thank you. It seems that this man is not that annoying. He is indeed a man with a cold appearance and a gentle heart." Speaking of men. Ning Rongrong's mind suddenly recalled the figure 3 years ago. The man who stood in front of her firmly even in the face of dozens of soul beasts. The man who saw that she was starving and personally roasted delicious rabbit meat for her. Thinking about it, the corners of Ning Rongrong's eyes became red and swollen, which made people feel pity. She shook her head and wiped away the liquid from the corners of her eyes. She smiled bitterly in her heart, "It's been 3 years. He should have forgotten me, right?" Su Sheng frowned when he saw her like this. "What's wrong? Don't want to? Then forget it." She was so happy just now, but she became like this after being absent-minded for a while. Could it be that she thought of some bad memories in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? Ning Rongrong smiled from the bottom of her heart and explained, "It's not like that, you misunderstood, I just remembered some good memories, but it's very likely that I will never be able to experience them again in my life." Ning Rongrong, wrapped in white cloth, stood up, revealing her graceful figure, and winked at Su Sheng with a playful face, then I'll go take a bath, you can't peek. Yes, Su Sheng responded casually, staring at her as she walked into the pool. But the next moment, his pupils trembled, and suddenly he thought of something exciting, and suddenly reached out to call Ning Rongrong back. But it was too late, Ning Rongrong had already walked to the side of the pool. She first glanced around, saw the curtain blocking the view, and slowly stretched it out. Then she looked back and saw Su Sheng, whose mind was completely not here, and after silently breathing a sigh of relief in her heart, she gently pulled the white cloth covering her shame aside, and her delicate body was exposed again. Su Sheng then looked towards the pool. Even though he looked as cold as he was, when he saw the erotic scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel some of the most primitive human desires. Ning Rongrong thought that the curtain that could block her sight was actually completely transparent from the outside, and she could clearly see every detail inside. He now understood why this rose hotel was a couple's hotel. So, Su Sheng's eyes moved slightly downward, looking at the countless rose petals scattered around him. He secretly said, if even the curtain has been tampered with, then these roses I'm afraid they are. He gently picked up a rose petal, then brought it close to his nose and sniffed it gently. A feeling that made his head hot surged into his heart, and Su Sheng took another look at the beautiful figure next to the pool. At that moment, the hot feeling became more intense, as if it was stimulated by something. Su Sheng hurriedly put down the rose petals beside his nose, and curled his lips coldly. Sure enough, these rose petals have aphrodisiac effects. Su Sheng closed his eyes and forced himself not to look at the person in the pool. After enduring for about half an hour, Ning Rongrong wrapped herself in a bathrobe again, and her delicate body was smoother than before. She pushed open the curtain and walked out like a lotus out of water. Ning Rongrong saw Su Sheng, who was still closing his eyes and tilting his head, and sat down slowly beside him. For some reason, there was a desire to tease Su Sheng in my heart. Ning Rongrong smiled with her hands covering her mouth, and gently poked Su Sheng's shoulder. Have you been like this just now? Su Sheng's cold pupils gradually opened, he glanced coldly at Ning Rongrong next to him, and said lightly, are you done with the shower? Then prepare to turn off the lights and go to bed. Ning Rongrong's body trembled, and she stammered, sleep? Then I'll sleep on the sofa next to you. When Su Sheng just finished saying that, she thought Su Sheng was asking her to sleep with him. Su Sheng glanced at the sofa, then lay down on the bed and moved to the left. Su Sheng's face did not change when he lay down on the bed. This bed is big enough, one person sleeps on one side, just remember to pay me for the room later. But thinking of a single man and a single woman, he added another sentence. Ning Rongrong frowned upon hearing this, and said hesitantly, isn't this not good? She and Su Sheng didn't even know each other's names, and now they had to sleep in the same bed. But since she entered this man's room, she always felt a sense of familiarity from his words and deeds. That feeling was very strange, as if the two had known each other for a long time, but when she thought about it carefully, she had no memory at all. Then she glanced at the narrow sofa, and then looked down at the soft big bed. After sighing, she finally succumbed to the comfortable big bed. Ning Rongrong climbed lightly to the right side of the big bed and whispered, okay, then I'll sleep on the right side, and I'll pay you later. After speaking, Su Sheng reached out and turned off the switch, and the entire bright light suddenly went out, gradually falling into darkness. Not long after, Ning Rongrong, who was lying on the bed with a rapid heartbeat, heard the even breathing of the man next to her. Put down everything she was carrying, and only felt extremely relieved. She turned her head and looked deeply at Su Sheng, who was sleeping beside her. Thank you. After saying that, she gradually closed her eyes. Chapter 50. A loveless night. In the early morning, Ning Rongrong woke up and rubbed her eyes, got up carefully, and looked at the man next to her who was still sleeping. Ning Rongrong raised the corner of her mouth evilly, and her curious eyes looked at Su Sheng's handsome face beside the bed unscrupulously. His index finger playfully touched her charming red lips, and he smiled and said, although it's a bit cold, I didn't expect you to be so cute when you fall asleep. How about trying it quietly? Who told this man to say that he was not interested in me before? Ning Rongrong stretched out her jade-white palm and carefully touched Su Sheng's cheek. This comfortable touch made her love it a little bit, pouting her lips and angrily said, "He is obviously a man, but his skin is more tender than mine." Then she shrugged helplessly, wrapped in a bathrobe, and her shoulders made people want to think about it. Forget it, since you have helped me a lot, I forgive you." Ning Rongrong quickly walked to the pool, took off her bathrobe, and changed the clothes that had been dried. Then she took out a bag of gold soul coins from the storage soul guide, and then wrote a note with the banknotes in the room. After gently placing the two things by the window, Ning Rongrong slowly opened the door, turned around and smiled at Su Sheng, and left directly. A ray of sunlight shone into the couple's big bed full of ambiguous atmosphere, and Su Sheng, who felt the glare, woke up slightly. Su Sheng gradually regained consciousness. He subconsciously looked to the side, but there was no one there. He was the only one in the empty room. He looked again and saw that although Ning Rongrong was no longer beside the bed, a bag of heavy gold soul coins was lying there peacefully. Not only that, there was also a note. Su Sheng took it and slowly opened it. When he saw the contents inside, his face suddenly became gloomy. He clenched the note tightly in his palm. The words that came out of his mouth became colder and colder. Ning Rongrong. The content of the note: "Thank you for yesterday. I slept very comfortably on this bed. These gold soul coins are paid to you according to the agreement last night. If there is a next time, we will meet again. Also, my name is Ning Rongrong." Originally, Su Sheng would not have thought much about simply leaving the gold soul coins. But what kind of wolfish words were in her letter? She slept very comfortably? According to the agreement last night? Leaving a bag of gold soul coins, isn't this just treating me as a... Su Sheng took a deep breath and calmed his agitated heart. As expected of the little witch of the seven treasures glazed tile sect, where did he get the confidence to feel that she could become elegant and virtuous just by listening to his words? Putting these things behind him, his eyes flashed with some thoughts. However, Shrek Academy should start recruiting students. According to his observation yesterday, in the entire Soto city, there are many people like Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy is so horrible, there is only one place bordering other villages. After speaking, Su Sheng quickly stood up and put on the two treasures given by Hulina. After that, Su Sheng stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself in the mirror with an extremely bad image, and secretly made up his mind: "I, Su Sheng, swear that I must scatter the ashes of these two things after finding Shrek." In an extremely narrow corner full of pastoral style, there is a shabby thatched cottage, in which lives an old man with disheveled hair and unruly aura. The old man lying on the chair leisurely picked up the fan and fanned himself, and said to the tall figure standing next to him in white clothes, "Mu Bai, how many students do you think we can successfully recruit this year?" "That's right," the man in white standing next to the old man is the captain of the Shrek Seven Devils in the original work, the evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mu Bai. As his name suggests, Dai Mu Bai has a very muscular figure, and the white suit he wears makes him look a little more neat and tidy. His handsome face is full of righteousness, but his pair of evil lavender eyes make him look a little contradictory. Dai Mu Bai shook his head with a wry smile. "I think it's difficult to recruit even one this year. After all, the environment of our academy is too bad. This alone will discourage many people. Not to mention the admission standards proposed by Dean Flanders. Those who can meet the standards are all first-class monsters." The old man sighed silently. Yes, Dean Flanders is always unwilling to lower the standards, and he also said that it is better to have nothing than to have something mediocre. If this continues, this may be the last batch of Shrek students. Dai Mu Bai said solemnly, "I will talk to the dean in a few days. As long as he accepts my sponsorship, Shrek Academy can continue to develop." Although he left the Xingluo Empire, the huge assets on him are enough to make people jealous. The old man smiled bitterly, let's talk about it later. You know Flanders' temper. He is not willing to accept sponsorship. Although he is a little greedy, he is also a man of great integrity. Dai Mubai nodded silently. It seems that Shrek Academy really can't go far. Not long after, people began to walk in one after another in front of the small hut. They looked around and the first thing they thought was that they were in the wrong place. How could a dignified academy be built in such a remote and backward place until they saw the 8 words Shrek Academy admissions office posted on the hut. Is this Shrek Academy? Are you kidding? I think it's just a quack school. It's so shabby. I'm leaving my son. We won't go to school in this academy. The registration fee is 5 gold soul coins. Are you robbing? Mom, I don't want to go to this academy. I will definitely be looked down upon by others. A child about 14 years old said to the woman next to him with a red face. The woman next to him comforted him, Child, since we are here, let's see what happens. Maybe this is just a test from the academy. If it doesn't work, we will leave immediately. The boy hesitated again and again, but still compromised. Okay, at this time, the old man in the hut glanced at the people who came in coldly, stood up, and said lightly, those who want to sign up should line up first, wait a while to pay 5 gold soul coins, and test whether they are qualified to join here. As soon as the words fell, the people who came lined up in a long line. The old man glanced at the boy in the front and said coldly, you go first. Pay 5 gold soul coins first, then stretch out your arm in front of me. The boy was stunned for a moment, and after paying 5 gold soul coins in the black box in a panic, he walked to the old man and stretched out his arm. The old man closed his eyes and gently placed 2 fingers on the boy's arm. After a while, he opened his eyes and said with disdain, the bone age exceeds the enrollment standard, and the soul power does not meet the standard. Next one, this kind of waste with only a dozen souls at the age of 14 also wants to sign up? Shrek recruits monsters, not trash. 127,994. 161,479. 102,661. 191,454. 125,628. 165775 https://discord.gg/xxtcastch. X